reconvene to open session with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Do we have any announcements from closed session possible actions?
Yeah, no reportable action, but I'll just clarify attendance in the closed sessions. So Mr. Mayor was not present for any of the closed sessions, just for the record. Mr. Webb did not participate in closed session F1. Mr. Lowenstein did not participate in closed session F3. And Mr. Nierenheim did not participate in closed session F5. No other reportable actions.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session. Adjourn to a regular meeting.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, seconded by Councilmember Obaji. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. Now, I'd like to welcome everyone to an open session regular meeting of the City Council. It's April 20th, 2021. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I should have said in memory of Walter Mondale. But anyway, if no one has heard, if someone hasn't heard, he passed away earlier today. So a great American. He actually came to Redondo Beach with Mike Webb. Was on. Maybe he can explain later about how he helped with really our gang interdiction out in Perry Park and other areas of Redondo. So Mike has a great picture of himself with Walter Mondale in his office. But with that, we'll go on to presentations, proclamations, announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any announcements to make?
I do. I had a great community meeting this last Saturday at Alta Vista. A good amount of people showing up, saying hi. It was a great discussion on a lot of different subjects. GPAC was one of them. Great updates on many different items that are happening in the city. And then I also have a community meeting next week, Monday at 6:30 for an hour and a half online. Register on my Zoom meeting. So for those of you that wanted to show up on Zoom or find out what's going on, we'll have basically the same agenda. Added obviously this tonight's agenda, what we're going over tonight. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Mayor. There will not be a District 2 community meeting for April. Planning one on the second week of May, the week of May 10th. More information to follow at the council meeting, the first council meeting in May. But I will be sending an email out letting people know when that meeting will be. And will also be on the my page, District 2 page on the city website. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
No announcements tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll have our second district meeting of April on April 29th, 2021. And I'll be shooting out an email about that. I would like to thank the jurors in the Chauvin case because it takes a lot of work to concentrate on such an emotional matter, not discuss it with your family or friends or one another, and reach a verdict. A lot of concentration and sacrifice. So I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank our police for standing by this entire period of time in case the verdict came out differently and there were protests, riots, etc. Thank you for that. And also thank you to the police for staying out of the national news for the last many years. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to our District 4 residents who have overwhelmingly supported the decision to keep the shelter here in our district. Actually, and I had one more. Thank you to Public Works for receiving all of my concerns via Access Redondo, acknowledging them. And I'll thank you again, Public Works, when we address them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rimdy.
I was at a meeting with Congressman Liu's office in which he talked about the new designations for SMC, and which, for people that don't know, that is the LA what they call the LA Air Force Base that is located in El Segundo, but we benefit greatly from it. They develop, procure, and launch space assets, and we are just announced by General Raymond to be one of the 3 command centers for the new Space Force. The Air Force is called Airmen, and Space Force are called Guardians, so just so you know that. So one of the reasons why we were able to have it here is that we have a huge personnel pool. University candidates are from Southern California. We have the Aerospace Corporation, which is a federally funded research center. And in addition to that, several aerospace companies in the area. And 2019, you know, the Space Force was formed, and they've been looking for where they were going to put the command center. It's been pretty hot and heavy competition on that. And we're going to be one of 3. Just, you know, it's a relatively small budget for Space Force. It's $15 billion, but the economic return of investment is closer to $1.4 trillion in economic impact for our area. So it's really great news. Ms. Joy White, who's in charge of really the whole Space Force at SMC, and she states the challenges are housing, cost of living, schools, but that was mitigated by a law that was put in a little while ago in which the military can choose which school district they're in. They don't have to go to San Pedro, which is where most of the housing is, and transportation. And they were thrilled that they had an atmosphere of cities that were willing to help out. So that was a really amazing announcement, and it's going to be a huge impact for our area. So one of the most exciting things is every few years we're considered on the BRAC list, which is the base realignment and closure list. And Mr. Liu basically said that because we're one of the 3 command centers for Space Force, the likelihood of us being on that list for quite a while is not going to ever happen. So that's in the near future. So that's the most exciting news of all. So anyway, that's the big news for the day.
Yeah, and that is big news. Thank you for that. I know they talked about closing the Air Force Base. A lot of people don't realize the economic impact having that here in the South Bay. Last I was told, it was in the neighborhood of $4.5–5 billion a year in contracts that they run through them. So that's fantastic to hear. We'll be off that list.
Oh, and I'm sorry, one more announcement that is coming up on April 29th. For anybody who lives near the beach, the LA County has a system called BEALS, which is to help people that are hard of hearing to be able to be alerted to an emergency such as a tsunami or any kind of lightning strikes or anything that might warrant them having to empty out the beaches. It's being installed, and it's quite loud. It's really loud, and they're going to have to practice by telling people that there's some tsunami coming, or there's going to be a whole bunch of different very scary messages going to be out there. But just know it's a test, simply a test. Don't panic. And I announced it. I think it's April 29th. Nils, do you know? Because they think they sent you something.
It is. It's April 29th. Yes. Yeah.
So just so you know, that's happening. And so make sure, I'm sure it's going to go out on the alerts, but just make sure you spread the word. There's no reason to panic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And with that, I guess we'll move on to approval of order of agenda. Are there any motion to approve or changes recommended?
Mr. Mayor, I had something that I
Sure.
announced at the beginning of the meeting.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
So yesterday we had our first opening of both the main library and the North Branch libraries. Had a very successful reopening and would like to call on Susan Anderson to kind of talk about the procedure protocols we have in place and the level of activity. So if you wouldn't mind, it would be good to hear from Susan.
Yeah, not at all. I'm sorry, Joe. I forgot you had told me that a few days ago. So yeah, Susan, please
Okay.
fill us in. I guess we opened our library yesterday.
Yes. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to try to share my screen here. Is it working? Let's see. Looks like it's working.
Yes.
So we opened yesterday at both the main and the North Branch. Oops. Let me go back. Oops, a sec. Start again here. And we had signs at both locations talking about the new rules for opening, just temporarily, that you need to wear a mask, you need to distance 6 feet between each person who's not in the same family, that you should not enter the building if you have any signs of illness or if you're under quarantine orders. We also have the occupancy redone for 75%, which is according to the county health order. We have the plexiglass installed at every service desk at both locations. Staff is all wearing masks, and Public Works did a great job of installing this at all of our service desks. We have hand sanitizer at the entrances of all the buildings, as well as installed throughout the buildings for the public. We have signs up at both facilities, throughout the facilities, just reminding people to wear a mask and stay 6 feet apart. Public Works also installed these signs for us. Here's another picture of the plexiglass at one of the service desks at Main, and we are sanitizing the handles for the book baskets. We have the safety markers on the floor, reminding people to stay 6 feet apart. Our computers are open, but we have every other computer open so that we have a safe physical distancing there as well. And then yesterday at the North Branch, we had a total of about 67 customers and circulated 366 items. And then at the main library, we had a total of 200 customers and circulated 600 items, but we never had more than a maximum of 40 people in the main library at any one time, and probably no more than about 10 people at the North Branch at any one time. And just to give you an example, in the main part of the interior of the main library, the 75% capacity is 154. So we were never, close to exceeding that. Nobody had to wait in line to get inside the building. So, everything went well. I think people seem really happy to be back. Today, it's been, fairly quiet here at the main library. I don't think we ever had more than 10 people in the building at one time, but people are just, coming in and grabbing their books and going. And we've just seen a lot of families and seniors coming in. So, do you all have any questions?
I don't, Susan, but thank you very much. It's very refreshing to hear our library is reopened. How long has it been closed? Over a year.
Over a year.
Yeah.
So we were doing the library takeout where people could pick up their books, at the side doors since July. But, people have not been able to come into the building for over a year, and they definitely seemed happy to be able to come back in.
Yeah. I know I have a book to return. Any questions from the council? Let's see. I don't see any, but thanks for the update, Susan. I got several inquiries about when the libraries were going to reopen, and it was gratifying to be able to tell them Monday because they were coming in last week, the questions. So thanks for the update.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. And before we go into the order of agenda, I wanted to mention item N1 about the stroke unit. I got emails from both CEOs of our local hospitals, Little Company of Mary, Gary Olney, and Torrance Memorial, Craig Leach, requesting us to table that item. They were just notified about it. and they want to comment on it and speak to it, and they have concerns about it, which surprised me. So, yeah, I recommend tabling item N2 till we can have discussions with them and have them come in and express their concerns.
Or Mayor, N1, you mentioned N2.
I'm sorry, N1, not N2, N1. Apologies. Yeah. Table N1, the item about the stroke unit. But it's not me to make a motion for the agenda. Anyone have a motion to approve order of agenda or make any changes?
Mayor Brand, actually, Zane's got his hand up. Never mind.
Councilmember Abaji.
Sure, I'll make a motion to continue N1. And can we advance P2 and P3 to the beginning of the agenda?
You mean right after M1 or M as in Mary 1? So
Yes.
they're related to N2. I think it'd be appropriate to speak to those right before N2.
The problem is that we have quite a few people that are here for N2 and then put other things in front of it. They can stay for it. But I definitely think that I agree they're related, but we have a lot of people that want to speak on N2.
Sure.
Well, I think it's items, especially the constitutional amendment to make zoning and land use a municipal affair. It's extremely germane to what we'll be talking about, and it won't take long.
Yeah, I imagine based on what I've heard from the council that everybody's kind of in support of these things, and we'll just approve those and move along. But
is there a second to Councilmember Obaji's motion?
I'll second.
I'll second. Oh.
Second. Okay, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Narenheim, you had a comment?
I've lowered my hand. I wanted to talk about P3, but yeah, it works for me. P2 as well. All right.
Okay, take a vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Aye. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No, just because I'd rather have the people get heard first, but okay.
Okay. Next up are blue folder items. I know we've got some items to add to the blue folder. These are materials, staff reports, and comments from the public that were recently submitted. How many and for what items do we have for the blue folder?
Okay, I have public comments on non-agenda items. We have for into the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended land use plan. We have many public comments, letter from Northrop Grumman and Planning Commission's consensus on recommendations. And on P3, which is an ordinance to provide city ordinance regulation enacted under the city charter that regulates the zoning or use of land within the boundaries of the city to prevail over conflicting general laws with specified exceptions. And that's per Almar Suchi's assembly. There is a resolution that has been updated on that. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
Make a motion to admit those to the record.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember MD. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up is a consent calendar. Tonight we have 16 items on the consent calendar. We normally pass these all at once. Any council member can pull an item for additional discussion. A member from the public can request. I'll go through the council first, see if anybody wants to pull any items. Councilmember Narenheim, do you want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yes, I would actually. Item H5, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 7 is 7 in the same category as the 30%.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. And then I think the other ones, mail.
I'm sorry, I lost count at number 4. You got 1, 2, 3, 4,
through 7.
1 through 7.
7. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull those items, and the other ones we can keep as is.
Okay, well, we can talk to those when we get to it. So you want to pull item H5. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
H8, please.
H8. Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, other than items H5 and H8, are there any public comments on the rest of the consent calendar? Eleanor.
Let's see. We have no comments. And let's see if anyone for the public, at this point, they're all from J1 and N2, but if there's anybody from the public that'd like to speak on this item on consent, just raise your hand, or if you're on a phone, *9.
You know, Eleanor, I was looking at the non-agenda items comments, J1, and there was a comment in there from Kathleen Giseco, which sure looked like she meant to be commenting on item H5.
Okay, so let's see.
No, it's yes and no.
Okay.
It's
Okay, well, maybe you can just mention it when you bring it up. For
yeah.
discussion.
I'll mention it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So at this point, oh, there's one person here, Catherine Giseco.
Yep. She's gonna want to talk on the MH5.
Okay, so
Did she want to comment now, or is it? She
yes,
looks like got her hand up,
she's
so.
she's got her hand up. She's
Okay.
unmuted.
I was, sorry, this is Kathleen Jacico, and I was going to comment, but Councilmember Nernheim said it's yes and no, so I will wait, I think is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have you comment when I get to it, because I want to ask some questions first.
Okay.
Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar other than item H5 and H8?
So moved. Second.
Councilmember, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nernheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, you need to read a few things?
Yes. So H7, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-034, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Amtrak Construction, a California corporation, in the amount of $133,000 for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure project, job number 20770. Let's see. Adopt by 4/5 vote and title only resolution number CC-2104-035, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing fiscal year 2020-2021 budget modification to appropriate $46,550 in Assembly Bill 2766 subvention funds to the electric vehicle charging infrastructure capital improvement project, job number 20770. We also have H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-037, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classification by modifying the class specifications for the fire captain position. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. I'll point out to everyone buried in that consent calendar are grants where we're installing electric charging stations all over Redondo. So as a new owner of electric cars, happy to see that. And if you got an electric car, you might want to look at that item. Which item was that again, Eleanor? Looking, I think it was
The one for H7.
H7. Yeah, so it shows all the locations. It'll be on 6 locations, 6 additional city locations to what we already have. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item H5. Councilmember Nernheim.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions on this. So I got some inquiries a few weeks ago, actually, and I don't ever remember us having a council discussion on converting people who use city parks to contractors. So let's just, I don't see any admin report here on this for contracts, changing people to contractors. What is this discussion all about?
So this item is what are called user pay agreements that we have in place. The city does not, although we have a robust recreation program where there are classes and courses that are offered to the public, for the most part, those are not instructors that are direct city employees. So what we have are these agreements. I don't know that any of them were in effect in the past year due to COVID, but these are private entities that offer recreation classes as listed. There's cooking classes, there's tennis instruction, there's karate instruction, there's golf instruction. Some of these happen at city facilities, some of them happen off-site. Basically, they have a contract with the city where in exchange for us advertising their services and really kind of partnering with them to promote their services, the city collects the registration information, collects the fees, and in exchange, the companies provide the service. They receive 70% of the revenue. We retain 30% of the revenue. And we've had this structure in place for a number of years. A number of cities use the same structure. So as we have our newsletters that come out and as we advertise what recreational programs are offered that people can sign up for, it's through these contracts that those are in place. And the reason they're all lumped together here is that they fall within the contracts under $35,000 that council's purchasing and contracting policy allows us to basically group these together rather than write an individual report for each one. And they're all grouped together under this section of the agenda. We've been doing it this way for a number of years.
So, I mean, all contracts that the city signs gets voted on by the council, correct? It goes in this section.
That's if they're under $35,000 and they're in this category, yes, that's where they would normally go.
Okay. So is it possible for someone to run a service or a group or an event, a group event service without going through becoming and using the city to advertise their services? They would just say, sign up at Wilderness Park. I'm running my own thing. I have to do my own advertising, and I want to do my events, my services at Wilderness Park, or Alta Vista or something, without going through you guys.
Well, it's always a balance between if it's an organized program that's accessing the park and they're reserving the park. For the most part, we would have agreements in place like this. If it's smaller, if it's lesser impact, and Lori can help me out here, I believe there's other rental agreements or rental opportunities that smaller operators could make use of parks. I mean, you don't have to obviously have an agreement in place like this if you're reserving the park for a one-time type use. So Lori, I'm
not talking about a one-time use. I'm talking about a consistent, like if you're running an educational group or you're running a tennis, and I'm going to teach you how to play tennis properly once a week. Things like that.
I am not aware of permits or agreements for smaller programs. I think, as mentioned in the comment, that former Director LaRock was taking a look at different activities taking place in our parks that involved fees. And there is a portion of the municipal code that requires that people or organizations that have activities in parks, and if there are fees involved, require some type of permit, which our understanding could also.
This is not a permit. This is a contract. We're signing them up as contractors now.
Right. I did ask the recreation team about that, and they specifically recall former Director LaRock mentioning that he checked, and even though the municipal code mentions permit, that is also means an agreement. And also, an agreement allows us to make sure that a certain scope of work is followed, that people have insurance, that people have business licenses. So
can't we can ensure they have insurance and scope of work just by doing a license or a permit. We don't have to make them a contractor. I mean, are we doing background checks on everyone?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Okay, so if they're contractors, that opens up a whole other scope of liability versus just a permit. We give you a permit to do something. We're not saying that you're a subcontractor of us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I've been here since 2017. I have never seen one of these contracts come through since 2017. correct?
Yeah, I haven't researched that. If we perhaps had multi-year terms on the prior agreements and perhaps they didn't come due, there's no way that we would have just executed those at a staff level. Those require council action.
Yeah, since we have to wrap the contracts. Yeah, we've had plenty because that goes in the agenda and it's on N5 and it's like 18 contracts. So they're always a huge.
And Eleanor, my question is have we had tennis pros and where have we had people who are using Wilderness Park or the parks as contractors under this before?
Yes.
So
that I don't know.
If I may, where I think this came from, and I don't know, if the amount and what's been done recently, is early in my first term, the council decided to, and these are, I think, classes that are advertised by the city that are in what used to be a written Department of Recreation newsletter. And
that's correct.
And so the problem is that they removed a tennis instructor because of complaints from the public. And the way the city had at the time always structured it, they were de facto employees. And so that's why the city went to a model of them being independent contractors. So if the city doesn't want to offer those services, then the city can get out of the business of having them as independent contractors. But I believe, though I didn't look at this item, I believe that is the model that has continued to this day in terms of making it clear they are independent contractors that are offering this service, and that service people are being made aware of, I imagine, on the city website. So
Right.
just to give some historical perspective, I understand your questions.
Yeah, and then the advertising. What if they just don't want the advertising? They don't want to be part of this program, and that doesn't seem like there's now a way out for people to not use that, to not use our service. That's what I've been getting from a lot of people, emails and questions and comments from people all of a sudden now. So, and I'm not hearing that we are allowing others to use our courts and parks without using this service.
Yeah, that's always been, and I'll turn it over to Lori because it's not my department, but there were always complaints about, well, how does so-and-so get to be the, a preferred person by recreation department, to get to be advertised and in effect an employee back in the day. And then this was, at the time, the IRS was doing audits of a lot of employers, but particularly government employers, because they weren't handling independent contractors in the right day. I think what you're identifying, and I'll shut up soon, is that the bigger issue of should we even be in this business of picking and choosing?
Right, and that's exactly. So I've heard a lot of outcry on this. I'm looking at this. I've never seen this come through. It shouldn't be this difficult. We should be able to give people simple permits so that all other cities do it. I know Kathleen wants to talk about this. I talked with her at great length the last few weeks about this. We need to make things easier for people to go through and do these kinds of things. So I'll yield. I see Councilman Baji has his hand up, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, let me just say, I got several emails recently from residents that were concerned that they're going to lose their tennis coach, that the rates are going up dramatically. And also, I think you're going to hear from Kathleen Giuseco that her costs are going up dramatically. So I don't know what's changed, but what I'm hearing from the residents are that something's changed. And I've seen these come through before. So I'm still trying to figure out what's changed. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I'm also similarly concerned because I received that email as well. And I understand it went up from 15% to 30%. I'm very concerned about the fact that we're choosing winners. Basically, people will have the contracts to the exclusion of others who are losers. And I guess my question would be, where are we on a new community, community engagement director?
Community Services Director, we're in the final stages of the recruitment and selection for that.
All right. So I'd like people to keep their tennis coaches. I'd like people to be able to get green plant education at Wilderness Park through Kathleen's organization, an alternative to South Bay Parkland Conservancy as well. I'd like all these organizations to proliferate, and as many instructors that we can get onto our tennis courts while also leaving them open for non-instructors. We should get on there and not choose winners and losers. So I guess the question is, what are our options here? Is it just to approve these? If we approve these, can we cancel them or renegotiate them at any time?
That can be done, but I believe that the recreation team is currently, or shortly after tonight's approval, will be starting to promotion and taking registration for these particular contractors.
All right. And I guess another concern would be that, are we really abiding by AB5 relative to these folks being independent contractors? I mean, it seems like it, but in California, it's very difficult to have an independent contractor, especially if we're doing the promotion for them and the like. Those are my comments. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I was just going to answer a question that Councilmember Narenheim posed. We have many times, at least in the 6 years I've been here, approved contracts for individuals who are giving classes like this. I've seen it. My kids take tennis lessons through the city and have for many years. I've seen their coach on this list. I will say though, he's there at Anderson Park and he's doing our classes. I'm sure he has liability and a business license and whatnot through us to do those classes, but there are private coaches that are using our courts also to do classes, and they are not within this system, but they're taking up those courts and not allowing regular people to have the ability to play. So if we have one court being used for classes that are approved and run by the city's recreation department, and then we have another one where somebody is using our courts to run a private business, that is not necessarily okay either. Those courts are meant for public use. And so if it's a public class, that is public use. If it's somebody using it for a private scenario, that isn't. And we had similar conversations about this even during the height of the pandemic, where we were starting to allow individuals to sign contracts to be able to use the park space to run classes because their businesses were not able to open up indoors, or they didn't have an outdoor area that they could run stuff. So I'm just curious, if we're going to go down this rabbit hole of a discussion at some point, at what point do people running businesses or having some type of offering services within our parks, where is that gray line between them being able to use public areas to do that, and does that become an issue with liability, or do we continue to run it through a recreation department? We offer services. That's what we do, and so I've taken advantage of those myself, and they go through the recreation department. I guess we can get out of that business to the point that City Attorney Webb made, but that's one of the benefits that a city can bring to its residents. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji, did you mean to still have your hand up?
Mr. Mayor. So can we just maybe continue this discussion for another day where we have these vendors come? Because it occurs to me that probably over the years, what's changed is these vendors' ability to market themselves has increased through Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, you name it. They probably don't need the city to market them as much. I hear Councilmember Horvath and what he's saying, that the people who are not paying this fee are doing it as well. I think, the idea should be we should charge some fee to everybody who's using the public courts for a private purpose, but it shouldn't be so high that that it basically precludes this person who's going to pay the 30% from continuing to teach the courses, or makes it cost prohibitive for the patrons who would be using those services. So it seems like we kind of need to look at the whole system and really analyze with these people present how, what we should do.
Okay, Councilmember, or Joe Hefkin, you got your hand up, City Manager.
Yes, just a couple of comments. Part of the reason that we have these contracts in place is really to help kind of manage the use of the public spaces. To the extent that we are having these trainers and instructors in our public facilities, if we don't regulate them, how are we going to manage who's showing up on which day? And you wind up with kind of not a system in place to control who's there on Mondays, who's there on Tuesdays, who's enrolled in which classes. And also now you have a private use, whether it's nonprofit or for-profit, a public space, and there's no income coming to the city for that. So there's a value in this instruction, but at the same time, this is not happening on private property, it's happening on public property. And we have had in the past excellent relationships with these vendors, other vendors who have been quite pleased to be part of this system. It's a system that a number of cities use. It's not unusual in terms of how cities partner with instructors and recreation providers. So biggest concern that I would have at this point is if we don't have these in place, then we won't be authorized to advertise, to partner with these. There'll be no revenue to the city that we've budgeted for these continuing programs. That's the first thing. And the second thing is if the cities, and that's not our decision tonight, but if we're getting completely out of the business of regulating who's in our parks, it's going to create some conflicts and some chaos. And you wind up with private instructors, for-profit, nonprofit, that are taking over parks and getting in the way of the public's use of the park spaces. So just sort of throw those things out there for your consideration.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Joe. Are prices gone up? I'm hearing of price increases. Has it gone from 10 to 30%? Has it always been 30%? Yeah, I mean, I'll remind everybody, by the way, our city manager used to be director of our recreation and parks, as well as our assistant city manager. So this is definitely in their wheelhouse, but go ahead, Joe.
Sure, it's been the 30-70 split for a number of years. Mike Wazansky, I don't know if you have anything else to add on this.
Yeah, he had his hand up, Joe.
Yeah, I do. We have a long history of this. As Joe pointed out, user pay programs are a model deployed by virtually every Parks and Recreation department I'm aware of. It runs the gamut: cultural programming, recreational programming, senior services. This is typically how an organization like ours with limited staff provide a variety of different programs and services without having to bring employees into the mix. And the 70-30 split to that specific question has been around for a very long time. There was an occasion that I can recall maybe 13, 14 years ago where that split might have been 75%, 25%, but there has been no change to the 70-30 model in the last decade. And again, to Joe's point, this is really about controlling the use of space, balancing it for a variety of activities. It's really the charge of our recreation staff to vet the providers, make sure they're quality, make sure they are performing their services in a safe manner, that they have the right insurance, the right protections in place in their protocols. And it's worked for a very long time. And I would also add, in my experience, we have not usually had difficulty adding vendors to the repertoire. We're not typically squeezing people out. There have been maybe some circumstances where you have a demand for the programs that exceeds the supply of space, and then we have to do some level of RFP or competitive, evaluation, but that's not typical. And I know the group that you're concerned about, or at least have received some concern about at Wilderness Park, that's likely a separate issue. It likely has more to do with whether or not that vendor is interested in being part of a user pay program, wants to rent the space in a different format and provide different services. To Councilmember Obaji's comment, we do have license agreements with different youth sports providers. We have rented, permitted type of operations that we've deployed as well over time. So there are other models. So really my suggestion tonight would be move forward with these vendors and either refer back the issue, and have a more substantive discussion about how this works, and or ask that you refer back this particular issue related to Wilderness Park and see what options we might have for that particular program. We have an educational user pay program, or used to have an educational program, I think called Seeds of Joy, up at Wilderness Park, that would use the community center and provide for some level of education services. I don't know if we're still doing that. Lori, maybe you can speak to that, but there is room at Wilderness certainly for programming of a variety of types and a lot of different partnerships. So I wouldn't foreclose on what we're doing tonight or recommending. I would simply ask that you ask us to bring back additional information about other options for some of these other providers if there are concerns.
Yeah. How do we enforce, if you see somebody out there giving private lessons during a public time, clearly they're being paid and they're using our public facilities. Does someone from our department go out there and question them or give them an application how to apply?
Lori, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to take a stab?
Well, I do. I have seen an example of this happening. We were at Julia Park, and I think it was a gentleman and training two young ladies for soccer. And, basically one of our employees went to talk to that person to explain, how the program works. He didn't choose to sign up, but, it's when we stumble upon or get reports of this activity, but it does happen quite a bit.
Okay. So we do have some sort of, loose enforcement where it's brought to our attention or our staff is out there and happens to notice it. It's not like we have.
Typically, Merritt, it's much like the example that Councilman Horvath provided, where you'll have a series of tennis instructors, and then you might have private instructors that aren't even paying for court use. They might be at Anderson providing instruction, simply using city facility to provide a private business without any acknowledgement from our department or any formal reservation for use of the space. So, and that happens, you'll get exercise providers that'll go out to Veterans Park or different areas, Alta Vista, they'll drop in, they'll provide private instruction. They're there without our knowledge. Potentially, if somebody were to get hurt during that activity, we could very easily be sued in that circumstance. There's no proof of insurance, et cetera. So this user pay and this permitting system, and the reason it's in the municipal code is to ensure that if private business is occurring on city space, we're aware of it, we're receiving proper compensation for the lack of public access, and that there is some protection for liability. So this is a model that's been effective for us. I can certainly understand there being some concerns for individual operators who don't fully understand the way we do business or might have done it slightly differently in other places. And we can look into that and talk about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike.
This has worked for us.
Yeah, let's move along. And I know really the person who wants to speak about this is Kathleen Jasico. But did you want to say a few words first, Niels? Councilmember?
I'll let her speak, and then I'd love to say a few words.
Okay. Go ahead. Let's take public comment. Eleanor.
Okay, so right now I have Jean Mayhew who has raised her hand. So let's.
She looked like she wanted to speak on.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, which item did you want to speak on, Jean?
Well, we're talking about tennis courts, right? And
Sure.
we kept talking about Anderson Park. And I live very close to Anderson Park. So just out of curiosity, with the rezoning with Measure N2, will we get more tennis courts, or is that just a part of the overcrowding that's just going to happen?
Yeah, no, this doesn't really have anything to do with zoning.
No. I mean, I
Other than there will
absolutely
be more
love tennis
people.
as well. And I want my courts to be available to everybody in the community. And since we want to talk about tennis courts first, then let's talk about tennis courts first. Is that going to be a part of the rezoning? Or can we actually move on to what most of us are actually here for and then talk about tennis lessons later?
Okay, well, we're following the agenda we normally follow, and this is a consent calendar.
Oh, sure, but whoever just decided to push these items forward, I just would like to know, is the tennis courts also going to be a part of the overcrowding as a rezoning as a part of Measure N2? Or can we just actually talk about it and introduce the elephant in the room?
We'll be getting to item N2. It's on the agenda. It's coming up, and you'll have every opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Brand, because just like
H5.
you, I love my tennis. So I really, really want to talk about tennis, and I want to talk about how my instructors will continue to be able to teach in my beautiful community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comments on this item, Eleanor?
Yes, we have Kathleen.
Yeah, I just want to say right now that I am representing South Bay Eco Kids Nature Camp, and I just want to say I've been doing camp at the city since 2017. I've always included the city in our insurance policy. We've never partnered with the city, so this idea that the city has in some way advertised for us, that's never happened. We've always been on our own. So I just wanted to make it clear that we have been functioning independently, basically just using the space and renting. I will comment more during public comment time later.
Okay.
Okay.
And then let's see.
Any more public
Jenny-
comment?
Yeah, one more. Jenny Simon.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Simon. I would like to speak in support of the South Bay Eco Kids Camp. I'm a parent of a former camper and a current board member for South Bay Eco Kids Camp. My daughter Nora participated in the camp in 2017 and learned a lot about the local environment and conservation. The venue of Wilderness Park is unique and ideal for the lessons that Kathleen teaches the kids. This camp represents such a unique opportunity for local kids, and Kathleen and her organization offer well-planned and important experiences that benefit the children, their families, and the community. It would be a shame to, at a minimum, lose this opportunity for another year, or for Redondo Beach to cause Kathleen's camp to close or move to a different city. Please work with Kathleen and her organization to ensure Redondo Beach kids access to this wonderful and unique camp experience.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Any more public comments on this item, Eleanor?
No. And
Okay.
we have no e-comments related to H5.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
So, I mean, staff just said it here, perfect. This is not about advertising at all. This is about regulating parks, organizing a system for people to use this, control the space, to vet the permits, or the providers, I should say. And we have not talk about doing any like secret shopping and quality service and quality control service. That's not in our purview. That would start falling under AB5 rules. Make sure they're doing a good job. We're not doing true background checks on anybody. 30% revenue cut for us doing our jobs can be done under a permit system. And if we just issue a permit or a license to use our parks, we can say during this, you have a right to use, whatever Alta Vista, Anderson, veterans for your service between Monday through Friday from 8 to 12, and we can manage it that way. That's the way a permit system can easily work, and you guys can very easily do what you need to do without requiring, because we already said we don't require the advertisement thing. So let's not require the advertising thing. Everything I'm hearing right now is we're forcing people down this path of using the advertising system, which is not what it is about. So I think it's very disingenuous, and I don't want to approve these contracts with these tennis pros tonight. And the reason being is because if we sign this with them tonight and we change our mind at a later date, you know, for everything else that's happening, we've been doing business in the city for all these years. It's not fair to them, and we're changing the way we're doing business, and it's unfair. So it's clearly something that we need to discuss as a council, and we need to discuss this at a later time. We should be discussing this tonight. Look how much time it's taking. So I would make a motion to approve items on H5, items 8 through 13, and not approve items 1 through 7, and to have staff come back at a later date for a discussion on approval of these items and how we deal with the contract services in Redondo Beach. So they can use the current purchase and the way they're doing it.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Wait. Okay. You're making a motion to do both, but I only agree with half of that. So shouldn't those be two different motions? I mean, you're kind of doing two
It's kind of
motions
all
in
wrapped
one.
into one motion. I mean, I understood the motion. You're approving those numbers and.
But then you're not approving the others, and I don't want to not approve others. So
We already approved on consent 8 through 19.
So which date are you thinking about, Nils, to bring it back?
When do we have time to deal with this? Joe, when do we have time to deal with this? Mike?
I mean, you're going to have
a lot coming up in
the next 2 months. I mean, you're
right. So July first.
And June is going to be tough. So the problem with this, if we delay these contracts and we push these to a July discussion, these classes will not happen this summer.
Well, they can just use the old permit system that they've been using for years now.
Well, these individuals here have not been using a permit system. The people you are seeing tonight for recommendation have been user pay class instructors for years, and they've been advertised. They like the brochure program. It's been working for them.
So Mike, let me get this straight. You're telling me every single one of these people here have been using this on a year-over-year basis for the past years, and they're not being forced to use this system. That's what you're
No,
telling me.
I believe, I mean, look, I can't, it's been a while. I'm out of touch to a little bit of a degree, but I look at these names, Bob McKeegan, Mike Baroza, Samurai Action, Todd Cohen. I believe these instructors have been working out of our user pay class program for a long time. Yataya Kim, I don't recognize that name. That might be newer. Britt West has been with us for probably 15 years running programs. Creative Plate, the cooking instruction. Not sure I'm that familiar with that name. Many of these have been added since.
Because I'm getting email after email, probably 6 or 7 emails here, all talking about the same thing, being forced down this path of using this system, this new system that you have, contractor system. And it's a lose-lose scenario I'm getting on all these emails from people. And everyone's being forced down this path. And I'm hearing all these other people as well. So
I guess the question would be, if that's true, if Bob McKeegan's complaining or Todd Cohen's complaining or Mike Baroza's complaining, and they don't want to enter into these agreements, I'm guessing they probably wouldn't be here for recommendation tonight. I can't speak to that. Lori might be able to talk to whether or not they're upset about having to comply with this, but I can tell you several of these names have been operating this way with the department for a very, very long time. That would surprise me. I would suspect there are other instructors who would very much not like for these individuals to have these agreements because that might give them more opportunity for court use. That I could fathom. But I would be surprised if these particular contractors are upset about this arrangement. Lori, have you heard?
Lori, do you have anything to add to this conversation? Have you spoken?
Unfortunately, I just don't have the history of even vendors from last year. So all I will just mirror what Joe and Mike said is if you choose not to approve these agreements, then the community won't have access for these.
Why can't they just simply use the permit system that they've been using for years? All the other people have been using, and the court organizational system we have at Alta Vista Park that it's already in place. Alta Vista Park has the organizational system in place.
Well, we don't, typically
For
though, if
reservations.
somebody rents a court, we're not letting them rent a court to provide private tennis instruction. That's not what we're allowing them to do. We allow the public to rent the court to play, but not to provide a private business. These individuals are advertising time. They set up shop for particular hours during the summer, and they provide instruction to either small classes or individuals. I don't know the specifics, but I suspect these operators are very pleased with what's happening. You may get complaints from others who are not, and that's valid, and that's about prioritization and how do we go about vetting these different firms and who's the best use of our space to provide public instruction. That's a much more low conversation. And look, you can table it. We cannot do this. Just know these summer programs won't occur, and we're likely to have a very, very broad discussion about how we use our public recreational space, both for private instruction as well as general public use.
I mean, you're forcing everyone to go down a certain path, something that's never happened before. We've had permit and licenses in place before. Now all of a sudden we hear this huge complaints. This comes up on the agenda, and it's like,
Councilman, I have to disagree with you there. This has been the program we have used for a very long time. There may be.
Then why am I suddenly getting all these emails?
I can't speak to that. Forward them over. I'd love to see them. I don't know who they're about or which situation they're about. The Wilderness Park situation, clearly separate issue. They've been permitting the space. I don't know the specifics there. That might be working. Perhaps there's a way to continue that. But these individual agreements, these user pay situations are distinct from that.
So let me interrupt and read one of the emails I've received to me. It said, one of the things we love about Alta Vista Park is our ability to use the tennis courts as well as to find top-notch tennis coaching without having to join a private club and without paying exorbitant rates for lessons. But all of that is in jeopardy because of the city's proposal to turn the tennis pros into independent contractors and to charge them 30% of their lessons fee. Our local private clubs charge pros 10 to 20% or a flat fee. If the city decides to move forward with this, then we can say goodbye to quality tennis coaching in Alta Vista Park. This is a lose-lose-lose scenario as the city, the pros, and their students all lose something special. I appreciate your consideration. Best regards, Brian Moody. Lives nearby. So listening to you, Mike, and others, it sounds like he's got a private coach, and he's going to have to get part of this program. I don't know. I can't tell because he doesn't say who his coach is.
Right. That's the key missing piece of information. And look, we can table it and just know that whoever uses McKeegan and Cohen and Samurai Action, Barossa programs don't get started for a while, and that's okay. We can vet this, but this will be a very loaded issue about first come, first serve. How are we competing for opportunity? This is a deep subject that recreation's been managing for a very long time.
But the way we solve is not through a contractor system. Is what you're telling me is we're now going down. And again, this is not about advertising. This is about, again, the conversation now turned to management.
Okay. But it's not a new thing. That's what Mike is trying to say. Yeah. What I tried to say. I think the change was made when Mike was the head of Recreation and Community Services. It's been going on that long. People may have not been compliant.
Even before me, Mike.
Well, it was an employee thing before you, and that was the problem because we got sued over that, and we made the change to independent contractor. And we have, they indemnify us. They meet all our insurance requirements under the contract. I'm saying the council can decide not to do it. Totally understandable. But if you keep repeating that's a new, based on the email, that it's a new requirement, that's just simply not true. That's been a multi-year approach from the Rec and Community Services.
So I would be willing to acquiesce not approving these as long as no new contracts come through, because all I'm getting from the public right now is that the city staff is forcing people to go down this path now, okay? And for them, it's a new thing. So before we start approving new ones and new people, I'll take you, Mike Wazanski, I will take you at your word that these are ones that we used in years past. I'll take you at your word for that. And I hope that's true.
Yeah, I want to caveat it with one thing. I recognize McKeegan's name. I recognize Cohen, Samurai Action. I recognize Baroza as our golf instructor, Britt West. They've been around a long time. I can't speak to a couple of the other ones, but I will tell you what we have to sort through. And it's very possible that during COVID, we've now had people come back to the space and operate in a new way that does not mirror this user pay arrangement that was so entrenched for so long in our community for so many years. The last 18 months, it might have created a bit of a wild, wild west circumstance. And to the mayor's point, perhaps there's a participant out there who's got an arrangement with a private instructor that's working very well for them. And that person doesn't want to participate in the user pay agreement like we did for the preceding 14, 15, 16 years. So things could have shifted, but to Mike's point, this is not new.
Okay, I will change my motion then to approve these contracts and not approve any more new ones coming up until we have a further discussion in July. If that works for you guys in July, I'll do it in August, and probably better than July.
Yeah, either one's fine. Having the new director on board and getting,
Is that good for you, July, or you want to do it in August?
Let's just shoot for late July.
Late July.
Okay, Tuesday in July.
Okay, for late July, regarding this entire user pay permit and contractor service.
Okay, so basically you're approving the item 1 through 7. That was a good point by Councilmember Horvath. We did already approve the other items. So this is really just about 1 through 7, and you're okay with approving it and directing staff to come back with a additional discussion in late July.
Right.
Did I understand?
That is correct.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
I would just make a request that Councilmember Narenheim send all those emails he's getting, so that when we do have this discussion, we can see what they are, and also so that staff can look into it. To the mayor's point of the one he read, it could just be a private individual that's using the courts to run private classes. We have no idea what the scenario is. Like I said, I've seen, individuals do that at Anderson Park. I would assume people could try to do that at Alta Vista Park. And if they are approached by recreation staff, requesting that they get in with our normal program, I can see why, sure, that person's going to still want to make the same amount of money they're charging privately, and they're going to raise their rates to make sure that happens. So that would be my only request.
Okay, that can all come out in a discussion, but I can also respond to some of these emails and ask them who their instructor is, and they're not registered or part of this program. Therein lies the problem. Council member. Okay, well that's it. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I don't remember hearing a second. I guess it's just to approve it and come back in July.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call. Or is any further comments from any people? Kathleen's already spoken. Anyone else want to comment on this item, H5?
I got a Wayne Jepson. There we go. Wayne?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. I just have a question. So it just relates to the percentage charge. So, forgive me, I don't know all the details, but I'll just to hear that if we as a city are going to charge people 30%, clubs, private clubs charge them 10 to 15%. Would it not be in our interest to do the same to make it more attractive to keep them? Because I think the last thing we want to do is lose these services. But it'd be good to retain them if we can, even at a lower percentage. Is that not feasible?
Well, let me see if I understand what's going on here. We already have contracts with providers of coaches for tennis in particular, but soccer and others.
Yeah.
And they have insurance and they're part of the program, so to speak.
Okay.
And these are public facilities. So yes, to use our public facilities, they cut it, kick back some of what they charge. We cannot rent out to all the facilities all the time because these are for the public, but we can do on a limited basis under certain circumstances. So with the understanding that, there's rates but also that some people will come on the courts and try to use them and we're not aware of it. And then there you have it, a private entity doing private lessons without, compensating the city for having for using our courts for free. So, that's why we have a process and we'll be having further discussion in July about it. If you'd like to, come back and listen in and participate.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I explained that correctly. Okay, anyone else, Eleanor?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Ramsey.
Aye.
Okay, next item up is H8, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, Ted, I wanted to bring this up because I wanted people to know exactly what's happening with the new lamppost and lights and where they're actually going to be installed in the pier, International Boardwalk area. Can you give us an idea of when they'll be done as well? Those two, so location and estimated time of completion.
Sure, thank you, Councilman Lowenstein. These lights are actually going to replace all the lights that are on the pier and all the lights on the International Boardwalk. Basically, every light within the waterfront area that has the same fixture, those lights are going to be replaced. Those are dated, and we're going to be replacing them and replacing the luminaires in them for LEDs. We have a variety of voltage systems that are out there. This will have the capacity to run with the various volts. And like I said, we're going to be doing the replacement using city staff. So the item before the council tonight is to actually purchase. We went through the bidding process for the purchase of these lights. And once the council approves them, then we will be working with the manufacturer on the delivery dates, and we'll coordinate the staff time to actually do the replacement.
Okay, and the color scheme will be similar to what we have now, the green, or similar to the railing?
No, there is a color that the council had approved previously. There was a model pole or a sample pole that was placed out there, and I'm sure I'll get corrected. It's the hazelnut color, the brownish color that's there. It's just before you get Tony's on the pier, you'll see that one there. These lights will have the same color scheme that was previously approved by the city council. That's going to become the actual color of the poles.
Okay, great. Okay, so then motion to approve H8, please.
Second.
Okay, are there any public comments on item H8, Eleanor?
So H8, no e-comments, and I don't see any hands raised. So no.
When do you expect to complete the project?
With our staffing, we anticipate a 12-month period, but we're looking at options to accelerate that by having them either work through overtime and or providing assistance with part-time help to help our electricians do the replacement.
Great. Thanks for bringing this forward. Thanks for following up on this. And it's great to see that our city staff is doing it and it's happening because it definitely needs it. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Do you need to read anything here, Eleanor?
Yes, Mayor. Resolution, adopt by 4/5 vote by title only, resolution number CC-2104-036, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, appropriating $200,000 from the Harbor Tideland funds for the pier lighting replacement project. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eleanor. That completes our consent calendar items. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. It's the opportunity for any member of the public to speak about any item that is not already on the agenda. So everybody's got 3 minutes. And Eleanor, are there?
Okay, so we got
non-agenda item.
Yes.
We normally limit this to 30 minutes, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should not be a problem. Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm going to do Kathleen Jago. That's how you say it. Okay. Go ahead.
Kathleen, did you want to speak again? I think you meant to speak.
I do. I have a prepared statement, and I'll speak fast. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathleen Jasico. I am the founder and director of South Bay Eco Kids Nature Camp, a project of Teaching Green, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. For those who don't know, South Bay Eco Kids Camp launched at Wilderness Park in 2017, and we continue to be the only educational nature camp in the South Bay and surrounding areas that teaches kids about the environment. Since the beginning in 2017, we were allowed to use Wilderness Park by simply paying the, quote, $30 fee per session for individuals and organizations who wish to reserve the park, as currently stated on the city's website. That cost us a total of $1,680 for the 4 weeks that we operate each summer, and we were happy to do it. Not year-round, only 4 weeks. But then on February 11th, I was told by Ms. Carrie Diaz at Community Services that before leaving the city, Mr. John LaRock had decided to change how outside organizations do business with the city. This change would increase our fee to the city from a flat $1,680 to 30% of our proceeds, or approximately $9,500 per year. That is an increase of over 450%. This exorbitant new fee would force us to raise our camp rates from $290 a day to $390 a day, effectively making our camp much less accessible to families. It's very important to us to keep our prices low. We do not want to become a camp for privileged children, which is why I have reached out repeatedly to multiple staff members requesting that we be grandfathered in so that we can continue the relationship we have always enjoyed with the city. Unfortunately, we were systematically ignored, so we had no choice but to capitulate to becoming a city contractor. Then just last Friday, after 2 very frustrating months, I was informed by Ms. Diaz that it can take 2 to 3 months and up to 5 months to become a city contractor. This was the first time Ms. Diaz had ever told me this. This would put us at or past our hoped for start date of late June, and effectively means that we cannot hold camp this summer because there's planning and hiring that must be done in the months leading up to camp. So here we are on April 20th with 113 hopeful children signed up. And as things stand right now, we cannot move forward with Summer Camp 2021. Please keep in mind, we had to cancel camp in 2020 due to COVID. So it's been 2 years since kids have been able to participate. My question, are we going to have to cancel camp again because we're caught up in this scheme to lump us in with the tennis instructors and other classes that run year round in the city? Is this how you help a small educational nonprofit organization during a pandemic? I hope not. So I'm respectively asking once again that the city grandfather in the arrangement we have had with the city since 2017 and allow us to rent the space as an educational organization rather than become a city contractor. I urge you to do it for the children just in time for Earth Day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. Next.
Okay. Deepa?
Sorry, we can't really speak about non-agenda items, but we can follow up.
So Deepa.
Deepa Bhargava.
Yeah, I've asked to unmute. He's, okay, so let's go to someone else. Jenny Simon. Hello? Oh.
Hi. I did read my statement before. Did I need to read it again, or?
No, I think, Jenny, we got it. You're on item H5. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
great. Got it. Thanks. Okay, Jesse Kano.
Hi, my name is Jessie Cano. I also want to speak in support of the South Bay Eco Kids. My daughter went to this camp and had an amazing time a few years ago. Environmental stewardship is something that is very important to our family, so we were glad to find a camp in the area that teaches this. As far as I know, it's the only one. And another thing that really sets this camp apart for our family is it's one of the few, frankly, that we can afford in the area. And I really feel that it's important that Redondo continues to have these camps so that it doesn't become something that is for the privileged. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Pam Gibson. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, hi. I just like to echo what has been heard. I am a mother. My son has attended since 2017 the camp, and with many of his friends. And it's wonderful to have them playing outdoors, and he loves it for that reason. And I love it because he is learning about all these important environmental issues. We're on the list of hopefuls for this summer, and we hope that you'll consider the request to be grandfathered in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Wayne Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I wanted to have you guys do a small example. Take your driver's license out of your wallet or your purse or pocket. And what does it say on it? It says Redondo Beach. We live in Redondo Beach. It doesn't say north or south, does it? And I'm speaking out because I'm just seeing some vitriolic information being spread out by one council member, and it's really unfortunate because, for 6 years, nothing's really happened in the city that's been really positive in North Redondo. I've seen Artesia Boulevard stagnate. The groups that you foster and push haven't done anything. And Laura, as you're shaking your head, I know you're getting all wigged up about it, but frankly, all you're doing is just spreading and fomenting divisiveness. We need to work together as a city. For 6 years, I haven't really seen you do much. Right now, the mayor and the council, and including Mr. Horvath, is trying to do things that are positive for the city. You, on the other hand, are next door fulminating anger and spreading false stories just to try to get people to get mad at each other. We live in Redondo Beach. It's a great city. We all like it. We all care about it. Let's make it better. And that starts with you. Start acting like a leader. You upheld an oath to serve the city, the people of Redondo Beach. Not just District 5. Do the best thing for the whole city. Thank you.
Okay. So I have Dawn Thompson. See if she wants to speak on this. Dawn Thompson. Okay. So no. Okay. So we have two on e-comments. So Katera.
Maybe we should go back to if I pronounce his name correct, Mr. Bajwaj. I saw him try to speak. And
okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, I'm getting, hold on one second. There we go.
Hi, this is Deepa Bharadwaj.
Okay, great.
Hi, I'm also I'd like to give my voice in support of South Bay Eco Kids Camp. My son has been attending the camp for the 3 years that it operated, and we very much missed it last summer. We were looking forward to having both my sons do it this year, and I would really like you to consider having them grandfathered into how it used to be before, so they can continue to be affordable and accessible to the communities nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa.
Okay. And then Katera, if you can read the e-comments, please. I think there's one.
We actually have three now.
Oh, three now. Okay.
The first e-comment is from Maggie Healy. When residents bring their concerns to an elected body of representatives, especially concerns regarding the appearance of impropriety and conflict of interest, elected are expected to address the issues, investigate, and/or move forward, not hurl accusations and personal attacks upon the residents who dare to come forward. The First Amendment in our own city charter protect all Redondo Beach residents' rights to participate in our government, whether you agree with our viewpoint or not. When several residents presented facts and concerns about the city partnering with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy at the April 13th meeting, those concerns were not addressed, nor did any of you dispute the facts. Instead, those residents were attacked from the dais by Mayor Brand and council members Obaji, Lowenstein, and Nairnheim. Each of you took turns chastising each of the residents personally. These citizens were trying to shine a light on questionable conduct. They were concerned about the SBPC's lack of financial transparency. The residents were concerned about SBPC's history of raising funds alongside a political action committee and suing the city. The residents were concerned that it was improper for the mayor to ask for city resources that would support his own nonprofit organization in the project. The residents called for a request for proposals or an MOU because that's what our city usually does before taking on a public-private partnership. The residents and even other council members asked why you were rushing this through and not considering this project with all the other budgetary items that have to be prioritized. All of these points, all of these concerns were valid. Public service is a public trust. Mayor Brandon, council members Obaji, Lowenstein, and Narenheim, you violate that trust when you use the dais to assassinate the character of anyone who brings you information that you don't wish to hear. You cannot govern well when you refuse to listen to all residents, even those you disagree with. Your privileged position on the dais demands that you encourage all voices to be heard, not punish residents for speaking up. The next comment is from Campigi. Miss Healy, no, the residents of whom you speak weren't trying to shine light on any impropriety. They, along with you personally, were continuing a smear campaign for what appears to be political purposes. As Councilmember Lowenstein stated last week, he will not sit idly by while anyone from the public spews falsehoods to disparage others. As Mayor Brand read out loud, another resident had called in to imply wrongdoing related to campaign financing while she already had in her possession a letter from the FPPC denying her claim that she again made verbally last week, as if it had not been yet dismissed as having no merit. The mayor read that corresponding FPPC letter into the record, providing the factual information and all. And Councilmember Obaji reminded you personally that as an attorney, you should know better than to continue with such falsehoods, citing the same rhetoric, not in factual evidence. It was further pointed out to you last week that the city is not doing a bid for this work because it's not a contract for hire. It's not a service being paid for by the city for work to implement and maintain a community garden. The city would be providing funding only to facilitate the equipment and tools needed to plant a community garden for the benefit of the public. The South Bay Parkland Conservancy is not being paid for their work or service. They're volunteering to run the program as part of their nonprofit organization's mission and presented a cohesive, thorough, professional program that was well received and has garnered major support from within the community. There's nothing to bid on. No one needs to allow such maliciousness to go unabated, unchecked, or unchallenged, be they constituent or elected official. These were not matters of personal opinion being expressed. They were outright lies as part of a sadly misguided smear campaign of an all-volunteer group doing great work for the city, wanting to partner for one or more community gardens for public benefits. But here you are again, Ms. Healy, continuing with smear tactics. Why you're not personally embarrassed defies logic. And the last e-comment is from Jane Abrams. I'm submitting this e-comment for information purposes. As a 24-year Redondo Beach resident and property owner, I check on the city site for planning department updates. Since 2020 was a year of virtual meetings, it was more challenging for residents to keep track of all the meetings and activity by the commissions and city departments. I decided to look up planning this week and found there is a 30-unit mixed-use project called Catalina Village that is in the planning stages for a 1.2-acre lot, 1T100 to 132 North Catalina Avenue. An environmental impact report is required for this project. Public comments are now being received by the planner. For details on the project, I recommend residents go to redondo.org and look under planning and then check for documents for the project. The real estate development or investment company is Beach City Capital. The website has renderings and complete details, beachcitycapital.com. Watch for this project to go before the Planning Commission by June 2021. And that concludes e-comments. Thank you.
Okay. That's it, Bill, for Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Eleanor. All right. On to our regular meeting. First item is item M1, discussion and possible action directing staff to seek further information regarding state relinquishment of Hawthorne Boulevard, State Route 107 within the boundaries of the city of Redondo Beach from April 13, 2021 City Council meeting. Again, this is a discussion and possible action directing staff to seek further information, not actually do this. So with that, our Public Works Director, Ted Simon, you're going to give us a report.
Thank you, Your Honor. With your permission, I'm going to start sharing the screen and provide this presentation.
Go right ahead.
All right. So yes, again, good evening tonight, Mayor and council members. Tonight we do bring you this item that was continued from last week, seeking direction on initiating the relinquishment process of Hawthorne Boulevard, State Route 107 from the State Department of Transportation, Caltrans. This is an item that we were reached to by both the City of Torrance and Caltrans because they both have interests in the street. Torrance obtained legislative approval for Caltrans to relinquish ownership and control of Hawthorne Boulevard. Its right-of-way within the city of Torrance city limits back in 2008. Certain portions of Hawthorne Boulevard are located within the city of Redondo Beach, and Caltrans requires that Redondo Beach request the relinquishment of Hawthorne Boulevard before addressing the Torrance request. The process includes obtaining legislative approval, which authorizes Caltrans to conduct a relinquishment assessment report. The relinquishment also includes the city to assume ownership and maintenance responsibilities of those portions of the roadway along Hawthorne Boulevard within the city of Redondo Beach. We went through a similar process for Artesia Boulevard back in 2001, and it took approximately 3 years for that process to be completed. At that time, the state paid the city of Redondo Beach $4.7 million to accept the relinquishment of the boulevard. The image on the right side of the screen shows the original boundaries of State Route 107 that went as far north as Inglewood, the city of Inglewood. The image on the left side shows the remaining segment currently under state control as State Route 107, being those portions before you tonight. Cities to the north of us, such as Lawndale and Hawthorne, have already had their portions relinquished to them. Map 2 contains the portion between between Redondo Beach Boulevard and 182nd Street. It is approximately 0.6 miles of the roadway. It includes all of the southbound lanes that are within the city of Redondo Beach and portions of the northbound number 1 lane and some of the left turn pockets. It pretty much splits the street, but the majority of it all the southbound lanes are within the city of Redondo Beach. The landscape median islands are predominantly in the city of Redondo Beach and are currently maintained by our staff under an annual permit that we have to renew from Caltrans. Here just shows the very small segment just north of 190th Street. It's a very odd triangular piece, about 7,500 square feet that would be part of that relinquishment. So if the City Council provides the direction tonight to initiate the relinquishment, the process includes obtaining legislative approval, which directs and authorizes Caltrans to conduct the relinquishment assessment study or report. Relinquishment also includes the city to assume ownership, maintenance responsibilities for those portions of the roadway. Again, no different than what we've done for Artesia Boulevard. Staff would then return to the City Council to approve that letter to the legislator for their approval to direct Caltrans to prepare the relinquishment assessment report. Once completed, staff will return to Council for direction on acceptance of the relinquishment, along with any funds negotiated in the relinquishment process to preserve the boulevard in a state of good repair. There will be multiple opportunities for staff to return to Council for approval or rejection before the relinquishment is considered approved and completed. So tonight, we're basically seeking your direction if you want us to go ahead and be a partner with Torrance in initiating that relinquishment process so the state can actually start that consideration for the relinquishment. I stand by for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Councilmember Obaji.
Ted, just a quick question. Thank you for that great presentation. Are we sure that the line, the city boundary is directly down the middle of Hawthorne, or is it encroach on one of the lanes?
Yeah, it's not exactly down the middle. It includes all of the southbound lanes. In certain portions, it includes the number 1 lane, so the lane adjacent to the median of the curb, or the curb of the median, and then some of the left turn lanes, but it's not consistent throughout. We know exactly where the boundary is, and that, that would not necessarily be altered or modified.
And if there's an accident in that lane that's like half through, half in Hawthorne and half in Redondo, do we know who's going to respond to that or deal with that accident?
In similar situations in the past, we have had both police agencies respond, unless they're definitive in terms of who has within whose jurisdiction it is, and the police officers that respond will then make the assessment of which agency will take lead on that.
All right. So I will move to pursue, direct staff to pursue outreach to legislative representatives, Caltrans, and Torrance to better understand the process, costs, timelines, and possibilities of relinquishment of SR 107 in the city of Redondo Beach.
I second.
Okay, motion and a second. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Ted. It's no small amount of money to maintain 0.6 miles of a large thoroughfare such as this. I know when the state relinquished Artesia, we got, I think you said $4.6 million, but we're going to have paving to deal with. If the Green Line runs through Hawthorne, it could end up being a mess down there. What about liability as well too? PCH for the most part is the state has liability for anything that occurs on maintenance with PCH. Are we now going to be responsible if something happens on our portion of Hawthorne going forward? What I'm trying to figure out, I mean, it's good to be a good neighbor to Torrance, but what do we get out of this for relinquishing control? Because Artesia is obvious. It goes right through our city. It's a main business thoroughfare, and Hawthorne's very important, but a lot of it is just Torrance. So,
correct. And, as far as liability, you're absolutely right. The moment you own it, any potential claims, you could be named in that. Artesia was no different in that sense. Costs, absolutely, that's a component of the negotiations with Caltrans. The biggest benefit is that we don't have to go through Caltrans for any modifications that are necessary or that the city desires to do. So if we needed to modify the landscape medians out there, change any of the lane configurations, add turn lanes or any modifications to the roadway, as you know, those are processes that have taken us years to get through the permitting process at Caltrans. This would obviously be strictly under our control, and we won't have to go through that process at all.
Except that we'll have to go through with Torrance, to work with Torrance on that.
Not necessarily. I mean, unless it's something that may impact their operations, we would not. If it's a corner that's within the city of Redondo Beach or lane dimensions that are strictly in the southbound direction, we do not, because that would lie strictly within the city of Redondo Beach.
Okay. Well, I think that would be good if when you come back for the further presentation to lay out the pluses and minuses of retaining State Road 107 and relinquishment, as well as the cost, because I think that's going to be a big issue going forward, and any impact of the metro running down Hawthorne if that happens. So yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay.
I don't see any other hands up. Any public comment?
Okay, Mayor, let's see. We have 2 from last time e-comments. So we have no Zoom. So Katira's going to read those 2 since they were brought forward with the staff information. So we'll do it now. Go ahead, Katira.
Okay, the first one is from Nikki Negretti Mitchell. I support our city taking jurisdiction of our portions of Hawthorne Boulevard if that's what is on the table. We need to keep the best interest of our city as the priority, which means not allowing neighboring cities to set the ground rules for our future when they clearly indicate they prefer to engage in practices that undermine Redondo Beach private homeowners. I also support if the city learns through research that the best interests of its citizens lies in keeping State Route 107 designation as is, that decision be made. In other words, whatever works best for our goal in utilizing Hawthorne Boulevard as our alternative for the Metro Green Sea Line, please make that our priority. The next comment is from Michael Garland. I support the city seeking information on the state relinquishment of Hawthorne Boulevard. Please include in the study how the relinquishment would affect the building of the Green Line extension on Hawthorne Boulevard. Specifically, would the city of Torrance be able to prevent the extension from being built on Hawthorne Boulevard and force it to be NSF right-of-way? And that concludes e-comments.
Okay. Ted, City of Torrance already has control, is that correct? Did I understand?
They do not. Actually, Caltrans is telling the city of Torrance that they cannot go through that relinquishment process and have these 2 islands remain. With all the other cities north of us have already gone through that relinquishment, they as Caltrans would not want to relinquish the majority of the balance and maintain these 2 islands. It becomes a bigger liability for them from a maintenance perspective. And I could honestly see us being forgotten by Caltrans if those two remnants were to remain.
To the last e-comment, could, if Metro decides to run the green line down Hawthorne Boulevard, would it require Torrance's okay?
It would not unless there are modifications on their portion of the roadway. The majority of the median islands today are actually within the city of Redondo Beach. And so long as it's occurring within the city of Redondo Beach with no impacts besides traffic control to the city of Torrance, they would not be able to prevent that.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Hey, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so what if we were to redraw the boundaries so that Torrance just takes over? I mean, what great benefit is it for us to, like at the 190th location, we just redraw the boundaries to the sidewalk, and then the other areas to the sidewalks? I mean, why would we want to assume the cost and the liability and just let another city deal with it? I mean,
I'm not sure that would be something that they would agree for. The reason I would say I would not recommend to do so is we have full control over access into and out of our properties. If that gets relinquished to another city, we may be limited on, or require us to go through permits from them just to be able to put in curb cuts or modifications to those access points to property that's within our city.
okay, that makes sense. Okay. And what's the expected increase in cost long-term to repaving and signalization and maintenance to this portion of Hawthorne? Because that's a heavily used portion of road. Torrance repaves their road easily every 10 years or so. How are we expecting that in the maintenance, in the costs on that?
I don't have the exact cost potential for that. It's a smaller amount, let's say. It would be no different than any of our other boulevards, such as Artesia or 190th. I can tell you that the section that's out there is quite thick and very beefed up because of the truck traffic that it can accommodate, just because of the sinkhole that occurred about a year and a half ago or so. So that would be incorporated into the roadway system repaving that we do. Currently, all of Hawthorne, south of Redondo Beach Boulevard to PCH, is under the state's jurisdiction. So any resurfacing that occurs gets done by them and not by the city of Torrance or by Redondo Beach. And again, the state of good repair and maintenance of that could be a component of the negotiations initially, but once we accept that, obviously it's going to become at our cost for any future improvements. I do know that Caltrans has been doing a grind and overlay repavement. They have been doing ramp upgrades at the corners, and we'll see whatever is left and make sure that those are integrated into the state of good repair negotiations with Caltrans.
Okay, that's fine. That's all the questions I've got. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further public comment. No further public comment, Eleanor.
Nope.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. You have to read anything, correct, Eleanor?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted, for the report. Next up is item P2. This is discussion and possible action to approve letter supporting Assembly Bill 1258 regarding subjecting the regional housing needs and the final housing need plan to judicial review. Joe, did you want to speak to this?
This was an item where Brandy did the work. So Brandy, if you could.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Brandy Forbes, Director of Community Development. For this particular item, we're bringing it before you because the City Council had adopted a resolution last month about moving forward with initiatives that are going to further emphasize local controls, especially on land use and housing. Several of the housing bills proposed over the last few years have preempted local regulations. As well, the regional housing needs allocation overall number issued by HCD and the methodology that was issued by the Southern California Association of Government have created significant challenges to municipalities, a lot of times requiring upzoning to meet these needs. And we're going to have a discussion on that for ourselves. But just the current law actually requires that local governments prepare and adopt a general plan housing element, part of which has this regional housing needs assessment or the RENA number. And HCD determines the overall amount. The Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, actually determines the methodology, but there's no legal ability for legal challenge. That was actually taken out of the state law in 2004. It took out the judicial review of the regional housing needs plans. And what AB 1258 or Assembly Bill 1258 does is it would reinstate the previous provisions for judicial review for challenges to HCD's final housing needs determination, or the overall amount, and also judicial review of the Regional Council of Governments, in our case SCAG, final regional housing needs plan, the methodology. So what this would do is allow for municipalities to challenge the methodology and have independent review and analysis in the courts. There is an uncertainty of whether or not this would be effective for the current sixth cycle, because it says that the statutory changes enacted after the date the department issued the final determination, which the department is HCD and the final determination is the number, shall not be a basis for a revision of the final determination. So just not certain if this particular bill as proposed would be applicable for challenging the sixth cycle RENA. But that being said, this is something that would, give back a little bit of local control and the ability to have that judicial review of HCD and the Council of Governments determinations when it comes to RENA. So because that we had that adopted the resolution last month that really strengthens that local authority, or wanting to pursue actions that strengthen local authority, I thought it was that this fell under that as far as supporting the AB 1258. And so that there's a letter of expressing support for AB 1258 that was in the administrative report for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. I certainly support it. Yeah, what's going on in Sacramento is exactly this. They're coming back with these huge housing community development, huge RENA assessments, which are forcing us to have to upzone our towns along with many other communities. In fact, all communities. So that's what we're talking about tonight. We wouldn't be doing this if not for the state actions. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the letter supporting Assembly Bill 1258.
Second.
Great. Second. So there's a motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Obaji. Anything else, Christian?
Nope.
Councilmember MD.
I was going to do the same. Ready to go.
Any public comment?
I see no hands raised on the Zoom, but we do have an e-comment. So Katera, if you can please read.
The e-comment is from Daniel Elder. AB 1258 will allow for desperately needed judicial review and analysis of the RENA allocation process. The distribution doesn't appear to be equitable and often unfairly punishes cities that have already greatly increased housing density while rewarding cities that have successfully implemented policies that limit additional housing. We need more opportunities for oversight and review of this process to ensure it's fair and transparent. And that's it.
I do have, I don't know, I have an e-comment from Jim Light, or not e-comment, excuse me, the Zoom, he raised his hand.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. There you go. You're on, Jim.
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you, Council. I support the last statement, and I support signing off on this letter. I recently found a SCAG report that showed the residential mix of residential zones in the different cities, and Redondo is the only city of the beach cities that has more mixed use or mixed residential development, multifamily zone residential development more than their single family dwellings. In fact, 65% of our, according to SCAG, our housing mix is 65% multifamily and only 35% single family. The closest city to that is Hermosa, that has 59% single family and 41% multifamily. We've seen in the GPAC the amount of workers in Redondo who commute out of the city every day. It's 92.5% of working Redondo residents. Over 30,000 car trips generated from that. So we have a workforce jobs imbalance. We don't have a lack of housing for workforce. So I wholeheartedly support this letter and hope the city continues to push back, because this RENA allocation is a joke. El Segundo, that has the biggest job center for our type of workers in the South Bay, has a RENA number that's much less, and they have more land that they could convert to multifamily high density dwellings, and they got less RENA allocation. So the process is flawed, and it does not consider the impacts on the community. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Mayor.
Yeah, I just point out, not only as an assembly member authored this bill to allow legislative challenges, but that many other cities have appealed these RENA numbers, 49 in the SCAG region to be exact, and only 2 were accepted for very, very minor changes. So these RENA numbers coming down from the state, specifically Governor Newsom, Senator Tony Atkins, who's Senate Pro Tem, along with Senator Scott Wiener, are pushing these and forcing all these cities for huge upzonings. And while you'll hear that we have a new RENA number of about 2,500, some other cities got it much worse. For instance, Newport Beach has 5,000 now of additional. Santa Monica has 9,000 of additional. And Costa Mesa has 11,000 of additional. So yeah, we're not alone, and there's big pushback now coming from the cities. So anyway, there's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Do you need to read that, Eleanor?
No, nothing to read, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Next item is P3. P3, excuse me, is a constitutional amendment authored by State Assembly member, our own State Assembly member, Almer Tsuchi, co-authored by Senator Glazier up in the Bay Area. Brandy, did you want to touch about this briefly?
Yes. So again, Redondo Beach has historically opposed housing bills that are detrimental to Redondo Beach, specifically those that preempt local controls, local controls, especially regarding land use. And what this constitutional amendment does is it really gives that power back to municipalities and very much for charter cities, which Redondo Beach is. So despite, the land use policies and zoning that we've been putting into place, so many bills have been overriding that. And what this constitutional amendment, if it were to be approved, would provide so that those ordinances that we put into place would have the power over our land use and our housing.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy. I'll add on to that. It's a long story for me. We started this 3 years ago with me and Councilmember Narenheimer in Sacramento, meeting with Senator Allen and Senator Scott Wiener. And it was quite clear that he was on a mission to basically strip communities of their local control over housing and land use. The belief really and the overriding theme in Sacramento right now is that it's local communities' fault why we have a housing shortage in California. Most communities would argue it's not so much a shortage as it is an affordability crisis. So as I said, many communities are pushing back. There's a statewide group now called the California Alliance of Local Electeds. I meet with them every Sunday, 4 o'clock. I've been meeting well over a year. We have state assembly members, state senators on every week usually, and trying to convince them to back off from trying to take over our communities. But they're, listening, but they're basically not changing their minds. And it really became quite clear to me after listening to Scott Wiener. At the time, it was SB 828, which ended up passing, which lopped on all these extra arena allocations, which we're faced with in the very next item. Is the root of that is SB 828. And the movement you see going on in Sacramento, headed by Governor Newsom, Senate Pro Tem Tony Atkins, and State Senator Scott Wiener from the San Francisco Bay Area. So it was clear to me right away that the only thing that was going to maintain our local control over zoning, land use, and development was to amend the state constitution and make zoning and land use municipal affairs. Every bill that you see come across now says this is of state interest. Well, if the residents of California vote to put in or get an initiative on the ballot and they vote to approve it, well, then what we're going through right now will basically cease, and that control will go back to local communities. I never thought a legislator would actually take up my initiative and basically introduce it as a bill, and then it would be co-authored by a Bay Area senator. So here we are. And the legislature can actually just vote to put something on the ballot, which they do often. If they don't get a majority vote, then obviously it requires signature gathering and a citizen-led approach, which is probably where this is going. But kudos to our own state assembly member, Al Maritsucci, for taking this up. He's really sticking his neck out, as is Senator Glazier. I would encourage anyone who's upset about these allocations and the forcing of us to upzone our city to contact State Senator Ben Allen. And he's our state senator, and ask him to support ACA 7. He's very well versed on what it is. And he's really, tough, faced with a tough situation, because Santa Monica's in his district. Many other cities that are getting hammered with these new arena allocations are really pushing back. And I was listening to a neighborhood meeting with Senator Allen in Santa Monica, and they're hearing the same thing. So the more we speak with our state senator, Senator Allen is very influential in the Senate. The more pressure we put on. I'll also mention Torrance Councilmember Mike Griffiths has formed a group that has gotten, I think, over 60 cities around California. This is not just about Redondo Beach, to sign on to a resolution opposing all these housing bills coming down. So the momentum is building from the local communities, and it really is a grassroots effort. So I hope everyone who's angry about these upzonings that are being required of us will take the time to send an email to Ben Allen asking him to support ACA 7. ACA stands for Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 7. And also send an email to our state assembly member, Al Maritsucci, thanking him for sticking his neck out, because it's really, I've learned a lot about how Sacramento works. And it kind of goes back to the Willie Brown days, where, it's very centralized control in Sacramento at the legislature. And right now it's being controlled by Tony Atkins, who's a Senate Pro Tem. We had Robert Hertzberg from the Valley, who's a very powerful state senator. He's a majority leader. And on the call, he said three times, he said, Tony Atkins is my boss, which really sent a message to everybody that, it all starts at the top. Governor Newsom, Tony Atkins, and Scott Wiener. So I could go on and on. I don't want to. I think everybody's going to support this. It's going to continue. You're going to hear more about it. And hopefully it shows up on your ballot in November 2022, and we can take back control of our local zoning and development, and not leave it up to this centralized planning from Sacramento, where they're taking these broad strokes across the entire state and treating all cities the same, which is, obviously folly, but that's where it's at. So with that, I'll take any comments and see anybody get their hand up. Yeah, Councilmember Obaji.
I just want to reiterate what you said, Mr. Mayor, that everybody should I know folks like to chime in on next door and the like, but the real meaningful writing occurs when you write to our state senator and our assembly members. So you can send a thank you to Al Marisucci because he's been strong in anti-density. We are all against this new density, but we also got to push Senator Ben Allen onto the right side of this issue, and he needs to hear it from everybody. All right, so I'd make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
We might want to change a little bit of the wording. I'd like to go through it more specifically, if I could have that flexibility.
Is it?
So, you want to?
Not a major change, just small changes. Just the general tone is the same. Anyway,
amend your motion is to basically say an allowance for minor changes to the.
Yes. Adopt the resolution subject to any amendments made by the mayor to reflect the appropriate tone and language of the city.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
A motion by
Sorry,
Councilman Baji, and seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. So everybody knows what I'm talking about specifically. SB 9 is being heard, and that will convert single-family lots, allow owners to split their lots, and then each lot can have an ADU and a junior ADU. So what is a single-family home lot will become 6 on a lot. And that's very attractive to investor groups. And so what you're seeing now, honestly, is investor groups outbidding what would be your new neighbor. You're not going to get a new neighbor. You're going to get an investor group, and they're going to break up the lot and build multiple units. And there goes your single family zoning in the entire state of California. So, Councilmember Narenheit.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, along with that one trip, we took many other trips dealing with housing issues. In fact, we went to a conference one time in Sacramento where Senator Wiener was speaking amongst some others. And they were quite blatant about how they just wanted to tear up the environmental impact review process for anything to do with deals with housing, and just say, if you've zoned for it, there's no impact to the environment for housing. So why should we have an EIR review? And they said, and then they turned around and specifically pointed at, hey, good on them for the stadium that was just built in Inglewood. It says we just passed a law that exempted the stadium in Inglewood. So they're going after the environmental review process. They're going after every single little piece of the pie, trying to force us down to the micro zoning level to where to zone, how to zone. And one of the conversations that really stuck out to me about when we were talking to Senator Wiener and his aide was when we pointed out the tragic use of mixed zoning used in South Redondo and in Torrance on PV Boulevard, about how the commercial all fails and how the few commercial units that are there that are empty, the people that live in those units or work in those units, that work there don't live in Redondo. And how we just got rid of 50,000 square feet of commercial space, paved it over with residential, and now we have commuters commuting out of Redondo, and now we are importing commuters from other cities from far away to come to work to Redondo. So we're driving that traffic imbalance in South Redondo because of this absurd idea that we're trying to use mixed use and other methodologies of state sanctioned or state central planning, essentially what it comes down to. So this is going to be a really, really, really big ballot measure if it gets on there. Good luck to everyone involved on this. I know I'll be following it, and as we'll see from later discussion tonight, the state is micromanaging what we're doing with our zoning, and it's not good moving forward at all. So we need this, stop playing whack-a-mole, and needs exactly like this. So thank you, Mayor Brand, for spearheading this. I know you spent a lot of time in the last few years trying to get this together and spoke with a lot of people, and it's definitely worth the work. So I know my community meeting when we talked about this last weekend, that was the answer everyone talked about, stopping the state from doing this.
One of the questions I have too is the constitutionality of ACA 7 that has come up, and maybe I asked the City Attorney Mike Webb if he's on, if he would have the ability to assess whether this ACA 7 is constitutional, if he thinks it's worth the time given our opposition to all this, and, what we're having to go through. So, Mike, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, certainly. I would think it's worth the time.
Okay.
I'll await council direction to do so, but I think it's like the previous bills that council had me direct to do research on the letters, and the bill that sought to give councils the ability to pass housing over a charter amendment that specifically prohibited, that would be unconstitutional. I have not looked at ACA 7 from a legal point of view, but I'd welcome council direction to do so, and I'll write a memo to you or return at a council meeting, whatever your preference is.
Oh, that'd be great. You want to amend your motion then, Councilmember Obaji, to direct the city attorney to investigate this?
Sure. Direct the city attorney to amend the motion to also direct the city attorney to investigate challenges to the state driving our density up.
Well, the constitutionality of this specific ACA 7, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. And the constitutionality, I guess, of ACA 7.
What you said before would be a book.
Yeah, so it would be.
I was going to refer that later, but yeah.
It would be helpful to be able to get it during the next 4 years, to just, at least initially focus on the constitutionality of ACA 7.
Yeah.
And we may touch on part of it during the next item.
Is
so amended.
Is the seconder okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Any public comments, owner?
So let's see, nobody for P3 has raised their hand, and then we have no comments.
Okay, great. So there's a motion and a second. The roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. So
Mayor, I need to read the resolution. So adopt by title only resolution number CC-2104-038, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, expressing support for Assembly Constitutional Amendment 7 Marisucci to provide a city ordinance or regulation enacted under the city charter that regulates the zoning or use of land within the boundaries of the city to prevail over conflicting general laws with specified exemptions. Thank you, Mayor.
okay. Thank you, owner. Our next item N2 is the result of what's coming from Sacramento, which we're pushing back on, and we're going to have an administrative report, but I know a lot of people are waiting to speak. So I was going to ask if the council is okay with letting those who want to speak now, you only get to speak once, but those who wanted to speak now, go ahead and speak, or wait until the administrative report, which is going to be a lengthy report. So we're already 2 hours into the council meeting, so some people might want to go ahead and speak now before the report and get on with their night, or go ahead and wait for the report. So the council okay with asking anybody who's waiting to speak on this item to go ahead and speak now before the lengthy administrative report? I mean, they don't have to, but you do only get to speak once. So any objections from offering that up? It's not usual, but we certainly can allow people, given that it's a lengthy administrative report. So
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. See any objections? So before we start off with the administrative report, why don't we see if anybody who's lined up to speak would like to speak before the administrative report? I mean, I'll ask Brandy. Brandy, how long do you think your administrative report is going to take?
Our presentation will be around an hour.
Yeah, so there you go. So why don't we give whoever wants to speak now on this item, knowing that you only get to speak once, to go ahead and we'll go through the list. And if you want to wait, yeah, you can wait and still be allowed to speak. So is there anyone?
And just to clarify, they'll be able to speak again on May 4th when we bring back this item again, right?
Correct. We're going to have at least 2 more meetings, maybe 3, maybe 4. So this is not going to be your first crack.
Your only
yeah,
crack, right?
and you can also speak and then come back later. It's recorded and look at the administrative report. But it'd be nice to give people the option to go ahead and speak now. So why don't we see if anybody would like to, because I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people wanting to speak. So if you'd like to speak now before the report, go ahead and raise your hand. And if not, we'll go ahead and get started with the administrative report.
And if you're on a phone, you can use *9 to raise your hand. Okay.
We give it a minute here.
Just to clarify, it's item N2 because they may not.
N2.
One was carried. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on item N2. This is about arena numbers and the general plan.
We also have 4E comments. If you want to start those 2 first, it's up to you.
Well, we'll just wait for that since,
okay.
If anybody wants to speak, I'm not seeing anybody take the opportunity. So, yeah, with that, I guess we'll just get started. So this item basically titled Discussion on Possible Action on the General Plan Advisory Committee Recommended Land Use. So unless any hands come up, Eleanor, we'll get started.
Okay.
So no hands up, Eleanor?
No hands up.
Okay. All right. Well, then go ahead, Brandy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As a reminder, as was mentioned, this is the first of multiple meetings that the City Council has scheduled to discuss the recommended land use plan and map. We do expect much of tonight's discussion to be the presentation. And the presentation is going to be provided by the city's consultant with PlaceWorks. We have Wendy Novak, and then also for support, we have Hallie Grundy from PlaceWorks. We also have our housing consultant, Veronica Tam, and then as well, myself and Sean Scully, our planning manager, are available for questions and to provide any additional input on different items. So the presentation will be all of the land use recommendations, not just the housing. I know some people are really wanting to delve into that conversation. So I just ask you to be patient through listening to all the recommendations from because we do have to move forward with the whole land plan and not just what we're looking at for housing. But if there's any, at any point you're something that we're explaining isn't clear, feel free to ask the questions at that point. We do have the Planning Commission recommendations. We included those as a blue folder item. We would have liked to have gotten them in sooner. However, that meeting was last Thursday into Friday morning. So we got those to you in the blue folder item, and we'll discuss those a little bit tonight. And really, this is to get you the information, start to ask a little bit of questions, and then when we come back, I think on the May 4th meeting, and it's up to you if you want to, how much you want to delve into it tonight. But I don't think that the final decisions are happening tonight. It's just the introduction of what we're discussing, and we'll be really delving into different options at the future meetings. So with
just to clarify, Brandy, I just wanted to say yes, that's exactly right. We're going to hear your presentation. You'll hear from the public. We'll have some questions, and we'll just continue to the next meeting. There's certainly decisions
great. Made. Great. Thank you very much, Mayor. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Wendy Novak.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. It is a true privilege to be here this evening. It has taken 4 years to get to this point with an incredible amount of work by the advisory committee, by the community, and by staff. And so I would like to start and share our PowerPoint show with you, the overview. All right, are we seeing the screen? So the purpose of tonight's meeting, as we've just discussed, is to provide the overview of the recommended changes to the draft land use plan. We will give you a quick briefing on some of those, what a general plan is about, what its intent is, what the process was to get here, and a review of some of the issues that the advisory committee and community had to take into consideration as they were deliberating and deciding on their recommendations. We will also provide highlights of some of the recent changes in the state housing laws, which we've heard in the prior two items. So we will talk about a little bit more how that shaped the recommendations in the map as well. The advisory committee was an integral part of this whole process. 4 years ago when this started, I can remember the importance that the council placed on this group. There were 5 members from each district, 2 were selected at large. There were 22 meetings held over the past 4 years. So if you put all the time together that the advisory committee attended meetings, which also went very late in the evening, and took time to prep and come to community workshops, each one of those members probably spent about 200 hours each. And you can see the timeline of how often and frequently we had meetings on the bottom. The role of the GPAC and the charge, is based upon the council's direction, was a group that would help to interpret and listen to what the community had to say and talk about and debate the issues, learn some of the planning issues that we're facing, and then really come to some of those recommendations that are being presented to you tonight and were also presented to the Planning Commission last week. The GPAC was not a decision-making body, and they're not a substitute for the hearing process. So we are in that spot right now, getting to the hearing with you all. This truly was a collective effort. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge all of the members that were a part of the GPAC. This is a very, very dedicated group. They put a significant investment of their time into the discussions. And, you know, when we started, there are a lot of folks on here that have very different positions on different issues. And what was wonderful about this group is that over the course of the 22 meetings, there was a lot of deliberations and, you know, a lot of spirited conversations, but the group really came together and really focused on the interests, and maybe didn't agree. Everybody didn't agree with all of the recommendations that were put forth, but the group felt that the recommendations that you are hearing were the best of the options that were available to them at the time. So we wanted to say thank you very much. And in the 20 years that I've been doing community engagement and outreach, this group really came a long way from when they started to that recommendation. It's something that they should be proud of the time that they put in. So talking a little bit about what is a general plan, what's the purpose, and what does it do? You guys are very familiar. It's that blueprint for how the city evolves over time. It's where the growth occurs. It's where amenities go. It's how the traffic circulates. And it's really that guidance document that gives you goals and policies for your future direction. There are 8 required general plan elements: land use, housing, circulation, the newest one, which is environmental justice, conservation, open space, noise, and safety. As part of the charge this time around, all of the elements were being updated except the circulation element. We should also note that because we are talking about the overall land use plan, the housing element is also being updated, but has a very different deadline than the rest of the general plan elements. Because of the requirements from HCD, or the State Department of Housing and Community Development, the housing element is required to be adopted by October 15th of 2021 if you want to stay on the 8-year cycle. I believe right now the city is on a 4-year review cycle, so that if you are able to adopt your housing element by October 15th, then you will be on an 8-year cycle. So you'll be able to wait a little bit longer to have this conversation again. But it does have a timeline that is in advance of all of the other elements. And land use and housing are obviously intertwined. So that's why we're bringing both of these forward to you right now. The general plan, as I mentioned, contains maps, goals, policies, and implementation action items. So those are the next steps of how the community can start to either allocate resources, look at staffing, to identify which things to follow up on and what the time frame of those things should be. It is not zoning, it is not development standards, so it does not contain things like building heights, setbacks, parking requirements, the real details that come into site planning. It is not design guidelines, and it is also not a guarantee of a project approval. So because we are showing certain land uses of what the future should be in Redondo, it is each individual project needs to be submitted and reviewed under its own merits and address all of the issues such as site design, traffic issues, school fees, those sorts of things. So why update the general plan? Back in 2017, the charge from council was really a focus on revisiting the mixed use areas. That was a big discussion at the time, where those should apply, what they look like, what it means to be mixed use. Looking at the city's open space needs and allocation, we heard that a little bit earlier today. And then rethinking some of the commercial corridors, including Artesia Boulevard, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. There was also a need to make sure that the city's general plan has been updated with legislative changes related to housing, environmental justice, which is new, the new climate adaptation and resiliency, greenhouse gas reduction, and then also there are new requirements for complete streets that need to be integrated into the plan. To date, in the past 4 years, it hasn't just been the land plan that the group has been working on. As a refresher, the general plan vision was drafted and reviewed by council, as well as the guiding principles, which address things like community character and livability, economic prosperity and sustainability, and health and vitality. The group also reviewed and council also adopted the ACAP, which is the Artesia Aviation Corridors Area Plan, which contains a lot of the implementation action type items to study parking, the use of different businesses, how to revitalize the corridor, looking at aesthetics from landscaping to signage and some other ideas. So you guys are familiar with that. Market studies were conducted to help inform the land use plan and discussion, so we could see how Redondo compares to other cities and things to keep in mind when we're planning for land use. In addition, the city prepared and adopted an LHMP, a local hazard mitigation plan, and that was part of the safety element update, which was prompted by the housing element update, all these new requirements. And that has helped the city gain access to additional FEMA funds in the event of a disaster. So we've provided some certainty there as well. There has been quite a number of outreach events, either be it online, in person, community workshops, pop-ups, GPAC meetings, and then presentations at State of the City, and then of course, meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee. The most recent event was a community workshop, which we held virtually 2 weeks ago, and it had 165 folks participating or signed up. And then we created a digital map that we'll share with you later when I go through each one of the focus areas on Social Pinpoint, and we received almost 350 comments in 4 days, which was the time frame we needed to collect to be able to share it with Planning Commission. So we had quite a lot of activity, which was an important goal for us because I know in the very beginning that was one of the council's key directives, was to make sure the community was involved. And so we saw a strong response to the online tools. People also sent in comments to planredondo.org, and we have the project website as well. So if people want to try to find this map in the comments, they can do that while we're doing the presentation on the city's website. So the future planning considerations, what kinds of things does the city need to keep in mind at the outset of even just deliberating these uses? What matters? And so in addition to the direction that the city council gave about the things that we needed to focus on, there were also 5 main topics that kind of rose to the top after we did the market analysis and we're looking at some of the housing issues. And that was population growth, the aging population of Redondo Beach and the loss of the working age resident, housing affordability, which we heard the mayor mention earlier, changes in the retail environment, which we are still experiencing and trying to navigate amid a pandemic, and then availability of jobs in the city. Some of the key kind of numbers that came from the studies were the number of people that the city is anticipated to grow in the next 20 years is about 3,000 people a year. That's just the natural growth. So it was anticipated that it would be about 71, almost 72,000 people by 2040. And so if we're gaining new people, there's a need for new housing. So when we're looking at the number of new units needed per year to meet that population growth, you're looking at about a total of 1,200 units, and that's about 64 new units a year. Now, getting to the affordability comment, for a person that is making $100,000, just over $100,000 a year, and assuming that they can make a 20% down payment, they can only afford 1.2% of the houses in Redondo Beach. So when you're talking about keeping people in the city and affordability, you've got jobs, but then it's what kind of jobs and where can they afford to live? And so that is a segue into the next percent number, which you heard earlier tonight as well, which is the number of working residents that leave Redondo, which is 92.5%, which is extremely high. So let's delve into the new state laws affecting housing a little bit. The first one is SB 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act. And it essentially says that cities cannot have a net loss in housing capacity compared to the number of units that they were showing in their general plan as of January 1st, 2018. So when we're looking at that, if you are lower, you've got to find other places to replace those units. So what that meant, and this is a preview of kind of moving forward, and the challenges that the GPAC faced, was that they had come to an agreement or some discussion on this revised land use plan or a recommended land use plan. And SB 330 was then adopted. And when we went back to look at it, the original plan that was created by the GPAC reduced the city's total number of units by, it could be anywhere between 1,600 to 1,800 units. And that's because in central PCH, there were two options of what could be pursued there. So from the get-go, we already had to replace those 1,600 to 1,800 units after SB 330 was passed. And that was part of the reason we went to GPAC for the revised recommendations. The second and third are SB 166 and AB 72. And SB 166 says that if you identify sites and they are developed at the lesser number of units that have been identified in the housing element, then the city needs to identify replacement sites or make more sites available through rezoning. And so, for instance, when you're looking for the replacement sites, you also have to make sure that happens within 6 months. So it's not a long time frame. You have to identify and change that right away. And so an example of this would be kind of like the Galleria. There were, and I think it may be a number upwards of 600 units, but 300 were approved. So staff had to make special findings that the rest of the housing allocation within the city would accommodate the reduction of units that were approved at the Galleria. And Sean and Brandy can talk more about that if needed. So the other thing that the state is suggesting is that when we are looking at identifying units and spaces for units, that we plan for 20% more units than are required by RENA. And that is to provide a buffer so that if you do have instances where some sites are approved with lesser units than what was originally identified, that you have kind of an opportunity to balance that out in some of these other areas without having to go back and do land use changes. That could take quite some time. The other AB 72 is just a really reinforces the importance that HCD is putting on housing, which says if you aren't getting a certified housing element or if you aren't meeting these requirements, they could revoke your certification and then refer cities to the Attorney General to enforce. So we're seeing that increased scrutiny on housing for all cities. So how does RENA apply in Redondo Beach? So the Regional Housing Needs Assessment really looks at how the population growth is outpacing housing production. And so as a requirement of state law, the process has identified the need for a certain number of housing units within California, and then regionally it's divided up. And so SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, has determined what everybody's RENA should be. And then each jurisdiction is required to provide that RENA. And as alluded to earlier, the city's RENA is almost 2,500 units. So with RENA requirements and the housing element, what happens is that the housing element must demonstrate that the city has adequate capacity to build the number of units that are identified in RENA for the various income levels. So it's not just units. We'll also talk about in a little bit a certain number of units per income level. And so it doesn't obligate anybody to build the units. It doesn't obligate a property owner to sell their property if there is a different use on the property at this time and they don't want to transition it to residential. They don't have to. All it does is within certain criteria that Veronica Tam is on with us as well, and she's the expert in the housing arena. It just demonstrates with the certain criteria that you have the capacity to accommodate those 2,400 units should you want to. And so there are more detailed questions delving into the housing element in the FAQ on the city's website. So if people want to look there, we get into the detail that we can't get into tonight there. Now, not every site will qualify for RENA. We have to show that the sites have potential for near-term development. So that means it's usually vacant and underutilized sites, which we know Redondo is pretty much built out. So there are a few of those. And then we also have to look at sites that have a trend of, or a likelihood of transitioning to a new use within 8 years. So that's the cycle of the housing element. Now, with state law prohibits concentration of all of the RENA in one space. It needs to be distributed throughout the city. And they have established a default density to demonstrate what is feasible for the lower income units as a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. So that's a lot of what we are looking at is areas where we could find places to put 30 dwelling units per acre. So when we look at the affordability breakdown of the city's RENA, what you'll see is that with the combined very low and low categories, it's for folks that are making less than $90,000. And that's for a family of 4 in LA County. And then for moderate and above moderate, it's anything, it's families that are making above, it's 90,000 and above. So this is the breakdown that we have to address in the housing element. So what does that mean when we're looking at places to accommodate these uses on the land use map? So if we look at the very low and low number of units, if we combine those two, that's about 1,450 units. If you look at moderate and above moderate, it's about 1,000, over 1,000 units. Now, the moderate and above moderate can be less than 30 dwelling units per acre, and the city already has excess capacity to accommodate the moderate and above moderate levels. So the focus of our discussions with GPAC and the housing element was really to identify those sites that could accommodate the 30 dwelling units per acre. Now, the other two qualifiers on this are those sites must be at least a half an acre in size. So when we're looking at smaller parcels, it's the difficulty of consolidating parcels to get a minimum lot size. And then you'll notice in here, we are showing the 20% buffer, which was recommended by HCD, which gives us 1,700 units for the very low and low. So when we're adding the buffer in, 20% buffer, we were looking to find spaces for about 2,700, 2,800 units. This table shows a summary of the areas where the recommendations were accommodating units and how to do that. So there's a lot of other nuance, like we can count accessory dwelling units. Some of them can be counted for low and very low. Some can be counted for moderate and above moderate. We have residential recycling and vacant land. So that's using some of your sites from your prior housing element and looking at the vacant sites. There are some areas where we're looking at the Galleria had some requirements for housing. Galleria Kingsdale, which we'll show you later, is kind of this area next to the Galleria where we're assuming some units. And this shows you the breakdown. So if you have the Beach Cities project, that could have been 150 units, PCH South, PCH Central, the industrial flex area south of the Galleria that had a residential overlay as one of the big areas that we, with the GPAC recommendations to accommodate the affordable units. And then also the tech district, which is up in the north by the metro station, which was another area that accommodated a significant number of units. Now, there is another space that the GPAC recommended, which is a tiny area near the 190th Street. It's an industrial area. We have a map and I'll show that to you in a little bit. So that can help accommodate. But Artesia and Aviation and PCH North, based upon the recommendations of GPAC, did not have housing element sites that would work. And so in here, or it didn't accommodate additional housing. So that would be another reason why it's not shown. The estimates that are shown here are from the GPAC recommendations. They do not include the new recommendations that we received from Planning Commission that we will present later. So this is that snapshot in time from the GPAC discussions. Now, the areas where there may be some flexibility are that Galleria and Tech District. As areas shift or different areas are identified to accommodate units, then maybe some of the units could go up or down there. So how did we accommodate those moderate and above moderate sites? So those are the incomes above $90,000 a year. A little bit, like I said, single family vacant sites, residential recycling, the Galleria project, accessory dwelling units. And then if the recommendation to change the area of Kingsdale to a residential high with a density of 30 to the acre was included, that could count. And so the map to the right just shows a general distribution of the moderate and above moderate income sites. Now, these may change, but this is where it was for the time of the recommendation. Now, the low and very low income sites are clustered in a few areas which are along, so that we can accommodate without some land use changes, are on PCH South, PCH Central. The Galleria, the approved project, had some lower income units approved with it, accessory dwelling units again. And then the biggest areas were the residential overlays that were placed on the north tech district. And then this is that Galleria kind of south area that we were talking about earlier. So with the recommended land use changes, there were some big ideas that we were keeping in mind, in addition to all of the state requirements and the housing requirements, is that we were trying to, the discussion with the GPAC was to establish or maintain the established residential neighborhoods and the commercial districts to the greatest extent possible. So we know that that's a solid fabric in the city. And so where can we accommodate additional units? So that's what the discussion focused around. So it looked at areas for infill development and recycling of those uses. So to see areas that could transition potentially, but be compatible with adjacent uses. Looking at focused areas, which we've already started to talk about. Some of those that I was just talking about are the areas where the discussions occurred, versus citywide to accommodate the housing requirements. It narrowed down some of that into those areas. And really, actually, I should say that the discussion on the focus areas was determined prior to all of our housing requirements. So when we were looking big picture at the land plan, those were the areas that the group had determined would be okay to study first. And then when the housing requirements came in, then we started to test those areas to see how we satisfied the housing requirements. So we were looking at areas to look for modest intensification of different areas, or areas that were underutilized or contained kind of marginal uses that were ready to transition. So those were some of the big ideas that came out of the discussion. The other foundations were that the land plan had to achieve the general plan vision, identify the areas where the mixing of uses was appropriate, since that was a charge of the council, building on opportunities associated with the extension of the Green Line. So where can we put housing that's near new transit options, looking at meeting the state housing requirements, and then trying to the best of our ability to preserve the advisory committee's original recommendations that they made before we came back and had to look at all of our housing requirements. So the analogy that we're sharing on that is kind of the goalpost was moved. When they were having their first 20 meetings, there was a set of rules that we were all working within. And when SB 330 and the other Senate bills came out, we had to re-examine that. And so it was a new set of rules that we had to comply with. So another part of the changes are not just to the land plan and the map, but we also worked with the advisory committee to review the land use definitions. So you'll find that in some cases that we have renamed or combined and simplified land uses. So for example, in the commercial and industrial areas, we have streamlined some of those uses where they were divided in multiple categories, and we grouped them into one. That is administratively helpful, but it also, what it does is provide some additional square footage capacity for some of the commercial areas where they're combined. We've added a new mixed use medium low designation. Now this one was a little bit confusing when we were at Planning Commission because you already have a mixed use designation, but with the new definitions, we've added this new mixed use 2, which allows for 35 dwelling units to the acre in the central PCH area only. All of the other mixed use areas that allow for residential, the maximum dwelling units per acre there is 30 dwelling units to the acre. We also added, and this was after the last GPAC discussion, a new residential overlay definition. We shared that idea with them. And then there's a bullet point out there. That's a hanging one. I see a question from Councilmember Obaji. Should we entertain the question?
I was
Sure.
just raising my hand for the future. You guys. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Zing. You didn't have a question or no?
Yes, I do. Why are we needing name changes? And I realize I'm getting ahead here, but I know that you're also proposing to change the residential land use changes, and basically the new names wouldn't match up with anything statewide or in other municipalities, right? So why are we needing a name change to these land use designations?
Cities are able to create whatever definitions they would like for land uses. So you'll see jurisdiction to jurisdiction, there are different designations across the board. So it's common practice when a general plan hasn't been updated in quite some time to review the definitions and just take a look at how they've been working and if there is a need for the diversity that you have or if there's an ability to consolidate and tighten them up. And so that's an exercise we do in all of our planning with our general plan projects. And we reviewed all of those with the advisory committee and got their input on that as well. So you're at liberty to create definitions that you would like to have or name them however you would like to.
Well, I understand that, but the question is, what's the benefit of changing, for example, R1, R2, R3 to, I think I'm looking at what the new names are, some other name that doesn't so transparently indicate their density. And same thing with commercial, from C1, C2, C3, all the way to C5 to commercial neighborhood, commercial flex, and coastal commercial, which kind of obscure what the nature of the zone is, right, to a certain extent. So what's the benefit is what my question is. All right, Stunder, just kidding. I think she got a bad connection.
Yeah, I think she froze.
Oh, she froze. Okay. Yeah.
Can somebody else answer the question?
Yeah, anybody else?
I mean, certainly, in the opinion of the General Plan Advisory Committee, it was to simplify and condense what we had in terms of a multi-layered commercial zone, for example, C1 through C5. There was very little differences between those specific zoning categories. And it was the opinion of the General Plan Advisory Committee, for example, that commercial neighborhood was, to use the phrase you brought to the dais, a little more transparent, smaller scale, serving the neighborhood in immediate, proximity to it, versus a commercial flex, which became a broader, more intense commercial designation. So at the time and during the discussions, they felt like, and the General Plan Advisory Committee, that is, felt those were simplifications.
Okay. Have other municipalities done this, or statewide? Has this been a trend?
Certainly, as Wendy pointed out, when you're looking at updating a general plan from, let's say, 20, 30 years ago, naming conventions have changed, the communities, let's say, priorities have changed. So you're really investigating all your land uses and updating those and tightening them up. Trends in development change, so you'd want to reflect current and what you think the future would hold in terms of land use through your new definitions.
All right, that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you, Sean.
Okay.
Appreciate
Oh,
that.
you're welcome.
I guess we're waiting for our presenter to come back. If I could just, is she back?
Yeah, what if she doesn't come back?
Well, let me just ask this question since we got time. Looking here at the proposed change as it concerns commercial, is the only difference between C1 and C2 the FAR of 0.15? Or are there other differences also? And same thing with these three. Are the only differences the FAR that's allowed there?
I'd have to look at that's another point. The old definitions were very, let's say, short and not, let's say, specific to some things. So essentially, in addition to changing the FAR, simplifying the two options with commercial flex and commercial neighborhood, it was, kind of broadening the language to cover, the trends we're seeing in land use today. So it was adding naming conventions and the definition to meet today and future development, plus the FAR change.
Sean, in terms of the C1 and C2 consolidation, there were very few areas in the city where C1 was actually designated. And the difference between those two, besides the FAR differences, was that C2 also allowed movie theaters and overnight accommodations, except in Riviera Village. And so that was the main difference. And on the sites where C1 was designated, there wouldn't have been enough acreage to develop a movie theater or a hotel. So functionally, it was a small.
Yeah, so I think more to your point, Councilmember Abaji, there was very little difference between some of our existing zoning designations.
Hallie, have you heard from Wendy at all?
Yeah, I just got a text from her. She said her internet just stopped and she's working on it. So I think we need to.
All right, let me pose another question so we just don't waste this time. But you mentioned that 92.5%, or it was mentioned that 92.5% of Redondo residents are leaving the city in order to get to work. Do we know which ways they are leaving the city? What routes they're taking, or what things they're going to?
Randy, we didn't track, we didn't look at the traffic patterns necessarily, but, the job centers are largely to the north of the city. So, I think a fair assumption would be Pacific Coast Highway and all the routes to the freeway to the regional job centers. So, I think our main corridors would be those routes out of town.
The freeways being the 405?
Correct.
If we extrapolated just some data that Metro has provided, in recent years to the COG, we can kind of assume a few different things. A lot of people are commuting to the El Segundo area, to the west side, to Culver City, to downtown, and then clearly south to Orange County. So if you know they're using cell phone data usually to aggregate that kind of data, but those would be the main places that we see people moving, if you will.
And to Torrance, if you go, Mr. Obagi, if you go on SCAG, they have a on the SCAG website, they do a report for every single city, which tells what every single city has, where they commute to. And they also have a lot of information on that, like the jobs balance ratios and all that is in that report, including what's the average commute time on that.
All right. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other council comments or questions? It's a good time since I don't see Wendy back yet.
Sure.
Hallie, let me ask Hallie, if Wendy doesn't come back, can you take over the presentation or do you not have it?
I can go forward with it if we need to.
Well, then
Well,
let's just do it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right. Give me a moment.
I'll keep everybody posted. She's texting me, but still hasn't been able to get her internet up.
It's usually not a problem until you have a full council and residents and staff and attorneys, everybody waiting.
All right. I believe this is where we were,
Yes.
where we left off with Wendy.
Yeah.
All right. So I think she had covered our last bullet point here, where one of the other changes that was recommended by GPAC was to separate out the public land use definition into 3 different categories, really to reflect, to more reflect the extent of green space throughout the city on our land use map. And then, here it is. So that public designation was divided up into 3 categories. And in those 3 categories, we added FARs based on the zoning standards that were in the implementing zones. That was an addition, but it is also a requirement of the California Government Code to provide the intensity standards for your land use categories in your general plan. So that is why that was added. And then after the GPAC revisions, staff added a few changes to reflect the underlying zoning, what was allowed in the underlying zoning categories. So in the public and institutional definition, the residential care facilities for the elderly was added as an allowable use to reflect a change that was added to the zoning code from 2016. And that change was already allowed in the inland areas. So the 2016 change was just an update to the coastal areas for, I believe it was the Kensington project. And this phrase was added to the land use definitions to reflect what's currently allowed in the zoning code. So,
all right.
As we were.
All right. So Hallie, I'll just say next slide at this point. So sorry for that disruption. Thank you for pinch hitting. That is the first time that has happened to me in any of my Zoom meetings in a year and a half. So, okay. The focus areas where we were talking about what areas we were studying, why not all of the areas in the city. So the list started with 190th, Artesia, Aviation Boulevard, the North Tech District, Galleria District in Kingsdale, PCH North, Central, and South. Obviously, PCH is a very long corridor, so we needed to break it up into segments to be able to discuss it. And the last one was Torrance Boulevard. You will note on this that AES was not included at the time of GPAC review because at the time when they first started 4 years ago, the length of operations for AES was not really known at that time. So that was not in their purview or their scope to discuss because it wasn't impending at that point. So that's why that's not shown as one of the areas discussed. On 190th, you see a line stricken through it because we had looked at, we had identified possibly studying the whole 190th corridor because there are some residential uses, there are some commercial uses. And so when we were looking at the possibility of jobs or potentially adding a different mix there, that was something that was discussed in different alternatives. And the residents came out to one of the GPAC meetings. It was a great gathering of that neighborhood to voice their concerns and that they would like to see that remain residential. So based upon that feedback, the GPAC removed 190th from the deliberations. However, you'll see later there is one small spot where we've talked about, and I mentioned earlier, the industrial. There's 2 industrial properties. And as we needed to find locations to possibly accommodate the residential for RENA, there's an overlay shown on those, but we'll have a blow up of those later to take a look at. Hallie, can you pull up the next slide? Okay, and so when we're looking at the total acreages and total types of changes, there's a kind of a clustering of the types of uses that occurred or changes that occurred. The first is a straight out land use change. So that's any area where the mix of uses changed or a density or intensity, like the land uses were intentionally changed from what they currently are now. And so that's, you'll see areas like Galleria and the North Tech District, and those are shown in blue on the map. There are areas where there were administrative changes, and there are very few of those, and that's the light blue color. An example of an administrative change would be something where a property that's been operating under a certain use for a very long time that is probably not going anywhere. We had corrected a couple of them to more accurately reflect either the floor area ratio, so the intensity of square footage, or the density on the site. And so an example of that is the shopping center that's located next to the Beach Cities Health District area. So that was changed to reflect more of the commercial flex type use that's on the ground. And then definition changes. There are some areas where with a definition change, because we combined some of the industrial areas, that it would change what their floor area ratio was. So for an example, at Northrop or in some of these areas that are hatched, oh, I'm using my pointer, but since Hallie's running it, you can't see. So the hatched areas are an area where some of the square footages allowed would have gone up because of the combination of the density or the definition changes. And then lastly, there are a few small areas right in central PCH, kind of by Pearl. And that was an area we called area under consideration. And it's a very small area, but this was an area that both the GPAC and the community were split on. There were a couple options about how that could be addressed. And so they wanted to forward those options to the Planning Commission and Council for their consideration and deliberation. We'll go over those in a little bit. Hallie, can you go to the next slide, please? So this is another breakdown of the use of how the recommended plan is different than the current plan. So it shows some of the areas where it allows more housing to help meet the state's housing requirements, and they're essential for those to meet the housing element sites and requirements. And then there are areas where there are reduced housing, and those are in blue. And that's where some of the areas that were mixed use on Artesia were eliminated, or some of the mixed uses changed. And so those are reflected on the plan as well. Next slide, please. The next few slides are examples that we shared with Planning Commission because we were getting a lot of questions about what some of these densities look like. These slides aren't intended to be the actual, here's what housing would look like. It doesn't reflect the architecture, but it will show you just generally the massing and kind of the scale of what these types of uses would look like. So if we're talking about residential uses that are 20 to the acre, you're generally looking at about 3-story type uses with, you know, walkways and courtyards and things. Next slide. And for straightforward residential, as you start increasing to 35 to the acre, say 50 to the acre, 58 to the acre, you'll start to notice that you start adding stories. So you could either go up to 4 stories or even possibly 5 stories. What you'll start to notice on these two residential examples is that the building type kind of looks the same, that massing looks the same, and it really is dependent on how the internal walls are divided up. So your density you could have on that top version, it could also be a higher density if you had more 1-bedrooms in there than you had 2 or 3 bedrooms. So the densities really have a lot to do with how the inside is designed and how many units are in there. Next slide, please. When we talked about mixed use, we were having conversations about how lower scale mixed use, like at 24 to the acre with residential above and possibly commercial or office on the ground floor, what that would look like. So this is an example of that smaller scale mixed use. Next slide. And then as you get higher density and maybe for some of those larger sites that we're looking at, allowing for mixed use, that would be up to 40 dwelling units to the acre. This is an example in those areas. So you start to see, you know, the adding stories, and then it's the same thing, commercial or office on the ground floor with residential above. Next slide. When we're looking at the residential mixed use overlay, here's another example of vertical mixed use. And what you see in this example, I believe, I'm trying to remember the acreage on this. I want to say it's like 6 to 10 acres. But on this project, it's a 33 dwelling units average to the acre, but it includes hotel rooms, it includes commercial, and it includes residential. So this kind of shows how that mix could lay out on some of the larger parcels if they're consolidated. Next slide, please. And this again is another example. This is horizontal mixed use. So if you allowed for mixed use on a site, in this example, you have, for example, residential on the left, and then you're looking at non-residential. So some of that could be commercial on the ground floor or office on the right. So they're side by side, but the larger collective is a mix of uses, but they're next to each other versus vertical, which we were taking a look at earlier. Next slide, please. So let's now get into the recommendations from the GPAC on those land use changes. These changes do not show what the recommendations from the Planning Commission, but they do show what was recommended by the advisory committee. And once I'm done presenting on those slides, or the social pinpoint and showing you the different focus areas, then we'll switch and go back to the Planning Commission recommendations. All right, Holly, I will take over sharing of the screen now, if you don't mind. All right, so this is the website that we put together to be able to show all the different land uses. And what you'll see, just a quick overview, is that there is a map here on the right, and you'll see a bunch of numbers, and these are clustering of comments. So you can click on any one of these and read what the explicit comment is about the area. So people were able to comment on the map. They were able to look at some of the graphics that you were seeing on areas of change. They were able to look at the actual recommended land use plan, the definitions, and get more information there so they could see what was going on a static map. And then you could look up your parcel. So because this is more of an illustrative map and it doesn't have your explicit sites, we provided a separate link, and you could type in your address and you could type in or your parcel number, and it would come up with what the current land use is, what the proposed land use is, and what was changing, so people would know what's happening on each property. So we've used this tool as well, both at the community meeting and at Planning Commission to walk through the sites. So we'll do that very same thing here. And so what you'll find is when you click on one of the stars, or if you click on an actual area to the map, it will pop out the descriptions we have here. And I'm not going to read all of it, but I'm going to give you the highlights. And so the first one is Artesia, and what each one of these will show, and I'll start with, is the current general plan. And then it walks through some narrative, and then it has the proposed or recommended plan from the advisory committee, so you can see the changes. So in this case, the current general plan on Artesia shows a mix of mixed use. Here on the west, you'll see low density residential multifamily. So that's your R3, so that's about 17 to the acre. Then at the vast majority of the corridor, it was showing as C2 commercial, and with an end cap here on the east of C4 commercial. So the difference there was between the two commercials was that it was the FAR, or the allowable square footage. So the majority of the corridor had 0.5, and the end was allowed to build up to a 1.0 FAR. Now, a lot of the comments that we got when we were doing the market studies and talking to property owners in the area were that the FAR limitations of the sites were making it hard for them to turn over their property or do something addition to add to them. So that was some feedback that the advisory committee got in the beginning. So when you start to look at the recommended plan, the corridor transitions to all commercial. So removing the mixed use and transitioning to this neighborhood commercial. So that's supposed to be that smaller scale that caters to the adjacent residential areas. But in this case, the group agreed to bump the floor area ratio up from 0.5 to 0.6 to give that a little bit more room to incentivize turnover and redevelopment of some of the businesses. The commercial flex is the 1.0, so that allows for more of that flexibility in the types of uses in the commercial area, but it's still that 1.0 FAR. And then we maintain the public utility designations and the public and institutional for the library and the adjacent residential pieces. I also will, as we're going through, because we got 350 comments, I will provide some highlights of the public comment through here. People commented on empty storefronts, the commercial not being successful and wanting to see more diversity in retail space. Some folks were asking for additional density, wanted to see more height here, maybe 6 stories. Some people wanted to focus on reducing speed limits and new paint, make it more inviting, and incentivizing the preferred uses that the city wants to see here. So some of those things that I was just talking about that relate to some of the aesthetic improvements and whatnot relate to things that are in the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Plan that was adopted. So those details get addressed. Sean, did you want to add anything else that I missed on that one?
You know, not a whole lot, just the group really spent a lot of time on Artesia Boulevard, both through the land use plan development process, as well as subsequently through the development of the Artesia and Aviation Corridor Area Plan. And really one of the big concepts was, you know, we saw the market feasibility study. In order to really turn over property because of the high land value, you had to see very intense development, 3-4+ story development. And the sentiment of the group was, you know, we've got Galleria with a lot of intense development that's going to be happening. Let's see how that goes. Let's concentrate a little bit more intense development in what we were calling activity nodes and let the corridor grow organically. Nothing, you know, dramatic, you know, not really incentivize new development in a really aggressive way. So, you know, that's how they came up with a slight tweak to the FAR and looking at it mostly as a commercial corridor, not turning it over with residential.
And so do we want to entertain questions now, or should we go through each one of the areas and hold those to the end? I'm not sure where we want to, what the pleasure of the council is.
Well, thanks for asking, Wendy. I guess just kind of keep going. You can shorten it though. I mean, you don't have to go through in detail every area. We get the gist of it, and it would be. I think once you, how much longer you have to go, you think?
Well, I mean, to be fair, because of all the other designations that were changing or areas were not changing, you know, there's each one of these areas. So I'd probably say it's probably another 15 minutes, another 15, 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. Plus, we have a couple other slides of things that I want to show you the detail on the 190th. And we had some new information come to us on a portion of Kingsdale that would be different. And then I need to share with you the Planning Commission recommendation. So there's quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. I really would like to get to that Planning Commission because everybody has already kind of seen that map. I mean, they've all gone through it and they were able to explore it on their own. So anyway, that's
okay. And council feels comfortable with all of the areas. Do you want me to just hit them, highlight on what was proposed on each?
Yeah, just highlight them, Wendy. You know, so you have to go through in detail and then go to the Planning Commission recommendations, and then we'll go for public comment. Okay. Or council questions and then public comment.
All right, so, yeah. Sounds like a plan. So for aviation, this area was intended to be continue to be this extension of Artesia and Aviation with a neighborhood commercial shopping center. And so there were no changes that were recommended by the advisory committee on aviation. So we'll move to the tech district in North Redondo. And this one is worth sharing just the existing uses that are there. So there's a combination of two types of industrial uses. And then you'll see different types of commercial uses with more of that kind of neighborhood commercial on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and then C4 by the 405 freeway. And then obviously we've got some public and institutional for the easements. The proposal in this area, the recommended plan, was to designate, you'll see kind of a couple colors here. So we'll start with the purple, the underlying purple, which is industrial general. So allowing that to be just industrial with the various mix of uses and increased FAR for this area. Then with the red, that would transition to all the commercial flex. So having retail uses near the freeway and allowing for some other uses, because I know the hotels are over there as well. The hatched area is the residential overlay. So that was the new addition that kind of varied from what was existing. And that would allow for a property owner to develop their property as either the underlying use, which is either the industrial or the commercial, with the overlying or with residential. So they could pick one or the other, or they could do a mixed use. So that was the new addition to that area. And the thought was residential near Metro, as we had explained, was an additional transit option. The Galleria, where are you? Was another area. This has a couple different things going on. It has the existing, so this was a commercial, regional commercial designation originally, which allowed for residential and regional commercial uses. So this was identified as mixed use transit center to reflect that mix of uses and reflect the approved project that, that council had approved. It also included, this is a discussion that I'll get into a little bit more about some nuance here, but a designation for the Kingsdale neighborhood to be 30 dwelling units the acre for a portion of this area, and some commercial right along Artesia. Now, this was an area that we went back and forth on because when we talked to the GPAC, We were trying to find areas where we could accommodate additional housing, and because this is located near transit and some higher density uses, they at one point had agreed to put this at area in Brown to up to 60 dwelling units to the acre. So we checked with Housing and Community Development. Veronica reached out to them because these are all smaller parcels that need to be consolidated to allow for that higher density development at 60 to the acre. And because of the timing on that, they said it would take longer and that they would not consider it. So, and maybe she can articulate that a little bit better, but because HCD wasn't that receptive to the 60 to the acre at the time that we asked them, then we replaced and put GPAC's original recommendation on this recommended plan, which is 30 to the acre. The area down here, south of the easement, is again, an overlay, a residential overlay, allowing for industrial flex uses. So this one, the intent of the industrial flex was to allow kind of a new mix of uses that would allow for light industrial, incubator space, technology-based businesses, office, hotel. So it's kind of that lighter industrial but creative tech space in the area. So that was the underlying land use. And then the residential overlay was placed on top of that at the 35 to 45 dwelling units per acre. Now we've got a lot of little nuances on PCH North and South. You know, and there was some discussion with Planning Commission too on some of these pieces. So the recommended plan here was changes to create the west side to be more of that commercial flex, so allowing for more intense office and commercial uses on that side and larger buildings because the properties are a little bit larger, and then to retain and enhance that commercial neighborhood feel on the east side so that people could walk to those businesses. I'm trying to see what other notes we have. Can
I ask a question about this area here, Wendy? Right there along Catalina, it's in kind of that light gray. I can't tell quite
right here?
if it's institutional. No, down Catalina by Francisca. It's all zone medium density residential. Is that accurately depicted there? We
will get into that in PCH Central. Oh, no, we won't. That's Catalina. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah.
Let me take a look at that one. I don't have my full map. Hallie, can you look that up and let us know what that one is over there, just so I can make sure the color's right with the transparency?
Yeah, I can tell you it's zone medium density residential. All those areas that are in gray, that's not commercial anymore. Or I can't tell what you have it coded as.
Yeah, I think when we look at we can pull the full color map up to show it, but because it's outside of a focus area, it looks gray, but it's really brown, and so it's
medium high.
Yeah,
that's the medium high.
23 units.
Okay, sounds good. Never mind. Thank you, Wendy.
Councilman Obaji, did you have a clarification question?
Yeah, well, just generally about the industrial flex. Well, I was actually going back up into District 5, the tech district focus area. Where have we seen industrial and residential mixed together work well? Or is this like a hedge to prevent the density from coming?
Right now, they're currently doing it in Irvine in the IBC, the Industrial Business Complex. So they have integrated the same thing over there, and there's a lot of areas that are looking at it's a transitional thing, but it's not unusual. And so it's not just the paper exercise, but there are ways that have been done. But you have to create the appropriate buffers and transitions between the uses. Or the industrial flex is kind of interesting because if you are integrating new uses like hotels and creative spaces, there actually is more of that synergy because you have people living in kind of maker spaces in the same spot.
Why not there just make it all commercial flex?
I think that's something that can be, when we go through all of these options, that would be what we could bring up in each area. Okay. So there's definitely room for working through. These are the GPAC's recommendations, and then Planning Commission had some on top of that. So if that's something that the council wanted to entertain, that certainly could go that way.
Cool.
Councilmember Lowenstein, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did, Wendy. I can't see what the proposed changes are. It was just basically moving to commercial flex. With
Yeah,
the
I can show. Yeah, so I can show you the existing. So the current general plan is C2 commercial, so it was lower. It was that kind of neighborhood commercial on this side, and then there was C5 commercial here.
Right.
Which allowed for a higher density. Now, I think this is the area too on PCH North, where on the, in this area, when we were looking at the industrial change, Hallie, is this the area where we took out storage? Can you confirm that?
It doesn't explicitly say storage in the definition anymore, but the idea is that it be handled in the.
So the
storage would be west of Francisca, and then that purple would be the dirt lot.
Right. I mean, the
And then
intent
the
was to
post
transition those kind of storage uses out so that, you know, you're looking at more of a kind of commercial district. So you've got public down here, that's not going to change. The biggest changes were on the east and west here, and then in this area. So I'll pull that back up again so you can see. So the industrial is still there, but then it was expanding just the commercial flex to that 1.0 FAR.
So bigger FAR than a higher FAR.
I want to say that one, yeah.
The red.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
Got it.
I have too many notes here. I have a lot of notes. Thanks, team. Okay. So PCH Central. Switching to that, I'll do the quick overview of the existing so everybody can see what it is. So PCH Central was a mix of the public and institutional uses with some commercial on the north end. It transitioned to the multifamily residential, which is 28 to the acre, with some of the low density multifamily res. This is where it gets a little confusing. So it's like multifamily at 17 to the acre, 17.5 to the acre, with a node of mixed use here in the middle at Torrance Boulevard. And then transitioning down as you go south with an intermixing of that C2 commercial, which was the 0.5 FAR. And then there was high density residential multifamily kind of intermixed within the commercial. There is one R3 space here as well. So for the most part, the corridor is a mix of that. The current general plan shows high density residential, mixed use, and C2 commercial. So this was the area where the group had differing opinions, and we only got, we asked the public as well, and we got 7 responses on this one, but they were split as well. So this would transition same where it's keeping the public uses, keeping the multifamily, transitions to the mixed use. So that mixed use changes, or not changes, but that's the one where we were talking about the DUs per acre changes to 35 to the acre versus 30 where all the others are. Then it's commercial, and then the 2 options were either to continue that neighborhood commercial all the way down, or to maintain the multifamily residential in the corridor. So those were the 2 options that they wanted to put forth to you for discussion. PCH South. This one is pretty straightforward. It is, you know, it's kind of the southern gateway into the city. It's currently mixed use with residential medium density. So it's 23.3 to the acre with some commercial. And so here, the biggest change is that the mixed use changed from 35 to the acre to 30 to the acre. But other than that, there were no land use changes. And then on Torrance Boulevard, this is a gateway into the city. On the south end, commercial uses. So we've got a little hint of mixed use. Well, I'm sorry, this is not, yeah, it's a gateway into the city, not on the south. It's from the east. And you've got a corner of that mixed use that was in PCH Central. You've got commercial flex in the middle. Well, that's the proposed. So you had C3 commercial was 0.7 FAR. And then you had this transition to neighborhood commercial on the east. And so the changes there were a little bit more intensive commercial, kind of west of Irina. So we're looking at that commercial flex. So that went up to 1.0 FAR. And then the rest of it was the maintaining the commercial neighborhood. So that's.
Councilmember Abaji has his hand up, Wendy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having to look at two screens. So thank you for letting me know.
Sorry, that was up from a long time ago, but back on, well, where you indicate an FAR like 0.6 in Artesia, if we adopt 0.6 in Artesia in the general plan now, are we going to be capped in what we can change it to? Like we're going to have to stay within the confines of the limits that we put here? Or is this just a recommendation as to what our goals are?
Well, the general plan, when we list them in the definitions, those are your caps. So right now, these are the recommendations from GPAC as to what your maximums are for all of these, for densities and FARs.
Okay, so if we want to ever do anything greater than that in the future, we're going to have to change that in the use. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, this would be, in the upcoming meetings as we're discussing, what you guys want to finalize, that would be a good opportunity to have that conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so I will now transition back to the slideshow so we can show you the recommendations, the couple areas that we need to talk about, and the recommendations from Planning Commission. So this is that 190th overlay area that I told you about. It was hard to see on the map. And so this is a detail of that. Originally, we looked at kind of the full corridor, but as we removed that, and the GPAC was reviewing their last options for, opportunities for additional housing. This was one they thought maybe could transition because residential is surrounding the area. So these are currently industrial in the general plan. And then there's the residential overlay was proposed on those as well. And so the Kingsdale area is interesting, and I already alluded to this a bit, that how we got to the 30 to the acre of the recommendation, and we had looked at 60 and then went to 30. And I don't know if Brandy wants to chime in after the discussions we had with GPAC. She talked to the property owners.
Yeah, so when Veronica had reached out to HCD, even the 30 dwelling units per acre were not going to get us that low and very low, even though they're at that 30 dwelling units per acre because of how small these lots are. And the concern HCD has with if you haven't been hearing about lot consolidation interest, that's really, the likelihood of that happening to create those lots of that half acre size to make a difference at the 30 dwelling units per acre, which they just didn't feel was there. However, after the community meeting, the property owner, if you look on the right side, kind of where the purple is, it's outlined with the red. That has actually been mostly consolidated by one property owner. So we kind of have this shift in, on what's on the ground. And so, that was one of the thoughts of that. If that went to the 60 dwelling units per acre, maybe with a mixed use, since it's on Artesia, that might be something where we can get some of those additional units because that consolidation is there. And then one additional thought that we were talking about is just south on the right-hand side, the east side there, where there's like an R3. So there's like yet another little area that may have even addition, because it's R3, bigger size lots, that might also be something that you could consider including as a larger or higher density, and that could be an opportunity for providing capacity. It's completely up to council, but because the GPAC had recommended going up to the 60 dwelling units per acre in this vicinity, and HCD had said that, well, if there's not consolidation, this kind of changed the situation on the ground. So we wanted to bring this back to city council as a possibility. And there's a recommendation from the Planning Commission on this.
Thanks, Brandy. So we already covered PCH Central. We already addressed some of the compatibility issues that Brandy had a conversation with representatives from Northrop. So if there was an overlay to be put up in the North Tech District to look at those buffers and finding the areas that are most compatible for residential uses. And so with the recommended plan from GPAC, what we're looking at citywide for all the units that you have for the general plan is it's 34,500 units, and then about 15 million square feet of commercial and industrial, so non-residential space. When we look at how that differs from the current general plan, it's a difference of about 2,000 units, and we're still on the mark on the trade-off for the non-residential. So we have an increase of about 20,000 square feet. So we're in that same area. So the Planning Commission recommendations, in general, they had talked about really wanting to have that balance of distribution of units citywide, but because they recognized they had limited time to discuss, they had one meeting and to really figure out where all that goes. These are their series of recommendations that they're offering you to consider when you're having your deliberations about the land uses. And so their recommendations were, because the HCD suggests that 20% buffer when we're looking at how many units to account for. They had suggested reducing that 20% buffer to 10%. Looking at mixed use with 30 dwelling units per acre for up to half of the AES site to help offset some of the overlay alternatives that were recommended in the Tech District and by the Galleria. Changing the North Kingsdale lot consolidation area to be just residential, so that area that Brandy was talking about in the border to be 45 dwelling units per acre. And then areas south of the lot consolidation to stay as the existing residential, which is, I think, a low density residential, that R1. And then they had suggested changing the southeast corner of Artesia and Aviation, that's north of Carnegie, and maybe considering that area for mixed use with 30 dwelling units to the acre. And then the southern portion of the Galleria overlay to be more that area where we're showing the hatch for the overlay, to be more focused and direct about which areas should be used for just housing. So looking at maybe somewhere around 300 units, but maybe targeting those areas more as opposed to the entire space.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that, Wendy, they were just concerned about First and Rack and Total Wine and More, already being there and maybe having kind of that dividing line south of that. So that's why they were saying try and target and concentrate.
Thanks, Brandy. On PCH North, they were looking at considering potential industrial and commercial flex zones with a residential overlay in there, about 30 dwelling units the acre. Planning Commission had recommended option B on PCH Central, which was the commercial option, but wanted to replace the mixed use at PCH and Torrance with commercial flex. So just make that a whole commercial corridor. They wanted us to look into that description of the P1, and I think that's where I jumped back in and Hallie was describing that the residential care facilities. So that's the additional information, and they had asked about removing the FARs from the definition. We're required by the California Government Code to include intensity, which is FAR, in the general plan. So that's what was carried over from the zoning. Consider the area east of Aviation Park and the track for potential mixed use. So that was a consideration. Looking at increasing the FAR between Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Marine Avenue east of Aviation to maximize commercial and industrial uses. So getting more of a campus feel there. And looking at the North Tech District, the overlay, to reduce it to only include any additional units that are needed. So if there are other areas that the units could be distributed throughout the city, then you're looking at, putting what's left in that North Tech District and then limiting it only to the portion that's east and north of the railroad. So that was that commercial area on the.
Just to clarify, Wendy, it was the railroad and the SCE right away, because the SCE right away runs north-south.
You're right. Thank you. And then lastly, it was investigating any sites that overall that the city may have downzoned previously and might have significant multifamily units that could count toward the RENA. So going back and really looking at sites that have been developed with more than what the designation shows. And with that, concludes my presentation.
Wendy, on that very, very last point you just made, investigate sites in the city that may have been downzoned previously and have significant multifamily count toward RENA. And this kind of goes to a bigger question. As we consider these potential changes to count towards RENA, I assume HCD is going to be looking very carefully and specifically at them, and because obviously they have been ever since I've been paying attention, and saying, well, that's not going to work. Or taking that example, as an example, well, we're looking to add more units, not play games with, upzonings where they're not going to accomplish the addition of any new units. It's just going to kind of a gimmick to get you to meet your RENA numbers. It's not going to actually.
Yeah. Mayor, this was a discussion we had on Thursday at the Planning Commission. And I'd invite Veronica, she can give a little more detail on that, but really, it was, here's something that's a more dense multifamily. It was downzoned, but obviously has all these units. Well, what if you upzoned it to that? Can't you count it? Well, those units are there. So it's what is that capacity for additional units? And
right, and that's my bigger question, Brandy, because I'm not just talking about this example. I'm talking about everything that's being recommended by anybody or thought of. How are we to look at how HCD is going to look at it so that we don't waste time?
Yeah, I'd invite Veronica, if you wouldn't mind, since you're very well in tune with what's going on at HCD.
And I think that's the reason why we were a little bit more hesitant about counting Kingsdale. It's similar. Kingsdale is a little bit different, but when you're talking about sites that are already developed with relatively high density housing, HCD typically would not consider sites that are currently developed with multifamily, particularly currently with ownership like townhomes and condos. Those sites, even if you're increasing density, they're not, they don't see the feasibility of it, that, somebody would buy up that many units and then knock it down and build high density, potentially low income housing or affordable housing. So that type of analysis, when we do the site inventory analysis, the first thing I take out is all the condo and apartments, sites that currently have condos and apartments, including the properties that you mentioned about that are already currently developed at a relatively high density. On paper, they're downzoned, but in reality, they're a higher density development. So those are sites.
Have you done that before, Veronica? Have you done that where you submitted exactly what we're describing and have HCD reject it?
Yes, Hawthorne. We've done that before back in the fourth cycle housing element or fifth cycle housing element. They went property by property and say, this is an apartment building. Why would that go away? This is an apartment building. Why would that go away? And so we tried that before, and then so ultimately Hawthorne, I think we did that in the fourth cycle, and they didn't accept it. And then the fifth cycle, Hawthorne had to rezone quite a bit of land. But that certainly has happened before. And the other reason for Kingsdale is like we look at some of the properties, some of the single family lots there. It takes about 7 properties to get into a 0.5 acre lot. So what is the realistic potential for somebody spent the effort to consolidate 7 lots into a half an acre to potentially build like 20 something units? Buying 7, knocking down 7 and building 20 something units. Just financially it's not there. And so I think when we look at the site inventory, we try to be, I try to look at it from the eyes of HCD, and which may or may not be like, people may not like it because it's more conservative in terms of, you know, evaluating that, but I think that's the reason why I don't want you to waste time either, because time is an essence. We don't want to get to the point when we submit the housing element and you have your preferred land use alternative and we go to HCD and they say, nope, that's not going to work. So the recommendation or analysis I do tend to be on the conservative side.
So do you see anything else being considered in this entire presentation that's not going to fly?
At this point, no. I think one of the earlier questions about industrial uses and housing together, we actually interviewed developers for another jurisdiction, and they said, no, it would work and people would get in there as long as you, they added, you know, put a gate, you know, make sure that it's secure, put buffer, just like Wendy was mentioned before. They said it would work, and it's been, it's worked in other communities before, and because of the magnitude of the RHNA across Southern California, you will be seeing a lot of communities that are rezoning industrial properties or allowing that potential to occur in the industrial properties. One of Gardena, the majority of the sites are going to be from the industrial districts.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Did you want to say something else? I apologize. I interrupted you. You probably wanted to say a few things. No? Oh, okay. Well, let's go to council questions. We only got one, Councilmember Albaji, and then we'll go to public comments.
Thank you. I see that you did not put an overlay district on the, I guess, in the tech district focus area. I guess, let me show you my screen here. Probably be the easiest thing. You don't have you don't have an overlay district here. Now, why is that this large property that seemingly was, is owned by one property owner was, I guess, excluded?
I think that there's a couple reasons. One is that's a little bit further from the metro stop. That is one of the considerations. And just to go back, this, you know, although the GPAC had wanted that to be, you know, to not have that overlay, that was one of the things that they evaluated when they were originally looking at that focus area, were some different options, including housing there because of the transit. That being said, that's also owned by Northrop Grumman, whereas like the area that's included in there, that the purple part of that overlay is leased area by Northrop. So I think that those were some of the considerations that were looked at as far as where that overlay would go. But per what Northrop had provided for information and what the Planning Commission recommended was more like east of the SCE right of way, and then north and east of the rail right of way.
All right. Was a factor in it at all the fact that, or the concern that if you did put a residential overlay there, that Northrop would sell its property, leave to some developer and take those jobs?
I don't know that there was the concern that they were going to leave, but then it goes to, you know, the point of, you know, Veronica's, you know, point of what is HC going to look at the reality there? And, you know, this is something where Northrop's been there for 60 years in operation, especially in that particular, that western portion. So I think it's just more of what, you know, where is it that HCD is going to.
Is that right? That they look at the exact identity, like the identity of the owner of the property to determine likeliness to depart or to transition that? Veronica, I suppose.
For a properties that large, yes. If it's like individual, you know, small owners, property owners that more anonymous, probably not. But for key sites like that, they will want a lot more proof that that is going to happen or that there is expressed interest in doing housing.
All right. A couple more questions relative to, I realize I'm asking you to hypothecate here, but if we look at the AES site, and we look at, this is the AES site down here. By the way, staff, I don't know who prepared this report, but it would have been awesome if you could click on these comments and actually be taken to them. I don't know if you guys can do this in the future, it'd be a waste of time, but if I try to go look at the comments, it's really difficult to match up where the comments are because they're not even in numerical order. So I'd ask y'all, at least in the future, put the comments in numerical order so we can look at, easily find comment 300.
And to that, Councilman, what we had done with that's a great recommendation because we can provide that in the numbered order. The reason we had separated that was by area, just so that people could see in general what the different comments were in different focus areas.
All right, thank you. And so my question is, if we did rezone the power plant to make that residential, is this where we'd expect, where I've drawn the black arrows, is that where we'd expect basically cars to be commuting, 92.5% of the residents to be commuting to work from that site?
Well, they're not going to go west.
Right, and there's no
every arrow except west. So
right, there's no work in Catalina, right, or Catalina Express yet. So I mean, this is where we'd expect traffic to flow from there, right? Anybody think traffic would flow differently than as indicated on this map? Okay, now scrolling down.
You're presuming that everybody that lives there is going to leave there. What if it's a 50-acre campus? What if it's a work campus in which you have you incentivize deed restricted land that can support the headquarters that would be headquartered there? You don't know what else is going to be there. So I will say there's a possibility that there won't be that kind of exodus if that landowner was to do some kind of a live campus.
Okay,
So,
it would have to be revolutionary to change 92.5% of the behavior patterns. But I got your point. Now, on these sites, do we expect that people would flow basically this way, away from the city, from these properties here on Kingsdale and the like, and I suppose if it's on this tech district focus area, that essentially the commuters are going to leave the city with traveling the least amount of miles in the city. Is that what the expectation was, or what informed the decision to locate these overlay zones on the perimeter on the eastern perimeter of the city?
I think that the one of the issues was also the proximity to the transit. So that is something that's that HCD will acknowledge and recognize. So some of that may be commuters taking transit. I don't know that that's again to changing commuter patterns, but there was discussion at the Planning Commission, even in that North Tech, in the same way that Councilwoman M mentioned, is what if there was more of that campus feel for housing for Northrop.
Right. Now, my last question is actually to that point. How do we, if you look at mixed use, we have a diversity of mixed use in Southern California. If you look at the Montecito, that place has not been actively occupied. It's not, part of that's property on Artesia that's zone mixed use. It hasn't been the dream mixed use that we hoped it would be, and it's towering there. Meanwhile, you look at the Americana brand in Glendale, and that's, beautiful mixed use, where seemingly, I remember when they were first selling, those properties were selling out and the commercial was occupied. So what are we doing to the extent we're imposing these overlays that allow both either industrial and residential, or commercial and residential? What are we doing, or what can we do to ensure or promote positive mixed development coming into existence?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. In those areas where you do have that mix, there are two steps. So one would be as the GPAC, really works on the goals and policy recommendations for these land uses, that they can have that inform what kind of look and feel you want. And then the zoning itself that will, that would incorporate that, that's where you could get into whether it's form-based code or other requirements. And that's where we would want to look at some of those examples that you're talking about of how did they, what did they incorporate in that zoning so that we can have that same look and feel and not have other options that would not give us that look and feel.
All right. That's it for me for now.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Do you, I know that Lawndale has also has a RENA of around 2,500. Have you discussed with them where they're thinking of putting their additional zoning at all? Anybody?
No, I haven't talked with Lawndale. I know, Veronica, you
Well, I probably know a little bit more about that. At one point, they had asked if I would be working on the housing element. I told them I'm like, no, like too busy, you know. But on the other hand, I was kind of curious about the arena because I worked on the housing element for the 4th cycle and the 5th cycle, so I kind of know the community as well. And I was surprised by, the arena for every jurisdiction, literally. So what the city is doing is they're going through rezoning as well. They have like a lot of those commercial areas that are just very low intensity, single story. A lot of them are kind of older, and I think they are more embracing to the idea of mixed use than they were probably 5-8 years ago.
Right, but you're not sure where. The reason why I'm asking that is because I'm just imagining that if we go with some of the recommendations to put everything in the north, that's 2,200 is what the original recommendation was. Then Lawndale was to put 2,500 along Inglewood Avenue. Then we would end up with 5,000 going down Inglewood Avenue.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know because I'm not working on the housing element. I'm not following their.
Okay, I'm just maybe next time we can kind of ask.
We'll track that. We have contacts that we can figure it out for you.
Yeah, that'd be great for the next time to kind of know where that is, because we don't live in a bubble. It's not just Redondo. There's people from all over, and as far as the south and where the traffic patterns goes, lots of the people in the south actually work at all those offices along Torrance Boulevard, Lomita Boulevard, Torrance Memorial, all that area. So you can't just look at us as a little bubble. People that live in Torrance, they drive through Redondo to get to El Segundo, and there's a lot of our traffic is drive-through traffic. So you have to kind of look at what everybody else is putting theirs to kind of decide what it is that's going to happen with all of us. So I'm going to let the public has been so patient. I want them to have a chance to speak. So I'm going to stop at this moment.
Okay, with that, we'll turn to the public.
Meredith,
Mayor.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up, Todd? I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I know that the deadline is October 15th. What's the actual start date of the 8-year cycle?
It's July 1st, July 1st this year. Anything that we permit on or after July 1st do count towards your 6th cycle.
Okay. The next question is, this doesn't operate in a vacuum. How come we don't have a map that shows the intersections, the current grade of the intersections, not vehicle miles traveled, because I think it's useless, but more the grade for each intersection that are major intersections? Is that something that we can get for the next meeting?
Are there particular intersections you're interested in, or?
Well, citywide. So obviously the problem ones, I don't want to say a certain grade like below D, but.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking you meant physical grade.
No,
I got you.
No, I'm talking about letter grades.
I'll see what we might have in Public Works for that information.
Okay, that's really important, I think, as we make these decisions.
Just to interrupt there, Todd, we have a circulation element with level of services on all throughout the city. So should be very easy to access.
Okay, good. The other question is, what is the maximum allowable density per acre? I noticed you mentioned 60. Is that the maximum? Is it 45? Is it 40? What are we looking at in terms of maximum density?
Yeah, so if you explore 60 to the acre by Kingsdale, that was the one area that was 60. So that was the maximum, but it was in that smaller space. The next level, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but is the maximum was 45 to the acre with the overlay. And that's it.
Okay, great. All right, those are my questions for now. I'd like the public to ask questions. So thank you.
Okay, with that, Eleanor, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so I'll first go by the anyone who raises their hand. Again, if you're on the phone, it's *9, and then I'll go through the list. Okay. So Wayne Craig.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I guess this is what we have. This whole plan for this project seemed to be an absolute failure from the start. I don't know what the city's total cost was for the GPAC, but I heard numbers floated as high as $1.5 million to $2 million. And all of this was unraveled in December when the GPAC basically was forced to change, I think, most of what the work they did for the past 2 years prior, or actually 4 years prior. It's really unfortunate we've ended up with where we are now. And it seems as though some of the inadequacies of this plan are going to be obviously impacting us for decades to come, or at least for the next cycle. But it really is unfortunate that the people that were picked on the GPAC from the get-go, I think, had various issues. I've gone to many GPAC meetings, made issues about the fact that a majority or a large quantity of these folks picked by Councilmember Emby and Mr. Horvath were developers. One of the people who was on the GPAC who helped vote for this last change, I just recently found out that they're a public relations person for development companies. You know, it's unfortunate that we spent all this time and effort to end up where we are now. And one other thing I would like to mention too, this is kind of a side note, but I know we're concerned about arena numbers and whatnot, but have we actually taken into account our full capacity that we're actually utilizing in the city? I'm a realtor, and there's a lot of buildings and houses that are for sale that have little phrases called bonus rooms, bonus additions. These are non-permitted additions to property that do exist. Why aren't we counting these toward our arena numbers, or at least toward our buffer or pad? It seemed like it'd be a really easy process to find this out. And maybe work out something to where we give people an incentive. Hey, file your permits, go to the building department, we'll certify this, and we can add this to the capacity for our city. So we actually may already have some numbers that we can apply toward our arena in the first place. And frankly, the last part I'd like to mention is this whole north-south thing I mentioned earlier. You know, the fact is, the upzoning that was one of the upzoning options that came through was in South Redondo, which has some of the highest density in the city. Up to the city as a whole is about 11,000 people per mile. In some parts of South Redondo, it's over 15,000. And Laura Emby, you know this, it's along the Esplanade. There's 55 plus units per acre. It's crazy. I think we need to have a measured approach. What the mayor's proposed makes more sense. We need to be pushing back on these numbers. They don't make sense. Waving our hat and saying north-south, let's get everyone all mad and get attention, isn't going to solve the problem. And I think the approach that you've done earlier tonight with the letters to the state, and hopefully to fight this, maybe even with a amendment to the state constitution to allow the city to develop itself and have the freedom to do so. We are a charter city, after all, is a much more measured and logical approach. Again, I'm sorry to see that the city has wasted so much time and money on this process to where it's basically just gone back. Thank you.
Okay, so the next person is Wally Marks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Wally Marks, and I run our family's commercial property business in the greater LA area, namely Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Culver City, Los Angeles, and of course, Redondo Beach. With respect to Redondo Beach, my family was instrumental in the creation of the South Bay Galleria in 1955. And at that time, we purchased the adjacent land at 2810 to 2860 Artesia Boulevard just east of the ATSF train trestle. And we developed our site as a professional medical office, and we've managed the site for over 67 years. This is in District 4, Councilman Obaji's district. Over the years, we have assembled adjacent residential parcels noted in the GPAC documentation as RH multifamily, and I've shared the specifics with Ms. Forbes and Mr. Scully. This zone is called the Galleria Kingsdale area, as you know, and perhaps more specifically our parcels Kingsdale North. I've attended the GPAC meetings and as well as the recent Planning Commission hearing. Tonight, I would urge the council to take the position to apply the land use for our collective as a mixed use transit center, because as the GPAC spoke of assembled land at 60 acres, they did only want it to be commercial from what I understand on our parcels, whereas the Planning Commission supported 45 units an acre, but labeled our lots residential. I'm looking to bridge both the GPAC and the Planning Commission recommendations. So I asked this body to approve the mixed use. We're walking distance from the Green Line Center, across the street from the Galleria, as well as having strong mobility options with buses along Artesia Boulevard with connections to many other cities. Our future development would be a true transit-oriented development. We're a seasoned developer, and I look to develop our parcels as a mix of uses, office, retail, and housing. And speaking of housing, I would look to the city's future inclusionary housing ordinance or something similar so that our housing units would include affordable units in the very low, and or moderate, as well as market rate. And lastly, I'm known throughout the city for our adaptive reuse of the 11 acres Helms Bakery complex in Culver City. We've owned that for almost over 50 years, as well as an anticipated 348 unit, 48 story residential building in Los Angeles along Wilshire Boulevard. We are long-term owners. We believe that it's a privilege to own real estate, and we take great care to do our very best for our communities that we serve. So I thank you for the time, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, the next person is Elisa Belay.
That's me, Elisa Bealey. Can you hear me?
Oh, Bealey. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brand and the City Council for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Elisa Bealey. I've been a homeowner in North Redondo Beach for 21 years and a resident. I live in the Dow Johnston Triangle, so I want to speak specifically about the tech district. I mentioned, we've been here for a long time. We love our neighborhood. If you haven't spent time up here, I highly recommend you do on a Saturday morning or any evening during the week. I'll tell you what you're going to see. We see a lot more of it now due to the pandemic, but there's tons of kids on bikes. There's kids running around from house to house. Our doorbell rings all afternoon. You'll see neighbors of all ages and all ethnicities out walking, many of them with dogs. Many of them stopping just to say hello. Prior to the pandemic, our block party was legendary. We even had ponies there at the last one. We love it. I hope you can see or hear that. But frankly, we're very concerned that originally I saw it was 1,000 new housing units, and now I think the latest report that I saw was 950. We're really concerned that that's going to ruin our neighborhood. It's extremely upsetting to my family and everything that we've worked for. I'm concerned about the North Redondo schools, which are already at nearly 100% capacity. That's even given the declines due to the pandemic. I'm concerned about traffic. That's already a big issue in our neighborhood with cut-through traffic off Manhattan Beach Boulevard. There's been several accidents. Our car was totaled right in front of our house on Johnston by a hit-and-run driver coming off Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So I can personally speak to it. I'm concerned about property values after working so hard to get here and renovating a house and working on a yard. I'm also really confused because as I learned from the GPAC presentation, it said that state law prohibits the concentration of affordable housing in one location. It must be spread throughout the city. So I'm asking, why is it being proposed to put 40% of the new required housing units, all affordable housing, in one area of District 5? I understand and respect the fact that we need to allow for these additional units, However, the distribution of these units needs to be equitable throughout the entire city. And the fact that it's not currently being considered or wasn't originally being considered that way is extremely frustrating. So, I mentioned I've been here for a long time. I don't want to get into a North versus South thing, but I've been paying property taxes for over 20 years in North Redondo. And in case you haven't noticed, our property is not cheap here. I'm really concerned that we're being treated unfairly. Some may argue that, but I just feel like this is a great example. You can't just drop 950 units in District 5 and call it a day. We need to consider other sites within the city, including the AES power site. So that's my concern. I respectfully request that the city council and the mayor hear our concerns. And that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Matthew Hensley.
Yep. Hello, everyone. This is Matthew Hensley. Good evening, Mayor Brand, council members, and staff. So again, my name is Matthew Hensley, and I live in District 3, and I'm a planning commissioner for the city. But I'm commenting tonight on this item as a resident. So last week, this item came before the planning commission in one meeting, and even with only one topic on the agenda, it still went till 1:30 a.m. And we could only scratch the surface of this complex and difficult topic. You can see by the volume of information you received tonight how difficult it is. I requested as strongly as I could prior to the planning commission meeting that we get more time to consider this, but I got the equivalent of a shrug emoji from everyone on council and the mayor, and I think that's a disservice to the city. The commission barely had time to discuss the GPAC recommended zonings and make some additional areas for the city council to consider. Those recommendations from planning commission are not a wholly approved map to use, but only additional areas for the council to consider. We all knew as commissioners that the ultimate decision is up to the city council. We were well aware of that. But what you have from the planning commission is the bare minimum of usefulness, in my opinion. So for the public comments and for the city council members' online comments about this topic, it should not be used to divide the city in north versus south, but we should attack this as a whole city trying to solve a problem. Let's not fight each other, but instead fight against Sacramento's overreach. I think I'm a problem solver, and I hope that's the approach that each of you will take as you tackle this. I would also ask that each council member disclose who your Brown Act buddy is, if any, for this item, even though it's not a public hearing, but I think that would be good information for the public to know. Based on online comments, I suspect Councilwoman MD is working with Councilmember Horvath, but I think that was a mistake, and it should have been Councilwoman MD working with Councilmember Lowenstein or Narenheim or someone else, so we can bridge this gap rather than dig in and fight against your neighbors and make it north versus south. The same goes for Mayor Brand. Please try to solve a problem and not have any sacred cow in this problem. Everything should be on the table. I'd also like to welcome any council members that would like to work with any planning commissioners to talk about this offline before your next 3 meetings. I think if we could maintain Brown Act requirements of both bodies, I think it'd be useful for the planning commissioners to work with council members to work on this. And finally, at 1:30 a.m. at the Planning Commission last week, we just started to scratch the surface of the subject of the city's last general plan update that had huge amounts of downzoning. And there are a lot of lots over half acres and 30 dwelling units an acre. And my goal is not to game the system, but I do think there are sites out there that are 50, 60, 70 years old that are never going to be developed if they take down 90 units to build 40. So, that's where the request came from, to look at upzoning of those older units. Not to try to game the system, but there could be potential sites out there that will never be developed at the current zoning. So why not look at it if zoning can be changed? In addition, for those units that are downzoned, I'd like to know how that's handled in the residential recycling. So for example, may I have a few more minutes?
Motion to extend for extra minute.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any objection? Okay, go ahead, take another minute, Matt.
Thank you. If something is downzoned and if there's essentially a minus 32 units, how is that handled for residential recycling? We couldn't really get into that at the Planning Commission. And last, the GPAC didn't want to look at a lot of the residential areas, but I do think across the city that residents would be happy if we do have an oversupply of the market rate housing, especially with what's being proposed with new zoning, if there's any of the current lots that are built zoned R2 or R3 with single houses, if they could be downzoned back to R1. I do think that as long as there's no net loss, that's the one potential that could make residents very happy. So in summary, so I can know who everyone's Brown Act buddy is. I think that's good for the public to know. Please tackle this as a city and see your fellow council members as neighbors and not as opponents. Consider that the argument of distribute equally between the 2 zip codes of the city doesn't take into account the different land size. You know, you're talking about 2 different sizes. Please ask the city's housing consultant to explain how the zoning versus sites versus housing number is calculated. We didn't really get into it at the Planning Commission. And last, the aggressiveness of the housing element and what's decided is kind of a policy decision. So that's for the council to decide. So thank you very much for your time and for the extra minute, and good luck.
Okay, the next person is Ming Wen.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm Min Win, live in District 5. I also live in the Dow Johnson Triangle. And I just want to say first off that during the presentation that it was said that these overlays may never are going to be suggested, but they may not happen. I disagree with that. The minute we change the zoning, the market will build it. That's just reality. It's Los Angeles. It's going to happen. So I feel like we're being fooled here. So I want to talk about the tech district because I live really close to it. We're next to one of the busiest intersections in Redondo Beach, right? Manhattan Beach and Inglewood. Why? Because everybody is trying to get on the 405 freeway because over 90% of our population commutes. And there are accidents monthly on Manhattan Beach Boulevard. In fact, I saw a teenager get hit by a car because someone was trying to beat the traffic. They didn't want to deal with the traffic. So they take our neighborhoods and drive directly because they're frustrated. That will increase if you put 1,000 units there. You're jeopardizing our public safety of our kids. And I'll move on. Okay, so office space. Say something our city has wanted is more office space. So we're going to take office space and turn it into residential. So we're going to kill jobs of one of the biggest employers in Redondo Beach. It makes no sense to me what we're doing. Kill jobs, put more homes, increase traffic. It just doesn't make sense to me. I just want to leave by saying 2 things. 2 things I tell my kids, right, is action speaks louder than words. And I don't want a north versus south thing either. No one wants that. We should be one in Redondo. But you can't help to look at the facts that everything's being shoved in North Redondo. AS is being ignored. And we have to deal with this. And no one asked us, how's the traffic up there? How's this going to affect your public safety, your way of life? None of that was asked. It was just kind of shoved down our throat. South Redondo during the presentation was talked about their Vici lifestyle, quote, end quote. Their quality of life was taken care was looked at. We weren't. And so I challenge our mayor and city council. We're going to fight this. Actions speak louder than words. Then if we're fighting this, then we shouldn't be having this discussion about adding 2,500 units. I don't understand why are we having a discussion if we're fighting it. And then lastly, you know what? If we end up having to do this, I tell my kids, sharing is caring. Then we have got to have an equitable plan between the whole city. One neighborhood can't absorb everything. Okay, thanks.
Okay, next is Eugene Solomon.
Hi, council members, staff, Mr. Mayor, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. What happened to all the YIMBYs? Looking at the comments, and folks that are YIMBYs are now not in my backyard. So there's a couple of things to note, please. One is there was some discussion about adequate site credits in the HCD presentations. So alternative adequate sites like the mobile home park and getting credits for those. I think it'd be worthwhile having that discussion or investigating, please. When you talk about the GPAC, and we're relying on the GPAC quite a bit, please remember that at the December 3rd GPAC meeting, The materials were presented to the GPAC 2 hours beforehand, and we also had a 6-hour meeting. We were really given ultimatums and not choices, and limited time to discuss these things. So forgive me, but that's performatism, relying so heavily on what the GPAC's recommendations were, because essentially GPAC's recommendations were what the consultant said. It's either or, we comply here or we don't do anything. So please take that into account. And then that was done also at the Planning Commission level. Would like to know why mixed use is not favored at the GPAC meeting. Ms. Tam mentioned that mixed use was not favored over multi-unit residential. So I'd like to explore that a little bit more and find out why that might be. Also at the GPAC meeting, Ms. Tam mentioned that inclusionary zoning was not something that was favored. It was considered market rate. So I'd like to investigate a little bit more about inclusionary zoning, which is for affordable units, and why that might not be favored. When you talk about consolidating lots, you mentioned 7 properties to get a half acre. Well, a half acre is about 22,000 square feet. So 7 lots would be less, 3,000 square feet or less. And most of the properties are more than 3,000 square feet per lot. So I think it'd be a little bit less than 7 properties. When we're talking about asking developers what they're willing to do, this is really a policy thing for the council. So if the council's will is to maybe take a little bit more risk in presenting our alternative, then well, maybe that's up to them and not to the consulting firms. You're discussing the AES site, and yet you dismissed, which doesn't have any transit near it, and yet you completely dismissed another site that has transit, that didn't have transit. Also, when you look at the HCD presentations, there are a number of other reasons why the AES site might be problematic. So I think you should explore that, please, as well. Thank you for your time. Please educate and not incinerate the general public.
Okay, next person is Jean Mayhew.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jean Mayhew, and I also live in the Dow Johnson Triangle. And I, just like my neighbors that you've heard over the evening, are against this plan that the GPAC has presented. And on my front, I have a couple concerns, primarily with the traffic and the fact that the GPAC kept saying over and over again, the metro, and the Green Line's going to expand, and the Green Line's going to expand. That hasn't yet happened. You see, but we do have public transit available in the South Bay, well into South Redondo. I don't understand why is metro the only thing being considered when it comes to public transit. There's no parking here. There's a traffic issue. You guys actually have voted on the traffic issue before in North Redondo. So I don't understand why when GPAC's like, oh yeah, like it has easy access to the freeways. You guys aren't saying that, oh yeah, we literally have just voted on the fact that there are significant traffic problems up here. I don't understand why, 2 and 2 isn't being put together. And also, there has to be an equitable distribution of the housing, the housing units. You guys keep saying that, oh yeah, the government is overextending, it's micromanaging the zoning and blah, blah, blah. How are you going to get more people to stand up and fight against Sacramento? You have to get everybody involved, not only those of us in District 5. We will speak loudly and we will speak with our actions. I don't really understand why you guys aren't really taking our words into consideration. Every time we say something, you're like, oh, don't make this into a South versus North issue. Look at the damn map. This is exactly what you're proposing. You are literally making it into a North versus South issue with one picture alone. So I don't know. I'm looking at me, I'm looking at our neighbors, I'm looking at our beautiful neighborhood. We're going to fight. And you can keep trying to run over us, but we pay property taxes just like the rest of them. And, you know, like we're not going to take this laying down. And the GPAC recommendation has holes everywhere. And every time we poke a hole in it, you guys are like, well, you know, let's not make a North versus South issue. You guys are literally making it that like your plan is a North versus South plan. And then you're saying, let's not make a North versus South issue. That's ridiculous. And that has to stop. And that please better stop tonight. We're going to wear you down and we're going to drag these meetings out all night if we need to. So don't think putting this at the end of the meeting is going to make us stop, because it's not. We're staying up late. We're just like you. If we're going to drag this out to 3 a.m., you know, most of us still have to work tomorrow, but this is that important to us. So please reconsider this plan.
The next person is Kimberly Brooke.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Brooke. I'm also from the Johnson Dow Triangle area across from the TRW track. I am very disappointed in the making it of an issue of the North versus South. I'd like to piggyback on the last caller's comments and reiterate that if you're going to put it all in the North, then you make it a North versus South. And I sat in on the last meeting and heard Mr. Sean Scully say twice that he didn't want to spoil this beachy feel of this area and the other area in South Redondo. And I'm really angry about those issues. I'm also concerned about traffic, and I'm concerned about the schools being overcrowded. And I appreciate this opportunity to be heard. I also would like to address the fact that we need more senior housing more than anything. And I haven't heard anybody mention that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I have Jim Light.
Thank you. So, you know, we kind of got the bum rush at the end. If you go back through the history of what
Jim, you're cut out.
We can't hear you. Okay. So I'll pick someone else and then I'll pick him again right now. Okay, so let's see. Susan Jones. Okay, let's try someone else. Let's just. Look at my list here. Okay, Paul Moses.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Moses. I'm in District 2. I'm on the GPAC, but I don't speak for them. And I want to say that the GPAC wasn't forced in these deliberations, and we voted on all these things. We could have voted it down, but they were approved, and they were approved by not very close margins, usually 6 to 7 votes on a 27 vote body made a big difference. So I don't know why people would discount what we did, saying that we were forced into anything. We could have voted this stuff down, but we didn't. So the majority approved these recommendations. I just recommend that the council must designate a land use change there at AES and at the Dirt Farm at C Lab for 30 units an acre to accommodate the new housing requirements. We can fight that fight with the state a different way, but let's just get the RENA numbers to them so we don't step on our own foot and get that done, properly. We can pick a fight with them later on a better ground, but this isn't the fight to do it on. Let's just get the numbers into them. So if they even it up between the city and spread out the housing, which is something I was always in favor of. I always voted for housing throughout the city on the GPAC, and I've been on the GPAC for 4 years. That would make it equitable. And equity is unity, shared responsibility builds unity in our community. So I think that's the road to take. And if you guys decide against that, I need the council members to explain to the city and the residents why it's fair. Why is it fair to put 15% of the zoning in South Redondo? And why is it fair to shove the 85% remaining up in North Redondo? Tell the people why that's fair. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, we have Carol Eckerlund Jepson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor. I am Carol Eckerlund Jepson. I live also in the Dow Johnson Triangle area and have been on the line since 6 p.m. this afternoon. So I appreciate everybody's time. I want to echo the sentiments of many of my fellow neighbors that have shared some of the concerns with the plan that has been presented, and also want to address the equitability of what has been presented. It's not equitable with what has been proposed by the GPAC. I also would like to state that I was a bit disappointed. I did come into the call with an open mind of what is being proposed and could it add value to the area? Could it be some improvement to the community? But unfortunately, I did not see that come through in the presentation. I think that the GPAC did not explore all options for zoning, specifically in single detached neighborhoods. For example, expansion of ADUs or using tiny house communities in some of the smaller parcels. So I don't think that there's been really a good analysis of how to increase the housing across the entire community of both North and South Redondo or Redondo Beach in general. So I just really want to echo that. And I do really also want to echo the concerns around traffic. If you've not driven to the Inglewood Manhattan Beach intersection, I would encourage everyone to do that. It is a nightmare, specifically in the morning. And we're at the pandemic with us sort of people going back to work. It's atrocious, and I can't imagine adding an additional 1,000 units. That's possibly 3,000 to 4,000 people using that corridor, and not to mention what's going to happen with cut-through streets and the safety of our neighborhood. So I just think all around where the recommendations were of the GPAC to put some of these dwelling units, there was not a very, very thorough analysis of the impact to those communities all around. And in addition, just to reiterate, really not a good analysis of considering all options for expanding single detached, expanding homes for in single detached neighborhoods. So thank you for your time.
Okay, and I'm going to try Susan Jones again.
I don't think she wanted to talk. She was just.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that concludes the Zooms. Jim Light hasn't come back. So we have e-comments. I think we have, Katara, how many do we have?
Jim Light came back.
Oh, there he is.
He's got his hand up. I don't know if he's back, but I see a hand
Let
up.
me try. Okay, Jim. There you go.
Okay. I think I had the same Same vendor that Wendy has for my internet provider. Where did I cut out?
The beginning.
Right at the beginning.
Okay.
First 5 seconds.
I started out by saying, the GPAC, our initial 2-3 years worth of effort was really focused on jobs workforce imbalance and trying to get jobs near to the transit centers to minimize traffic. It was not focused on increasing housing anywhere in the city. It was getting it down to the right balance. But we got limited in our choices. And in the December meeting, just like the Planning Commission, we were presented a bunch of data in one night, and we didn't go through the same process we did for the rest of it, where we deliberated in small groups, reported back, and then came up with ideas that we all voted on, and most of them got consensus. So very few got split, which you saw. So, but for the record, the GPAC recommendations, even in this one night case, were not north versus south. There was only 10 GPAC members who are South Redondo. There's 15 who are north. So South Redondo couldn't have forced this on. This wasn't a north-south. What the vote came out to was those who agreed with the process of voting in one night versus those who opposed it and generally opposed this dash into arena number that we had one night to consider. The online comments, so when you look at that site where they had the interactive comments, were largely north-south divided. When you look at the comments on the AES site, most of them were about north versus south, and that's flawed. It has two major flaws. First, it fails to recognize the current build-out across Redondo, where there's no other place in the city that has 10+ story buildings lining streets. And then another large contingent of 4+ story housing, plus RMD, plus the most mixed-use development and mixed-use development process in the city. And South Redondo has absorbed a lot of development. And to sit there and just look forward and ignore that history is just ridiculous. The highest density areas of Redondo, when you get to the neighborhoods, is South Redondo. So that's one flaw. The second is the location of jobs, the access to transportation and freeways, and traffic generation. And Councilmember Obaji started to do some of that when he showed his lines of where people would have to travel. So putting density in South Redondo, over 40% of that traffic goes north outside the city every day to commute to work. And that's going to come through North Redondo, up Aviation, up Inglewood. So whether you put it in North Redondo or South Redondo, you're going to push that to the north. Then there's some specific issues. First off, some of this we fell back to 1992 zoning that has proven it's failed. You talked about the Montecito, 1600 PCH, high turnover, low or high vacancy, high turnover. Could I get a minute more?
Motion to extend.
Second.
Yeah, so it underperforms in the commercial element. So it's basically a housing development with commercial as an afterthought. We did not get the chance to fix that when we jumped back to just implementing mixed use zoning on PCH. Targeting the AES site is arbitrary. There's other sites that should be considered. GPAC was prevented from considering other sites in the city. So it wasn't GPAC that said, this is what we want to analyze. It was city staff at the time, Aaron Jones and other people, it was before Brandy was even here, I think, picked which areas, and they said it was decided by the council, not by us. So there's other areas we would have liked to explore, but we were prohibited. Let's see. The other thing is the history. We voted against Heart of the City. We voted against 600 units on this site in Measure B, and we voted to put a large park there in 2005. So this ignores 3 previous votes that went on this site. It's also in proximity to one of the worst intersections in Redondo, PCH 190th and Redondo. That is a major traffic intersection that is backed up, and it's getting worse because both Hermosa and Redondo are putting more red lights along PCH because of accidents and like at Pearl and up in Hermosa. So we're getting more backed up traffic, even during COVID. Now that we're recovering, we're seeing worse traffic. So, I asked the city council to consider the Planning Commission had one night we had one night. I think we undid a lot of good work over 4 years by the GPAC, and that is very disappointing. I applaud the efforts to push back on RENA. I don't see why the city should comply with this unfair RENA allotment, but that's a policy decision for the council. So thank you very much. Appreciate the extra time.
Okay, we have Marcela Guillermo. There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Marcia Guillermo. Good evening, everyone. Just to say this, we are not south versus north. And just to let everyone know to please explore, now that we know all the residents concerned, and it appears that the GPAC didn't have enough time to provide good recommendations. So this is the time the city council needs to explore the different comments from different members of the community. So for everyone to know, Redondo Beach is a beach town, and we need to keep that flavor from North Redondo to South Redondo. South Redondo is very, very, very crowded. Corner of Pacific Coast Highway, Torrance Boulevard, Broadway, and all that area, it's not just cars. We have a lot of pedestrians. We have visitors. For my neighbors in North Redondo, don't think about you against me. We're on this together. So you get yourself educated. By the way, about senior housing, South Redondo has plenty to share with everybody. So just my last point is get involved, fight against Sacramento. There are a couple of bills that we need to fight, SB 9 and SB 10. So get in touch with your city council and make sure that they give you all the information to fight this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, so now we have e-comments.
Hi.
Kara?
Yes, so the first e-comment is from Dawn Thompson. As a homeowner in North Redondo, I'm sick and tired of the North getting dumped on. Once again, councils dump these issues on North Redondo and it must stop. Between the homeless pallet housing and now having to house more people, I've had it. North Redondo has for many years taken on the burden that South Redondo refuses to have in their town. First, it was the pallet program for 6 months in North Redondo at the promise of it being moved to South Redondo after the first 6 months. Stand behind what you promised the residents of Redondo Beach 6 months ago, council, before trying to shove more changes down our throats. You must zone 1,245 units in the 90277 part of town. As North Redondo residents, this plan greatly impacts our home values. We are already overcrowded in North Redondo. You must balance between the North and South. It is very apparent that there is no effort to balance, and we are asking that North Redondo Beach is valued and treated equally. Please go back to the drawing boards and come up with a fair solution. That is your job. Enough is enough. It's high time for South Redondo to step up and take the lion's share of this rezoning and pallet shelter burden. The next comment is from Miriam Butler. Once again, I'm reaching out to the council in an effort to represent the needs of North Redondo Beach, where I own my home, which has already taken on the tremendous task of hosting the pallet shelters for our homeless population. North Redondo Beach is already doing more than its fair share to accommodate more housing. We are already overcrowded. Please remove the 1,000 units in the tech district and equitably rezone the units throughout the 90277 parts of town as recommended by the Planning Commission. Please consider the Planning Commission's recommendation that identified additional sites in South Redondo Beach that would create an equitable plan. You need to be fair and zone 1,245 units in South Redondo Beach. The next comment is from Mark Gaynor. I am a resident of District 3. Housing should not be built adjacent to the 405. This would expose people to significant negative health impacts via high volumes of chemicals from vehicle emissions as well as noise pollution. I think that the very low income threshold should be modified from $56,000 annual income to $45,000. The former remains twice the annual income of minimum wage income earners and at least 1.5 times the median income of adjunct university faculty. Given the history of redlining in Redondo Beach, as well as less formal discrimination, and in order to provide better housing solutions than what could be provided by creating high-density housing adjacent to the 405, housing southeast of Torrance Boulevard currently encoded as single-family residential density should be modified to low or medium residential density. The next comment is from Susan Andrade. I believe we are one Redondo, and that is why we should have equitable distribution of the housing and same practices when it comes to zoning. Don't know why South Redondo is never even considered. There are lots located below Torrance Boulevard east of PCH are bigger than our lot zoned R2 and R3 already, yet they are zoned R1, and they are still trying to more density in north. Parking and traffic are horrible as it is. I can't imagine how long it will take to leave my street in the morning now. I have to wait 20 minutes just to get onto Inglewood in the morning for work, as it is when I work 5 minutes away. Lived here 47 years. My neighborhood and the ones directly next to mine are being overwhelmed and truly cannot take any more people. The infrastructure cannot absorb anymore. We all keep saying no, and we all keep saying so, and no one is listening. Please listen to us. Do a door-to-door survey to see how the neighborhood feels about the changes. A lot of residents are not aware these changes are coming. Mailers directly to our homes informing us are needed. Please help. Many of my neighbors are elderly, and this is how they prefer their notices. This is my family, home, neighborhood, and community. Please don't destroy them. The next comment is from Oren Ewan. As a resident of District 4, I declare that the council member supposedly representing our district is grossly misrepresenting his support from our district. Furthermore, I oppose any attempts to force more than an equal share of the RENA requirements on North Redondo. South Redondo can comfortably absorb all of the RENA requirements in the AES site, and the GPAC and Planning Commission agree. Any attempts to claim that South Redondo doesn't need to contribute are being made by South Redondo residents and wannabes. The next comment is from Michael Garland. I strongly urge the council to adopt the modifications recommended by the Planning Commission to the GPAC recommended land use plan. It is unfair to put the majority of the new units in one section of the city. Please help preserve the quiet single-family neighborhood way of life we enjoy here in North Redondo. The next comment is from Imelda Shahnaz. So RB needs to take responsibility for their fair shared housing and zone for more of the housing. It has to be equal and fair between the north and south. No more pushing everything off onto North Redondo Beach. The next comment is from someone who already spoke earlier. The next comment is from Nikki Negretti Bitchell. I oppose more housing development on Kingsdale and 182nd, which is already under heavy attack from all directions. There will already be units at the Galleria which will burden heavily 182nd Street, with only one lane in each direction and crossing Inglewood Avenue, an already hazardous intersection. That intersection is school crossing for children in both Adams Middle School and Washington Elementary. Let's be fair. New housing developments can and should be spread out more strategically so as not to overburden and urbanize North Redondo any further, especially near the already busy Inglewood Avenue. Any more stress on this narrow artery will become impossible. The idea of revitalizing is making improvements, not making matters worse with more concrete, steel, and congestion. Nobody wants that, citizens north and south. Spread it out and make it as painless as possible for the entire city, please. Thanks. The next comment is from Leslie Campeggi. It's very disheartening to see a council member spread a social media misinformation campaign to perpetuate a North versus South turf war that is not in evidence. The GPAC comprises members appointed by the previous council, 10 members from South Redondo, 15 from North Redondo. The geographical areas the GPAC recommends to add RENA housing overlays are close to major public transit hubs qualifying to match the requirements of availability. The GPAC appears to have made its RENA compliance recommendations based on the reality of Redondo's infrastructure and the expected requirements, not a North versus South issue. But all that said, the GPAC should not have been tasked with this matter, thrown hastily on their plate as a last-minute item added to their mission by the city staff last December, with little time to properly assess. The biggest concern should be supporting the mayor and council along with our assembly member Tucci in fighting this egregious, arbitrary, grossly unfair new housing number being slammed onto our city. We need to be joining other cities in getting that number reduced, as there's no rhyme, reason, or methodology to reasonably have such a burden placed on any city, while not providing additional funding or resources to pay for the huge financial strain increased housing would have on our budget, infrastructure, city services, and schools. We shouldn't be supporting any increased housing that will never be affordable for those the program intends. disingenuous, self-serving blogs, emails, and social media posts to promote a ridiculous juvenile North versus South turf war are nothing more than a catalyst for a District 5 council member to continue to sow division and angst unjustifiably. She really needs to stop plying would-be recruits with half-truths in the process to further her personal agenda. We can do much better by joining together to fight what's being unfairly imposed on Redondo Beach and other cities in the state, while doing our best to minimize negative impacts we might be forced to impose. And I believe someone submitted, okay, never mind. That's not for that one.
That concludes our public comments. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. And many thanks to all the residents sticking it out and yeah, your participation. It's critical. And yeah, it's a painful process, but this is how we get there. Councilmember Obaji, you have your hand up first.
Thank you. Couple questions. First, have we gotten any sort of breakdown of the current density by district? Because I've heard competing claims as to what the most dense district in the city is, and I don't think I saw that anywhere in those reports.
No, we don't have that by district.
Okay, what do we have it by?
We do have a zip code comparison, but we don't have a district comparison. Okay. That's something that we could.
Can we get the zip code comparison?
Yeah.
I think on an ongoing basis, especially as wherever this housing comes into existence, we do need to watch our density because we need to, I've talked to the police chief and he's like, oh, we've got resources distributed equally across the city. Well, I'm not sure that makes entire sense if we end up with a bunch of new residents in North Redondo, if we have a transit corridor in North Redondo, if we have the Green Line stop and all those buses arriving and that new transit bus terminal. So, which brings me to another point, which is, after this, we really got to talk about the resources that flow to North Redondo for public safety. But do you have that breakdown, by the way, by zip code?
Yeah, I think, do you have that, Wendy?
Yeah, I can bring that slide up. If it will let me. Okay.
Can I just say one thing to what Zane's question was?
Go for it.
So if the districts are fairly equally distributed in population, right? That was done by the last census. And all you have to do is calculate the area size.
Not the last census. That would be like 2 censuses ago.
I'm sorry, 2 census when it was last redistricted. And all you have to do is calculate the area, size of the area, and then you'll determine how dense it is. That's not that difficult. That shouldn't be that difficult for us to calculate.
All right.
So you just have to look at
you can kind of see it right there.
No, but I'm not talking by zip code. I'm talking about by council district, like Zane asked for.
So if I'm seeing even by zip code, 8.1 dwelling units per acre in 90277, 7.3 dwelling units per acre in 90278. Is that correct?
Yeah, and these are the portions of the zip code that are actually in the city of Redondo.
The city of Redondo Beach. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm astonished. I live in District 4. District 4 on the map, by the way, looks like, I can't share while you're sharing, but we barely have single family housing in District 4. And I am, astonished to hear District 5 residents from the Dow-Johnston Triangle coming forth today and telling me they don't want to add any more density there when they're living in a single family zone in a single family house. All right. We live on a 3 on a lot. My neighbors each are on a 3 on a lot. So we get 1/3 of a lot and very little park space, which brings me to my next point. In these communities, if these are not aggregated properties, thank you. If these are not aggregated parcels, what I see happening is we're going to get dense residential development or dense mixed-use development and no open space. The key to what Americana at Brand and Glendale, what they did is that was all owned by one owner, And so they made a park space in the middle. So does anybody have any suggestions on how we either get open space here or open space here, or stated otherwise, if you can do this with separate property owners owning the parcels there, if not, how we get them consolidated under one owner as if development's going to come into existence. Any thought on how we work public open space into these areas?
I think that's a, excellent question. And, that's something that, we'll talk about and see if we can come back with some suggestions in our next conversation.
All right. And then I am sensitive to the comments made by, I think it was Mr. Marks, relative to I guess I'll pull up the map again. The zone here, it looks like I glossed over it because this is magenta and this is red. But it seems to me that if we have Metro here, either on Hawthorne Boulevard or on Kingsdale Boulevard, that all these areas really should be, transit oriented. So it would be kind of silly not to use this space for where people could just walk across the street and enter the metro station to satisfy our residential requirements. So I'd like y'all to maybe come back with something different here, whatever is recommended. And obviously, as I've made the budget response request, the FAR on Artesia has got to increase beyond 0.6. While the GPAC is not looking for anything huge to cause a transition of property, I certainly am. And that is one of the issues that's holding us up from a bustling Artesia Boulevard. And question, I suppose, this is not, obviously the AES power plant site is not highlighted in any respect. Is it even eligible to serve the RENA purposes since it's going to be seemingly continually used as a power plant till at least 2023? Veronica, do you know?
I haven't read this by HCD because it didn't come up until recently. However, I've worked in another jurisdiction where we were dealing with a quarry that has kind of similar situation. It was still in operation, and how long does it take? And so in that type of situation, what you would want to do is make sure that you talk about how long it's going to be decommissioned. But ultimately what is a threshold is, when is it going to be decommissioned? Can you rezone it within 3 years? The deadline for rezoning it is by October 15, 2024, 3 years from the statutory deadline. Can you rezone it? And can it be remediated to a point where you can start construction? Can construction happen within 8 years? So these are the kind of criteria that you have to meet in order to be able to potentially count the sites. So, it certainly is the council's decision what to do with this site, but if you do choose to include it, these are the criteria these are the things that we have to be able to map out for HCD to consider.
Now, one more question. Can somebody explain, I know you've discussed this before, Brandy, in our previous meetings on the subject, but can somebody explain to the residents who are tuned in why we are doing this exercise when all of us protest what HCD is requiring us to do? What are the repercussions for not getting our housing plan in on time?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know that Mike Webb is going to also be working on that. So perhaps at our next meeting, he can go into more detail. But it goes back to the slide that Wendy had about, now HCD has this ability to, they have more teeth. They have this ability to call on the Attorney General. So there's a couple of different things that might happen if you don't meet your RENA obligation and your housing element. If you're not showing that capacity and you don't have then certified housing element, HCD can go after that. They can now bring in the Attorney General. The Attorney General can then challenge in court the municipality. Different outcomes. It could be that they could, you know, it could be as severe as taking away the city's ability to issue permits. So then the state decides everything's going to go through non-discretionary. So it would, you know, anything housing, and then maybe nothing else gets approved until we bring a housing element that can be certified. That's one extreme. They do have the ability to, HCD has the ability to issue fines. So, you know, if you're fined $100,000 a month for that, that's, you know, $1.2 million a year just to pay the fines. But I think the bigger issue is going to be where they have more of that teeth of challenging it through the Attorney General. But I would ask, I know that Mike Webb is just coming back from being away from the office for a few days. So I think that he'll have more of that information in our next discussion. You know, we have 3 more meetings scheduled for this.
Well, and Brandy did a good job of describing it, but it's not just the Attorney General. The law was changed a couple of years ago so that they can go after you, but it's normally affordable housing advocates. And sometimes the court can just order projects to be approved. And in addition to, as a first step, stopping all discretionary non-low income permits from being issued. So basically the city permitting would stop. So there are significant provisions in the law that would be very problematic for a city.
And we intend to challenge these laws as much as we can, right? I mean, at some point.
Well, I'm waiting for it. So we've gone into closed session before at I think it was Councilwoman MD who made the referral, and then everyone agreed. And we went in on the question of whether what our legal options were to challenge an inaccurate RENA number. And I won't go into detail on the closed session, but you note that we didn't file a legal challenge. We filed all the way along an administrative appeal. You know, Brandy did, and cities that have challenged the RENA number have not been successful, including as recently as February down in San Diego against the SDAG. We haven't gone through the broader question of, is it challenging whether the lack of affordable housing is a statewide concern? And, you know, I
suppose this is a question for another day, but I suppose my concern is there are these requirements, but the state's not giving us any resources to now service the new residents that it's requiring us to take on. So maybe that's a referral I need to make. I don't know if the city-state relations are the same as a state to federal, but I know the federal government couldn't do that to a state. So any event.
They are different. The big thing is we're a charter city. So for example, the analogy is SB 415. Every city in California that was a charter city moved their election day. And that's because it's in the charter, that is up to the city voters. And it's a more clear issue because that specifically, the California Constitution leads to charter cities municipal affairs. Well, it doesn't exclusively define them, but it does say conduct of elections. The issue of housing isn't listed. It doesn't mean that it can't.
So we need charter reform is what you're saying, to include housing in our charter.
We need constitutional reform like AC.
Got it. Okay.
Which you've now previously just tonight asked me to opine on, because if, for example, something like ACA 7 was added to say charter cities it's a matter of municipal concern, because you've all articulated why it's so important and how it affects the city so much. There is a late 2019 case out of San Jose that said within the conduct of even the city getting rid of its own surplus property, and San Jose is a charter city, that the lack of affordable housing is a matter of statewide concern. And that review was sought by the Supreme Court and denied in early 2020. And so I certainly would be, more than happy if the council wants to look at ways to challenge it through the courts, to do that in closed session at your convenience.
Sure. All right. Thanks. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Okay, so I want to clear up a few things. GPAC was not a waste of time, and they were lowering the number of housing units. They were on track to do that, and Mr. Hensley even pointed out that the people who redid the GPAC before lowered density as well, or lowered the number of units that were being zoned for. It's not the GPAC's fault that the state came in and said that you cannot lower housing units as of 2018, I think it was. That was not GPAC's fault. They did what they could do, and the GPAC is so much more than just the housing element. It decides open space, it has circulation, it has hazards, it has a whole range of things on general plan. So I really don't want GPAC to feel that they wasted their time. It's important work, and I think it was great what they did. No one blames them. It was done very quickly, but it wasn't their fault. We have a deadline, and we need to be able to get the outreach out. We need to be able to kind of go. We were trying to, I shouldn't say that. The consultants and Brandy's staff were trying to get everybody on the same page as to the facts of what it was. And that's what was happening on that. So there's no blame on GPAC. I watched the GPAC meeting in December. Many of the people that are watching watched the GPAC. We understand how that went down, and nobody feels that you're responsible for any of this. This is truly the state mandating housing to the cities. Okay, so I don't want you to feel that bad about that, because no one blames GPAC in any way, shape, or form. One of the callers called in and tried to tell me that South Redondo near the beach with all their condos has a 15,000 per square mile. Well, so to answer Mr. Obaji's question, there's actually a website, density.website, in which you can then put in by census tract. So you can go through the census tracts and add up all the censuses that are in your district, and you can figure out what your densities are. So just to give you an example, on one of the census tracts in D5 has 16,754 per square mile. Golden Hills by itself, sorry, it keeps changing, also has 13,690, and that includes the dog park. I mean, that's a Golden Hills. There's just different areas like that where you can go through and you can see that many of our areas are over 15,000 residents per square mile. South PCH actually has the lowest, but that's not the point. The point is we all feel that our area has bad traffic. We all have intersections that are rated F. We all can feel the pain on that. This is simply an equity issue. Should we fight the state? Of course we should fight the state. The problem is we have a deadline, and the consequences we're going to hear about apparently at the next meeting. Also, Eugene Solomon was asking about Veronica's math about the 7 units. Just to be clear, she was talking about the Kingsdale area, and those are all half lots. They're about 3,000 square feet of each lot. And so that's where she was getting those numbers and why the number was half of what you thought. because she was talking specifically about that particular area, which the lots are around 3,000 square feet each. And also somebody, and I think it was Eugene, asked about why doesn't inclusionary zoning count? And the difference is zoning versus entitlement. So the inclusionary doesn't count until you entitle the property, and that's when you get counted as affordable. And this is my big rub. And you know, I think that they make you densify in the name of affordable, but then they don't give you the affordable credit because once it's entitled, they only give you what actually meets the parameters of the income levels. So for example, one of the biggest examples is we zoned Galleria. We zoned it for 30, much more, like 45 dwelling units per acre, 650 units. We did 300, which is still over 30 dwelling units per acre. And we only got credit for 60 of them because that's what we deed restricted as far as what's affordable. So it's a bit of a bait and switch by the state as to what's affordable and what's not. When you're talking about capacity, changing your R1 zones to an R2, R3s, they did that a long time ago, long before we were here. And even then, the capacity in the 90278 was 1,028. The capacity of that was not in the 90277 was 351. We are still taking on more of that residential recycling on that. So when you talk about history, let's talk about the fact that they changed the zoning in the north to make it more dense. We can fix mixed use, not necessarily through zoning, but through FAR. If you want to have commercial to not be an afterthought, then you have to incentivize commercial on those lots. And you do that through a more aggressive FAR for commercial. Voting no on Measure B was an easy choice. It was a choice of housing or no housing. Of course we're going to vote no on Measure B when it's a choice of housing or no housing. Of course that's what's going to happen. But now the choice isn't housing or no housing. The choice is now, where do we put the housing? Because it's mandated. So you can knock me all you want that I've actually put out the call to my residents, that I actually told everybody that this was happening. And I don't know why you're not yelling at everybody else for not doing that to their residents, because everybody should know about this. We've got to educate everybody as to why we're being forced to put this in. And it's key because in 6 years from now, when we go to actually put this housing in that's zoned, and everybody starts screaming at us, and then we have to lower how much, or the future people, not me, have to lower how many houses there are to satisfy the screaming people. People have to understand that we have to then rezone that lost housing somewhere else. Okay, that's going to be key later. So it'd be better if we educated everybody as to why we have to take on this extra 2,600, 2,700 zoned housings. It's not neighbor against neighbor. Listen to what they're saying. They just want equity. That's all they want. The original plan, which again, no one's blaming GPAC. We understand you weren't allowed to consider other areas. There's other areas that could have been considered. And honestly, if you don't want to put anything at AES, fine. Just make sure that you have 1245 somewhere distributed throughout the city. It's not going to be all of it in our area. That's the point, is the equity issue. The way it was broken down, the way it was presented to us on December 3rd, was 2,200 of the units would have been in North Redondo, and 300 and something is over in South Redondo. That's the issue. It's not that we want to fight neighbor against neighbor. It's about equity. Everybody has bad intersections. Everybody has bad traffic. Everyone's feeling the pain of getting squeezed in with people. If you want to fix the housing to jobs balance, why are you taking away industrial land for housing? Let me tell you something. There was an article in the Daily Breeze by Nick Green in which he talked about this very issue.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the day. I want to say it was March 22nd or something like that, in which he said the very desirable location, minutes from the 405 freeway, relatively close to LAX and the LA and Long Beach airports, is particularly attractive to companies on LA's west side that can't find modern buildings there. So he goes on to say that the opportunities to buy industrial buildings in the South Bay are limited. And he was talking about Torrance. Torrance is one of the most prized locations because of where that was. But the way he described those Torrance locations is the same as North Tech. And in the last 15 years that I've been involved in leadership positions in Redondo, Northrop Grumman has always been our #1 job center, #1. And it's not cheap jobs. We're talking high-tech jobs. We're talking the exact kind of jobs we want to attract here in Redondo. Why would we jeopardize that? And to combine them, I've heard you say they're successful, but ask the people in the Dow Johnson area how much they complain about the noise from Northrop Grumman. It's not necessarily a good mix. Further, okay, so just to give you an idea, the South Bay is among the top 11 nationally who rents almost 13% above average for their industrial land. So that's huge. It's a great article. There's more to it on that. Further, one of the reasons why we're getting hit with the numbers that we're getting hit with, okay, is because we followed the rules before. And if you go to put all the density next to the freeways, we're going to get hit with a bonus next time. All right. You know, there's a methodology. We can go into it next time as to how that number got there. I'll put out a web post for it so we can see that. But if you put that density there, it's going to be even harder next time. And let me tell you, that's how El Segundo's gotten away with 733 is their arena. 733. They have 2 metro stops. But why don't they get hit with the bonus? Because they had a policy of no housing east of PCH. So they don't have any kind of bonus for their HQTA whatsoever. Further, last point. I know you guys don't like to hear me talk too much, but if the last point on that is if you put all the jobs in one location like El Segundo and not have some jobs here in Redondo, there's going to be a problem with everybody going to one place. If you've ever lived anywhere near New York City, you know that the trains are packed going into the city and then the trains packed going out of the city. If you have a distribution of where the houses are and where the jobs are, then that's really going to be helpful on trying to the movement so that it doesn't get all focused and concentrated into one area. So I think that having our jobs in the North Tech area, high tech, wonderful jobs, will be a great place for the Metro stop, which by the way, is in Lawndale, not Redondo. So, yeah, we need to get off of this personal agenda. I got 2 years left. There's no personal agenda here except to make sure that my District 5 residents are represented and heard. That is my only agenda that I have. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thanks. Oh, yeah, Susan, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, we can come back. Councilmember Nairnheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Wow, Laura, you said for a while that I talk a lot.
That was 10 minutes.
Wow.
I've heard you talk for 40.
Oh, man, that was like 15, 20. Okay, and it's past 10:30, Laura. I'm impressed. Okay, a lot of questions, but we'll try to pare them down. Hey, it's just friendly banter. So, Veronica, does HCD discount mixed use in favor of multi-use housing?
It's in state law that if you're using mixed use primarily, then you have to consider that allowing 100% residential within your mixed use as well, because in mixed use zones, there is the possibility that it will not come back with housing. Whereas if you have housing, then there is no other choice but to do housing. So in terms of estimating capacity, if you're relying heavily on mixed use, they do want to see a bigger buffer.
All right, so I mean, let's look at South Redondo for example. The last 3-4 projects we've done in South Redondo, we've gone 100% residential max that we're allowed to build, and we've done the absolute on one of the projects, absolute bare minimum of 10,000 square feet of commercial. So if you're going to start looking at, or they're going to start looking at all of our individual plots and pieces of land and start customizing everything, can we use that to our credit and saying, listen, in Redondo Beach, we build high density, maximum amount of residential and minimal commercial?
Yes, and in fact, in the housing element, in demonstrating the site inventory adequacy of that, I have to cite recent development trends based on average density that you're yielding. And also, I just finished a couple of housing elements in the San Diego area, Imperial Beach, very heavily similar in terms of land use like yours. I have to calculate the percentage of recent development projects, how much of them comes in as 100% commercial, how much comes in as mixed use, and how much comes in as 100% residential, for them to accept the type of buffer that we are looking for.
Okay, fantastic. Because I'm thinking of the last let's see, Legato project, that was 115 units that we built. One South 52 units that we built. Avenue I, which is actually the only affordable housing in the entire city of Redondo Beach in the last 10 plus years, which is 13 or 14 units. 2 of those were affordable. And then I'm thinking, well, I guess the Kensington's 110 units of well, it's not residential, but it is residential, but we don't get credit for that. So those were all max developments that we did. So I would say Redondo does a really good job at maximizing residential, particularly mixed use in certain areas. I heard something about a discount. If we get a discount for credits in development, I forgot what. Can we get discounts on zoning if we do? If we build out certain levels?
I'm not sure I totally understand that comment earlier.
So I had a question here about discounts. Do we get credit or discounts for things that we build? And if we already start including, say for instance, if we have inclusionary housing and we start building affordable units at a certain percentage, can we get a credit for that? I mean, does it have to be built? To Laura's comment earlier, do we have to start building that before we start getting that credit, or can we look back at that and say?
And unfortunately, I think Councilmember MD explained that, and she's accurate in that interpretation. HCD, and that was my comment at the Planning Commission meeting too. HCD does not allow jurisdictions to calculate density bonus or inclusionary to get credits when it's a site. Unless it becomes a project. And I think there was a question about when is a site and when is a project. A project is when a property developer or a property owner has already tell you that they're going to have a project.
Okay, so to that point exactly, when we have a site, that you just hit me off. So when we have a site, say for instance the mobile home park on 190th, we have a bunch of units in there that are very, very, very affordable. Do we get a credit for that if we don't touch that area and say, you know what, that's an extremely affordable, we're not going to touch that, because if we were to redevelop that, there's no way we would get that amount of affordable, highly affordable units?
No, unfortunately, the RENA is almost entirely based on new units. You only get credits for new units. You do get credits if you do some kind of legalizing illegal units because they were not reported before. If you have a program, if you have a track record, you do get credit for that, but you need to have a program and you do have to have track record for legalizing illegal units.
Okay, the home pro, okay. Let's see here. Inclusionary zoning, okay. Why can't they? I would love to get a couple of those slides, by the way. I don't know who did that. Brandy, I think you did that regarding the density in the 9277, 78, and a couple of those slides in there.
Yeah, we'll make sure to distribute that to you.
Yeah, there's some good information in there to look at. Speaking of which, let's see here. General plan land use map. You know, I was looking at the entire city land use map, the zoning map. First of all, I've printed it out, and it's very interesting to look at how much R1 is in certain neighborhoods, for instance, District 1 and District 5, and District 3 even, but absolutely no R1 in District 4. I mean, Zane, you're only like maybe a quarter mile wide, I think, or something like that. Not even, but you're really just.
I know.
Right? It's just insane. And then I look at District 2, which also has like a couple of blocks of R1, and that's it. That's it. And I'm looking at the age at some of these areas. So I'm looking at some of the higher densities we have at RMD, 23 units. We have a lot of older buildings on, let's say, for instance, in Avenue G, for instance, where it's 23 units, it's been downgraded. It was actually built at 50 to 60 units an acre. And it's here on our current zoning as 23 units an acre. Would they accept if we went out to 80 to 100 units an acre, knowing that it was already built at 60 units an acre?
Most likely not.
Okay, because we have very large parcels there. The buildings were built in the 60s and the 70s, and they're perfect for recycling. They're large parcels, and there's hundreds of units there, and it's known as Cannery Row. So they wouldn't take that. I mean, it's.
I have not seen HCD accepting that type of scenarios before, because it is still somebody buying up a 60-unit building and then knocking it down and building 100 units. You net in 40 units, really. Because you're only allowed to count
acres and acres and acres of land.
Okay. Well, there are other ways to look at it. For example, we've counted some other projects before where the existing property owner, they have land on their property that they can fit in additional units, and they're proposing additional units in there. So if you have a property owner who tells you they're going to do it, then maybe. And one example is in Cupertino, when we did a project, and when we did the housing element in Cupertino last time, a property owner basically say, yeah, we built these units. They're pretty new. They're not even like 50, 60 years old, but we're going to knock it down and intensify. So I think with property owner interest, you would have a better chance.
We can't figure that out right now. I mean, what I'm basically hearing is there are certain flags that they are looking at to make sure that we pass. That's do we know what those? Do they have those written for density units an acre? We don't know what those flags are. They just kind of look at it and say what's the viability based on 2 or 3 items like age and apartments and density, right?
Yeah, and I think that kind of situation, like I mentioned before, if you have property owners who expressly say that they're going to do it, then they're probably going to accept it. But without that, it's very difficult to convince HCD that somebody would come in and buy a large building and rebuild and you only get to count the net. The other thing too, there is a new state law, and your city attorney can also probably look at it too. It requires replacement if the property currently has units that are occupied by low-income households, or that they're deed restricted as low-income housing. So there's that requirement to replace the low-income units on top of only being able to count the net.
Okay. All right. And the traffic studies, that's going to be part of the EIR, correct? And are we past the point where we can do level of service versus and no longer do level of service, right? We have to do the other wonky thing, but we've set those standards according to what we want, right?
Yeah, it would have to be VMT as of July 1st of 2020. And that'll be, so once the city council decides on the land plan to move forward, we'll kick in the EIR to evaluate that land plan.
Okay. And the VMT we customize as, I remember we did that vote.
Yeah, and we're going to be bringing back, the resolutions and ordinance that, kind of correct some of the wording, as well. Just really, having an adopted resolution of the procedure so everybody has the same document. So that's coming to you in the next month or two.
Okay.
But yes, you did decide on your methodology.
Right. Okay. So basically what I'm hearing is they being HCD, they are targeting commercial areas and industrial areas and trying to convert those.
I don't think HCD is necessarily targeting areas, but realistically, if you're recycling residential, which we are counting some of that, but because of the magnitude and the size of those projects, we can only count them towards moderate and above moderate income. So the recycling of your R2 and R3 into from single family into smaller buildings, we are counting a few hundred of those, I think 750 units of potential in those areas. But in terms of using single family residential site, you have to be either vacant or severely underutilized. Some communities do utilize mobile home parks as a site to redevelop, but that is certainly a city policy. Like you mentioned, mobile home parks are one of the very few remaining resource for affordable housing or low-cost housing, and so it's a city policy whether you want to preserve that or whether you want to redevelop that. Some cities choose to redevelop that, but that's certainly your choice.
Yeah, I think we should definitely look at redeveloping that and enforcing the amount of very low and highly highly affordable units and preserving those numbers at that particular location. I mean, it's just, if we're not getting credit for that, we're being forced all this high density development everywhere. So we have hardly any commercial left in this city. I mean, hardly any. So it's going to be tough for us to find this. And we're on a 4-year cycle. We get in by October 15th or approved by October 15th, then we don't have to do it for another 8 years. That's correct?
If we are able to get this adopted by October 15, then we will not be subject to the 4-year anymore.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Let's say hypothetically you had this town is full of strip malls or retail places with parking lots. Would that be a candidate? A lot of them are located along major thoroughfares. Would that be a candidate for putting residential in terms of RENA?
That's what a lot of communities are doing, primarily strip malls, a lot of parking space, particularly in front, because it's not the type of environment that new development likes to see. So a lot of communities are targeting strip malls.
Okay. That's actually my only question I had. I was curious about that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so thanks. This is, I see Councilmember Obaji has his hand up. I thought I was going to be the last one here.
I thought I'd let you go because he's already gone. So
thank you.
I wanted to say something.
So I'm going to ultimately make a motion to continue to the May 4th meeting because I assume, I don't even know if we need to do that, but, just in case. I get that this is a very highly charged conversation, and I think it should be just repeated that this body has been doing everything it can to fight against the overreach by Sacramento. We've been unified in that, and it looks like we will continue to be unified in that. But it's also highly charged and emotional for people just at the granular level here within the city, regardless of where they live. Nobody wants more traffic. Laura said this, but traffic is here. It's been here for a long time before many of us even got here. It's not really going to go anywhere unless you just scraped everything and went back to, pre-World War II. So we're going to just have to figure out using, the best capacity and the highest intellect we have as to how to make a bad situation kind of work, and then how to, to really rethink things. And, in some cases, I know we may argue about where things should go and why they should go in one place. I definitely am in support of just spreading the love and having it be equitable throughout the city. I don't necessarily have a dog in the fight as to where that is, because the truth is there's not really a good place anywhere in the city, right? It just depends on who you ask and where they live. But, we definitely should consider some of those points that were made about HQTA areas. The idea of putting housing in HQTA, transit-oriented development, has been, a talking point for a long time at higher levels of government and even, at the SCAG level. But I don't think it bears out. It doesn't really work. And, we've been talking about neighborhood-oriented development at the COG level for a while because TOD just doesn't seem to actually give the benefits that a community like ours needs. It may work in Culver City, or it may work downtown. It doesn't necessarily work here where we have people commuting out. We also don't have a lot of people who want to come here, and create businesses and campuses. There are opportunities. There's a lot of vacant commercial areas up and down Redondo Beach into Torrance. Look at the Toyota site. Still vacant after 3 years. So I think, and then I just want to comment, there was a comment just made about the mobile home park in my district. I would not consider redeveloping that site. It is for people 50 and older, or 55 and older. It's the only one we have. And, people really, the people that live there definitely want that preserved. It's, I would not consider destroying that just to try to figure out where we can get more affordable housing. We have to figure out where to put more affordable housing in general. That's just something that we're tasked with. This is not an easy job, and people are going to be upset with us, regardless of how we come to a final conclusion. And, very well may turn out where a public, vote does not actually support it. I don't know. The point is that we are faced with really challenging work here in the coming weeks. And we just have to really do our best to figure out how to do it while we are also congruently or concurrently trying to figure out how to fight against the overreach from the state. So I would just make a motion to continue the discussion to the May 4th meeting.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Thank you, everybody.
But wait, Holly's had her hand up for quite a while and we never.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have one more person. Yeah.
I see that. Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to
Holly?
say a few words. No, excuse me. I wanted to
Oh,
say
okay.
a few words, and then
Sorry.
we'll go to Holly.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Where are we? I know this isn't germane to this discussion, but where are we on our inclusionary zoning ordinance that I've been talking about for 2 years?
Yeah, we are, I should be getting the report back from the subconsultant. Remember, we had the parameters and she was evaluating that for the feasibility. She did have a death in the family. And so that was delayed by a few weeks, but we are expecting that this week. And then we'll be bringing that forward for, finalizing the ordinance.
Thank you, Brandy. I just, nothing against you. I've just been hearing these sorts of things for the 12 years I've been up here. And I'll go back to 2008. Before I was on the council, I was part of the Growth Management and Traffic Committee, made up of, 25 people. John Parsons was on it, Jonathan Eubanks, Sean Guthrie, myself, Jim Light. Started in 2007, I believe, didn't complete till late 2008. And it was unanimous out of there with a broad section of the community that we needed to downzone our mixed use zoning. And it was unanimous. And so then I got elected to the council in 2009, and I, strategic planning commission meetings. We need to re-examine our mixed use. It's what came out of the committee that Mayor Jin formed and spent all this time on consultants and staff and blah, blah, blah. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. The council never acted. And then bam, 330 hits, and that's all out the window. Not that it was moving forward. So, this is about affordable housing. I think for most people, I've been on these calls with statewide elected officials in the local level. It's not a housing crisis, it's an affordability crisis. And so, I agree with Councilmember Horvath. Gentrifying the mobile home park is eliminating what we're trying to get, and that is affordable housing. So that's really what she's focused on, and that's why and that's a big part of RENA, right? And so what we've been hearing coming from the state, like SB 9 is the latest bill, has no affordable component in it whatsoever, yet will at least double the capacity of our single family neighborhoods, which they probably won't give us credit for when it comes to RENA, right? Because nothing in SB 9 has anything to do with affordable housing. So it's all very, very disappointing what's coming from the state and them forcing this on us, but I'll get off that soapbox. The other thing to, ask you why some of the angry residents that called about, you're slamming North Redondo and this and that is this city council hasn't done anything. This city council's taken no action. In fact, we're having these hearings for exactly this reason. So, I understand everybody's concerned, but, many of you came out of the blocks, attacking us. But this is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to figure out. So there's a lot at stake. There's a lot on our plate, and that's why it's good to have this sort of participation. But yeah, we need ideas, we need locations, we need as much data as possible, and that does include traffic, obviously. And so I'd like to see, and I know we have it in our circulation element, the level of service grades for our important intersections like Artesia and Aviation, like Redondo and PCH, like Artesia and Inglewood Avenue, and people mention Artesian in Manhattan Beach Boulevard. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard for our staff to identify these key intersections. There's probably 7 or 8 of them, and just show us, what the volumes are. And I mean, you can pull up Redondo and PCH on Caltrans. It's like 80,000 cars a day. So, yeah, you can't do that, I think, but I know it's in our housing element. So it would be good to have you come back with that. And yeah, I mean, as well as density of each district, I mean, that's not hard to do. So it would just be important to get that from staff and not just have each other tell each other where to go and look for it. Let's get this sorts of information from our staff, so we're all looking at the same thing and we all know where it came from. Yeah, that's it. That's my comments. I appreciate everybody's participation and from the public and hanging in there. Yeah, if this is your first time to a council meeting, welcome to the party. They go late and everybody gets to speak. And yeah, we try to keep it to a minimum, but you know, it's important. We got a lot of comments, a lot of concerns, a lot of questions, and we need a lot of answers. And we'll get there. We're going to get there. And as I said, and I'll remind everybody, is other cities have it way worse than we do. So as unfair as it is to see El Segundo get their very small number when they have the area and the lack of density, yeah, we still got to move forward. We still got to come up with our numbers, and we will. So with that, let's go to Holly, because, you know, Holly is one of our stalwarts, and she is very clued into what's going on at the state, very clued into what's going on here in Redondo, and she shows up at every meeting, and really appreciate your activism, Holly. She's involved with Mike Griffith's group. She comes on our, what we call CALI, California Alliance of Local Elected Officials meetings every Sunday. And so it's always good to see you hanging out and giving us your insights, Holly.
Okay, well, yeah, I've had my hand up since the last person spoke from the public, but I guess Eleanor didn't see it right at the split second that I stuck it up. Anyway, most of what I was going to say, you guys have all said, but I just want to repeat a couple things. When I listened to all the SCAG appeal numbers, everybody was upset. And this business about rezoning your commercial, some of a poorer city said, if we upzone our commercial to residential, you're going to take away our tax base. And lots of cities said that. And so when I heard somebody ask about all our strip malls, well, we'll still have our big mall, but you're going to take away your tax base. You're going to take away your local grocery store. You know, the absolute last thing I would want to see is for you to, or for the grocery outlet to go to mixed use and residential and the grocery store disappear. You've got to have, I'll quote Margaret Findley. She was the chair of many of the sessions of the SCAG appeals. She says, we're being forced to design cities and forced to do it badly. They all realized the rate of numbers were too high. And they said, and then one other guy said, we're designing tomorrow's slums today, having to do this. So that's getting to my point here. I've identified some new people on my list. I have an email list, and it's getting too old. I need young bodies on it, and I've got a few. But you guys, each one of you council people should be emailing to your people and telling them to contact Ben Allen and vote against SB 9 and SB 10, because those are the ones that are going to densify it too. Okay? And like tomorrow, tell them I want Ben Allen's inbox to be flooded. He needs to vote against SB 9 and SB 10. And any other bills that come along. And let's see, and anybody who likes to write technical papers and thinks they're really sharp, I've got two for you. One is you can find out which developers are backing which legislators, okay? Because some legislators who were backed heavily by developers vote for these bills, okay? I won't name any names because that probably wouldn't be good right now. And another person, if you're in one environmental type, if you pave over everything, okay, what do you think that's going to do to the heat index in this city? I gave a speech before you guys once before where I talked about the difference in cities where one was all paved over and one was shaded, and the difference was about 9 degrees. Well, that was due to redlining and all that stuff back east, but we're basically doing the same thing to our cities if we pave over everything. I'd like somebody to write about that. And no drainage for the water and all that stuff. Okay? So I'd like to see people who want to write technical papers put their energy there. And anyway, call Ben Allen. That's this is not scripted tonight, so I'm a little disorganized. And I would like one of you people in City Hall to just forget your job and track down all the other cities that are mad and see what they're doing. Okay? You guys should know that. I bet you I know more cities, Rena, off the top of my head than you guys do. And you guys should know the neighboring ones on your head. Okay? All right. I'm going to shut up. I really encourage my.
Thank you, Ollie.
Okay. Lower hand.
Yeah. Councilmember Obaji.
Can the city attorney give Holly an internship? Because I think she would be helpful. I wanted to real quick just make one point, or ask a question, I should say. Here in this area, I think this is where the Vons is supermarket. Does the commercial flex allow that to remain in place and then get, you know, if that could be done, get housing built over the supermarket? Brandy is nodding her head yes. I think that's a yes.
Yeah, I think that goes to the point that we were talking about as far as, you know, those goals and policies and then what the eventual zoning would be to ensure that, you know, we are putting out there what we want. But yes, that was the intent. I think Wendy mentioned it could be one, the other, or both.
Okay. And then just to address Matt Hensley's point, if you're still here, Mr. Hensley, I have not Brown acted actually with anybody on the council on the subject. I've met with former councilmember Bob Pinsler, Sheila Lamb, a GPAC member, and discussed with the mayor, but that's it. So, thank you.
Okay. Are there any more public comments, Eleanor?
No, I don't see any raised hands, and I think we got all the, just double check. Yep, we have all the e-comments.
Okay, great. There are no hands up, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. And I guess I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll be back with this on May 4th.
Thank you.
And thank you, Brandy, and all the consultants, if they're still here. Appreciate all you guys' hard work. So, Veronica, Haley, and Wendy. I think Wendy's gone. Anyway, thank you. All right, well, back to our agenda. Item P1, discussion and possible action to approve sending a letter in support of SB 612 to ensure the resources held in investor-owned utility portfolios are managed to benefit Clean Power Alliance energy customers in Redondo Beach, as well as Southern California Edison customers. So
it's after 10:30. Do you want to continue on going on, or you just want to do?
Well, I can't imagine this is going to take long. Okay. And then do mayor and council items. Who wants to speak to this, Joe? Or
this is Ted. Yep. Good evening, Mayor. Yeah, this item was a referral from Councilmember Horvath back on March 16th. It is really to get that equity because we don't see that the resource, sorry about that. The benefit of the resources that Edison has, the legacy resources that we as CPA members are seeing in the benefit of when they factor in their PCIA numbers. And as such, this SB itself, it's to give the customers the equal rights to receive those legacy resources products and share that through CPA as well as IOU companies like Edison as such. So the Senate bill itself provides that equity, provides that Edison would be asked to provide that equity, and therefore our PCIA numbers would be reduced appropriately than they are when they are initially set. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to point out that Southern California Edison and Clean Power Alliance actually have been working together on this with the CPUC. for the past 18 months or so, probably a little bit longer than that now. And the CPUC was just dragging their heels. And so that's why this bill is being brought forward and has a lot of co-signers on it, including Assemblymember Marisucci and Senator Ben Allen. They're both co-authors. As well as many others. And so, you know, at the end of the day here, what the bill is really meant to do is resolve the inequity by ensuring all customers receive the benefits of the resources that they're paying for and that the costs of those contracts to all ratepayers are minimized. If the bill is passed, what this can do is save our residents as Clean Power Alliance members and everyone else that is in Clean Power Alliance tens of millions of dollars a year, which can then be passed directly back to the customers, whether that's through incentive programs or rate decreases. You know, it helps us to achieve the point of joining a community choice aggregation model where it is a nonprofit. So I would make a motion to send the letter in support.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheit.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, this is like Groundhog Day all over again from a couple of years ago when we first joined this. The first thing I said when I started researching this was what a giant waste of time it's going to end up being. And the exit fees, the PCI exit fees are going to absolutely explode in costs, make it higher. And then the bills go up and then it gets more higher. And then we run into this huge legislative issue. And we're exactly at this point now. I mean, this is exactly where everyone has predicted this would go. This to quote a you know, there was I'll have to find it, but you know, there's a great quote by a group that follows this this whole legislation and the groups, and it basically says this is, here it is, it's right here. Despite the measure's good intentions, SB 612 is a rearrangement of the deck chairs on the Titanic. You know, SB 612 charges the CPUC a set of rules to force investor-owned utilities to address the stranded contracts comprising of the PCIA. We suspect that end results will largely be toothless, and as the IOUs are masters at using the CPUC process to delay and water down requirements with which they disagree. Any final PCIA impact or benefit to community choice aggregations or customers will be minimal, if any, at best. And all I need to do is point at the AES power plant. I mean, if that is not a perfect example of a power plant and a location that should have been shut down years ago. You want to talk about stranded costs? That's $45 million a year of stranded costs. And we in Redondo Beach have filed lawsuits. We've spent hours and hours and hours of all of our time fighting it, and it's not going anywhere. And you know, they're open up to the end of this year, and we're going to fight it for another, you know, till the end of the summer here to try to get them to shut down. We'll see where it goes. We know how powerful those lobbyists are, and those are the stranded costs that this bill here talks about. So there's very little to nothing that we can do here. We're spending valuable staff time instead of doing actual environmental projects like planting more trees, planting tree ordinances, getting tree ordinances passed. You know, it's just, and I just want to remind everyone that when these guys first came to town, they promised us cheaper electricity rates. Now they're either on par with SCE rates or they're more expensive than SCE rates. So it's just a giant, you know, this has just been a huge mess that we've gotten involved with. Less than half the cities in LA County have joined than what they expected. We're only at 33 versus the 88 cities. They want to be over 40. So yeah, it's too bad we became part of it, but it is what it is. So I'll be voting no on this and fighting the power plant on the least efficient power plant in the entire state of California. I'll be gladly fighting and have been doing for the last few years. So there you go.
Yeah, and apparently the reliability of the entire system grid,
right?
California is reliant on that 70-year-old power plant on our waterfront. Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. Are there any public comments on this?
Yes, someone that's wanted to speak on this one. Gina Goodhill. There she is. Gina?
Yeah, go ahead, Gina.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hear you fine.
Great. So thank you so much. My name is Gina Goodhill, and I'm the Policy Director for Clean Power Alliance. So I know it's late, so I appreciate you continuing with this item. This is CPA's #1 legislative priority, and really, as Councilmember Horvath mentioned, the bill is simple in concept. Right now, CCA customers, as part of a charge on their bill, pay for old contracts that the IOU signed before CCAs existed. And I heard someone else mention the term for this, the exit fee. And we don't oppose the idea of an exit fee. You know, we don't have a problem with covering our fair share of contracts that were signed on our behalf. The problem right now, and what this bill is about, is that we're not getting anything as a result of our payments. So even though we are paying for our fair share of these products, we don't have fair access to the benefits of these products. And ironically, the whole reason that CCA customers have to pay this charge, the reason this was set up, was to prevent a cost shift where IOU customers would be subsidizing CCA customers. And it's actually created the reverse situation where CCA customers are subsidizing IOU customers. So I want to note, both council members brought up the fact that this is not a new issue. So the CPUC recognized this problem, and they asked CCAs and other stakeholders to come up with a solution. CPA, CalCCA, IOUs, direct access providers came up with a proposal. They worked for over a year on it, and it went to the PUC, and the PUC did not act on it for 14 months. That's why this bill has gone to the legislature, and as soon as the bill became real, the PUC rushed out a proposed decision 2 weeks ago, which resolves none of the inequities. It actually shifts additional costs to CCA customers. It punts really critical issues. And so it's really actually a demonstration of why this does need to be decided by the legislature, because as was previously mentioned, the PUC is not doing their job right now. They're not in any way defending CCA customers, and they're really seeing their role as just defending customers that only get service from the IOUs. So that's sort of why the legislature does need to weigh in right now, and why it's really critical to have them be the decider on this issue. I also just want to note that if this bill passes, I think some of the concerns that some of the council members might have about rising costs could be mitigated, because this will provide pretty immediate cost savings for CCAs around the state. So thank you so much. We urge you to vote yes on adopting a support position for this bill.
Okay, thank you, Gina. Did I hear you say the PUC is not doing their job?
Shocking.
I don't know. I don't know if I can respond to that, but
I would just have to add the water board. You know, they give other agencies a hard time about following CEQA, and they're ignoring CEQA because they want to get something done. So anyway, that's all. That's a long story. Any more public comments, Eleanor?
No, that's it. No e-comments.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second. No hands up. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes. Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, there you go. You don't have to read anything, right, Eleanor?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, next up is, I guess, any more city manager items, Joe?
No, the only thing I was going to just highlight is that all the departments are very busy in budget preparation. The budget will come out May 16th. That's our charter date. So we are cranking on the budget, and we'll certainly make that date. So I just wanted to make mention of that.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks to all the staff working so hard on that. Mayor and council items, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I've got actually two motions actually regarding CEQA you just brought up. I'd like to make a motion to bring back the CEQA ordinance 10 3.901, the sequel appeal requirements and procedures for the next May meeting for discussion, possible action. I don't think we need a report. You can just bring it back, bring the whole ordinance back, the whole section regarding the appeal requirements from Planning Commission to City Council.
Okay. Any meeting in May? What'd you say?
First or second meeting in May, I think would work. Just, yeah.
Okay. Any problem with that, Joe?
If it's just a matter of copying that section of the code and saying we got a referral, we can do that. I don't kind of know if you're expecting any other analysis or.
No, don't know.
They work.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay.
I just need clarification before I vote on it. I'm not quite clear.
Yeah, we've had a lot of projects come through the last couple of years, and I would like to go over the appeal requirements and procedures and have a discussion and possible action regarding those procedures and requirements.
Before the planning commission or before whom?
From planning commission. It's appeal time from planning to council.
Oh, okay.
Or harbor, actually, and includes harbor as well.
It's the ordinance that Doug Boswell had to fumble through to appeal to Galleria.
Okay. We were going to bring it back. We were going to bring it back a while ago, but
the 10 days or whatever it was, right?
It's all we were going to bring this back a while ago, a long time ago. We had.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Horvath?
No.
No. Councilmember Obaji? And Councilmember MD?
No.
Okay, so it passes. Anything else, Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do. I actually have one more motion. So we were supposed to get a year and a half ago, I think it was, or so, we were supposed to do a motion we did a motion, we passed a motion to come back with a tree ordinance. And I realized we've had a lot going on in the city, and I have been in contact with lots of good people in my district, and they have put together a tree ordinance for us. In fact, it's so well detailed and done so nicely, they've actually numbered the tree ordinance. It fits right into our it's 13-0.01 purpose. So it's great. So I'd like to make a motion to discuss the proposed tree ordinance that we discussed before and have it come back in July, and I will send the 12 pages to city manager and city attorney for review.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Joe, is that something we can do in July or
August? July.
August, maybe August.
July or August, probably August would be better.
Yeah.
All right, August works for me. Yeah.
Fine.
All right. Is there objection to that in the council?
Just a question.
Yeah.
What's the gist of the tree ordinance? Not that I want to vote against any tree ordinance.
But we're not allowed to talk about something that we're just trying to agendize. We need to agendize it before we have a discussion.
You can ask the city manager for the stuff.
Got it.
Yeah. All right. I'm not hearing any objection or clarification, so there you go. Anything else, Councilmember?
That's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, earlier tonight, Kathleen Jaseko and several people commented about the camp in Wilderness Park. They're going to be priced out. This is going to be a real problem, and a lot of kids are depending on this. So how do we deal with this? Can you come back with a report, Joe, on why the fees are going up and what we can do?
Yeah, we can. Time is, appears to be of the essence on this. We can bring a report back with her memorandum along with the staff response to those issues.
Yeah, if you can work it out with her, if you can work it out with her, Joe, and maybe even make it a consent calendar item, that'd be great. Like, ASAP, I guess. I don't know. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll reach out. I've not spoken to her directly. This item just kind of came to my attention. So yeah, we'll reach out and see what we can work out.
Okay.
Okay. Great. The other thing was, Mike, you there, Lutanski? I don't know if you deal with Larry and Cosmont, right? And Cosmont Transaction Services. On the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday, Budget
and Finance Commission meeting.
Sorry. Thank you. Budget and Finance, not planning. There is a discussion, a request for quotes from the underwriters, to which it was said that the Redondo Beach's proposed issuance of plus or minus $210 million of lease revenue bonds. To my knowledge, we haven't discussed whether they're going to be lease revenue or pension obligation, right? So I think we have to be really careful about this. I'm wondering if you could look into this, because that decision I don't believe has been made yet, and nor has the amount been made.
Yeah, we can discuss that. You have options, and you have not finalized the amount nor the precise form. So we can bring that back to you. I do think preliminary review and discussion might have pointed towards the lease revenue bonds, but again, no decision has been made, and you obviously have that option still.
Yeah, and it's being sold like that. So I think we need to be really careful about this.
Right, and I do know there were interviews conducted today with multiple firms, multiple underwriter firms. We had a strong solicitation, and the Budget and Finance Commission will receive the preliminary results of our review of the proposals on Thursday of this week, and then we'll be back to you to make final decisions about either a single underwriter firm or multiple underwriter firms, depending on the outcome.
Okay, so since we don't have a meeting before the next Budget and Finance Commission, I would like you to relay that in the meeting, or somebody to relay it on the meeting, that it is not necessarily a lease revenue bond and we don't know the amount. So I just want to make sure that's the case. Okay.
Yeah, and there's still questions about whether or not the amount of the bond would adjust pricing for the underwriters as well. So we're following up on a couple of things.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Yep.
Councilmember Horvath.
I have nothing.
Councilmember Obaji.
Right. I'd like to move to direct staff to prepare an analysis on what the code provides regarding the removal of newspaper racks, and come back with options as it relates to further restrict or eliminate the installation of racks citywide.
Does that make sense, Joe?
Yes, this is something that Mr. Obashi has spoken to staff about in some detail. Not sure how quickly, given everything we've got going, if you can give us some flexibility.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to put a fire under you guys. So just put out a date that's feasible, that gives people time to deal with this with diligence, and let's just get it get it rolling.
Okay, let me get with the staff, and then I'll be back in touch with you.
Sounds good.
Any objection to that? I'm not hearing any objection. I'd never thought about that actually, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, a lot of residents have complained here in D4 about the newspaper racks taking up what little walkable space there is on the sidewalks on Artesia Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
And they've even kind of taken a picture collage of them, and some of them like have the base but no rack on top of it. So, we just got to get rid of those, clean those up. I would like, as part of a move to direct staff to, relative to when you bring back those independent contract agreements, or we discuss that recreational thing, that we look at how much revenue the city is getting from those independent contract agreements. I mean, if the 30% makes up a huge number of our revenue, then maybe we think, okay, we don't want to cut it. But if it's not a significant dollar value, but it would greatly impact the access to these programs to be able to cut it in half, then maybe we do that. So can we just get a budget understanding of how much money we're getting from these programs?
Yeah, maybe that takes the form of a budget response report.
Sure, please.
With the budget.
Yes, please. And again, no time urgency. I think we got to deal with the camp first. as an urgent matter.
Before the budget.
Yes, before the budget. And I did want a budget response report at some point on bulbing out every one of the intersections on Grant that are not currently planned as part of the CIP.
That might be a bigger lift than a budget response report. Joe?
I guess I would call on Ted or Mike if they're still on. What we can do.
I see Ted. What do you think?
That's something we can do, Mayor, as budget response report with the budget. We've already identified the signalized intersections with proposed bulb outs that the council has already approved. We would just expand the estimated value for the remaining intersections and bring that back as a BRR.
Okay, great.
And one more thing I would like to get, we've discussed this, Ted, thank you for taking the time to meet with me so much outside of council, but is that I'd like a budget response report after more consideration on, and this is again, not urgent, something that could be done come August or so.
Well, budget response reports, Councilmember Abaji, those come with the budget. So yeah, they won't be done in August. It will be done, well,
May or June.
Yeah. So
I mean, it doesn't need to be for this budget, right? I imagine this is going to be a capital improvement kind of long-term plan thing, but to get stop signs at the residential intersections between Inglewood and Aviation, between Ortesia and Grant, that's that rectangle for the intersections where we don't have stop signs, adding stop signs there.
they could probably do that for this budget response. I would imagine, Joe, I'd just go count them and multiply by the cost of a stop sign, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, normally we would route something like this through, I believe, the Public Works Commission, and there'd, be a collection of data, and
right.
If the request is to refer it to staff and kind of work it through the Public Works Commission, Ted, would that be consistent with how we normally would look at these?
That would be consistent if the request is to exclusively look at the costs associated with the installations. That wouldn't be as complex, but if it's an analysis to determine the warrants and then the associated costs with doing it, then yes, it would go through the Public Works Commission. It would require an extensive amount of data collection to do the analysis and support the installations and or bring that forward to the council. And if it's something that could be done at a future time, then it doesn't bring an urgency in terms of just bringing a blanket number for installation of X number of stop signs. That could be done at a later time to go through the Public Works Commission for further analysis, further discussion.
Okay. Well, I think every resident, almost every resident who has lived next to the intersection that doesn't have a stop sign would like one there. And it's not a matter of reducing speed. And I understand that stop signs don't reduce speed. They cause people to speed up more, I guess, more quickly and cause breaks, but just basically to get people to even slow, even if they're rolling, to slow as they head north and south because of kids and families and the like, and the increased number of those here. So I think, if we're going to have to do an analysis on every intersection eventually, et cetera, I guess maybe just an understanding of cost per intersection of what the analysis plus stop sign erection would be. That would be helpful to start to grapple around what these things are going to cost in the long term.
Yeah, for that, again, if you're looking for a budget response report to come with this current budget, we'll have to make estimates on the assessment component of it, the cost of the installations. That's something.
No, I don't want to pile more things on. I know that you guys have tons and you guys are already spread thin. So let's make it for the next budget cycle.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. And a spot where we need a stop sign is definitely on Redondo and Monterey. there are no Redondo residents in that area, and it's very dangerous. I see people slamming on their brakes, and I myself, when I go through there, it's an experience every time because people are racing down Redondo and up Redondo, and people are trying to pull out of a very popular street, Monterey. How would Redondo Beach install a stop sign there? What would motivate them other than the mayor complaining about it?
I would say if the referral is to analyze the installation of a stop sign, Mayor, then we could do the data assessment, take that through the Public Works Commission and bring that back to the city council.
Yeah, I'm asked for someone to make a motion for a referral.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
My district, so.
Yeah, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any objection to studying a stop sign from anybody at Monterey and Redondo? Again, there are no Redondo residents near there, so you won't be hearing from any Redondo residents, but it is unsafe. So, okay, well, there you go. I'm not hearing any objections. So with that, it's 12:15. Another late night. So anyway, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until our next regularly scheduled meeting on May 4th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Is there any objections? Okay, well, good night, everybody. Nice work, staff. Really appreciate all your hard work.
We have strategic planning, right, next week? Is that next week?
No.
27th? No more. I thought we did.
And Joe, what's the status of the strategic plan?
Yeah, that was the date that we had penciled in, but again, because we hadn't completed the follow-up work from the first strategic plan, needed to kind of cycle back with you and get it calendared. But
Can I ask for a budget response report for, we really should go out to a request for proposal for a proper facilitation, a real firm instead of the friend of a friend, put it out for a request for a proposal to,
So moved.
yeah, properly engage a professional firm that does this on a regular basis with a variety of agencies. It would be, I'm sure we'd get lots of solicitations.
I'll second that for sure.
So
The motion, I'll second your.
I mean, it's just a referral, Joe. Maybe put out an RFP. I don't know. Do you need to have a discussion about it, or I guess we do at some point.
well, I mean, it's going to have most likely budget implications for your next budget. So I think we would look at it from a standpoint of a, budget response report and potentially a decision package. It would also push back. I mean, we could pretty quickly, use the facilitator that we've used in the past. We have her under contract. Just so you understand, this is going to push the whole process back.
Well, we could still have her come and do it, at a different time, but I think
Kinda
going
one more
forward,
time.
after her one more time, I think it would be, that's a great idea. Just do a budget response report on what this would cost us annually in a decision package so that after we do the next one and we've put out an RFP, we've budgeted for it. And so maybe,
It may just be a decision. It may just be a decision package that because we don't need to do an RFP to get a cost estimate. We can just talk to a few firms and then plug something into the budget.
okay, that sounds good. And then I guess we'll reschedule our next strategic planning with gosh, her name escapes me. Kathleen Terry, yeah. Okay. Great. I think I had a motion to adjourn in a second. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. See everybody